Chapter 1 of Elmer Gantry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 1, Part 1. Elmer Gantry was drunk. He was eloquently drunk, lovingly and pugnaciously drunk. He leaned against the bar of the Old Home Sample Room, the most gilded and urbane saloon in Cato, Missouri, and requested the bartender to join him in the good old summer time, the waltz of the day. Blowing on a glass, polishing it, and glancing at Elmer through its flashing rotundity, the bartender remarked that he wasn't much of a hand at this here singing business. But he smiled. No bartender would have done other than smile on Elmer, so inspired and full of gallantry and hell-raising was he, and so dominating with his beefy grin. "All right, old socks," agreed Elmer. "Me and my roommate'll show you some singing as is singing. Meet roommate Jim Lefferts, best roommate in the world. Wouldn't live with him if he wasn't. Best quarterback in Mill West. Meet roommate." The bartender again met Mr. Lefferts with protestations of distinguished pleasure. Elmer and Jim Lefferts retired to a table to nourish the long, rich chocolate strains suitable to drunken melody. Actually, they sang very well. Jim had a resolute tenor, and as to Elmer Gantry, even more than his bulk, his thick black hair, his venturesome black eyes, you remembered that rousing baritone? He was born to be a senator. He never said anything important, and he always said it sonorously. He could make "good morning" seem profound as Kant, welcoming as a brass band and uplifting as a cathedral organ. It was a cello, his voice, and in the enchantment of it you did not hear his slang, his boasting, his smut, and the dreadful violence which, at this period, he performed on singulars and plurals. Luxuriously as a wayfarer drinking cool beer, they caressed the phrases in linked sweetness long drawn out. "Strolling through the shady lanes with your baby mine, you hold her hand and she holds yours, and that's a very good sign that she's your tootsie-wootsy in the good old summer-time." Elmer wept and blubbered. "Let's go out and start a scrap. You've a little squirt, Jim. You get somebody to pick on you, and I'll come along and knock his block off." "I'll show him." His voice flared up. He was furious at the wrong about to be suffered. He arched his paws with longing to grasp the non-existent scoundrel. "By God, I'll knock the tar out of him. Nobody can touch my roommate. Know who I am? Elmer Gantry. That's me. I'll show 'em." The bartender was shuffling toward them, amiably ready for homicide. "Shut up, hellcat. What you need is another drink." "I'll get another drink," soothed Jim, and Elmer slid into tears, weeping over the ancient tragic sorrows of one whom he remembered as Jim Lefferts. Instantly, by some tricky sort of magic, there were 2 glasses in front of him. He tasted one and murmured foolishly, "'Scuse me." It was the chaser, the water. But they couldn't fool him. The whiskey would certainly be in that other little sawed-off glass. And it was. He was right, as always. With a smirk of admiration, he sucked in the raw bourbon. It tickled his throat and made him feel powerful and at peace with everyone save that fellow. He could not recall who, but it was someone who he would shortly chastise, and after that float into an elysium of benevolence. The barroom was deliciously calming. The sour, invigorating stench of beer made him feel healthy. The bar was one long shimmer of beauty, glowing mahogany, exquisite marble rail, dazzling glasses, curiously shaped bottles of unknown liquors, piled with craftiness which made him very happy. The light was dim, completely soothing, coming through fantastic windows such as are found only in churches, saloons, jewelry shops, and other retreats from reality. On the brown plaster walls were sleek, naked girls. He turned from them. He was empty now of desire for women. "That damned Juanita just wants to get all she can out of you, and that's all," he grumbled. But there was an interesting affair beside him. A piece of newspaper sprang up, apparently by itself, and slid along the floor. That was a very funny incident, and he laughed greatly. He was conscious of a voice which he had been hearing for centuries, echoing from a distant point of light and flashing through ever-widening corridors of a dream. "We'll get kicked out of here, Hellcat. Come on." He floated up. It was exquisite. His legs moved by themselves without effort. They did a comic thing once. They got twisted, and the right leg leaped in front of the left when, so far as he could make out, it should have been behind. He laughed and rested against someone's arm, an arm with no body attached to it, which had come out of the avicite to assist him. Then unknown, invisible blocks, miles of them, his head clearing, and he gave some announcement to a Jim Lefferts, who suddenly seemed to be with him. "I gotta lick that fella." All right. You might as well go and find a nice little fight and get it out of your system." Elmer was astonished. He was grieved. His mouth hung open, and he drooled with sorrow. But still he was to be allowed one charming fight, and he revived as he staggered industriously in search of it. Oh, he exulted. It was a great party. For the first time in weeks, he was relieved from the boredom of Terwilliger College. Part 2. Elmer Gantry, best known to classmates as Hellcat, had this autumn of 1902 been football captain and led the best team Terwilliger College had known in 10 years. They had won the championship of East Middle Kansas Conference, which consisted of 10 denominational colleges, all of them with buildings and presidents and chapel services and yells and colors and a standard of scholarship equal to the best high schools. But since the last night of the football season, with a glorious bonfire in which the young gentlemen had burned up 9 tar barrels, the sign of the Jew tailor and the president's tabbycat, Elmer had been tortured by boredom. He regarded basketball and gymnasium antics as light-minded for a football gladiator. When he had come to college, he had supposed he would pick up learnings of cash value to a lawyer or doctor or insurance man. He had not known which he would become, and in his senior year, aged 22 this November, he was still doubtful. But this belief he found fallacious. What good would it be in the courtroom or at the operating table to understand trigonometry, or to know, as last spring up to the examination on European history he remembered having known, the date of Charlemagne? How much cash would it bring in to quote all that stuff? What the dickens was it now? All that rot about the world is too much around us early and soon, from that old fool Wordsworth. Punk, that's what it was. Better be out in business. But still, if his mother claimed she was doing so well with her millinery business and wanted him to be a college graduate, he'd stick by it. A lot easier than pitching hay or carrying 2x4s anyway. Despite his invaluable voice, Elmer had not gone far out for debating because of the irritating library grinding, nor had he taken to prayer and moral eloquence in the YMCA, for with all the force of his simple and valiant nature, he detested piety and admired drunkenness and profanity. Once or twice in the class in public speaking, when he had repeated the splendors of other great thinkers, Daniel Webster and Henry Ward Beecher and Chauncey M. Depew, he had known the intoxication of holding an audience with his voice as with his closed hand, holding it, shaking it, lifting it. The debating set urged him to join them, but they were rabbit-faced and spectacled young men, and he viewed as obscene the notion of digging statistics about immigration and the products of San Domingo out of dusty-spotted books in the dusty-spotted library. He kept from flunking only because Jim Lefferts drove him to his books. Jim was less bored by college. He had a relish for the flavor of scholarship. He liked to know things about people dead these 1,000 years, and he liked doing canned miracles in chemistry. Elmer was astounded that so capable a drinker, a man so deft at handing a girl a swell spiel and getting her going, should find entertainment in Roman chariots and the unenterprising amours of sweet peas. But himself, no, not on your life. He'd get out and finish law school and never open another book. Kid the juries along and hire some old coot to do the briefs. To keep him from absolutely breaking under the burden of hearing the professor squeak, he did have the joy of loafing with Jim, illegally smoking the while. He did have researches into the lovability of co-eds and the baker's daughter. He did revere becoming drunk and world-striding, but he could not afford liquor very often, and the co-eds were mostly ugly and earnest. It was lamentable to see this broad young man, who would have been so happy in the prize ring, the fish market, or the stock exchange, poking through the cobwebbed corridors of Terwilliger. Tit Terwilliger College, founded and preserved by the more zealous Baptists, is on the outskirts of Gritzmacher Springs, Kansas. The springs have dried up, and the Gritzmachers have gone to Los Angeles to sell bungalows and delicatessen. It huddles on the prairie, which is storm-racked in winter, frying and dusty in summer, lovely only in the grass-rustling spring or drowsy autumn. You would not be likely to mistake Terwilliger College for an old folks' home, because on the campus is a large rock painted with class numerals. Most of the faculty are ex-ministers. There is a men's dormitory, but Elmer Gantry and Jim Lefferts live together in the town, a mansion once the prize of the Gritzmachers themselves, a square brick bulk with a white cupola. The room was unchanged from the days of the original August Gritzmacher, a room heavy with a vast bed of carved black walnut, thick and perpetually dusty brocade curtains, and black walnut chairs hung with scarves that dangled gilt balls. The windows were hard to open. There was about the place the anxious propriety and all the dead hopes of a second-hand furniture shop. In this museum, Jim had a surprising and vigorous youthfulness. There was a hint of future flabbiness in Elmer's bulk, but there would never be anything flabby about Jim Lefferts. He was slim, 6 inches shorter than Elmer, but hard as ivory and as sleek. Though he came from a prairie village, Jim had fastidiousness, a natural elegance. All the items of his wardrobe, the ordinary suit, distinctly glossy at the elbows, and the dark brown best suit, were ready-made, with faltering buttons and seams that betrayed rough ends of thread, but on him they were graceful. You felt that he would belong to any set in the world which he sufficiently admired. There was a romantic flair to his upturned overcoat collar. The darned bottoms of his trousers did not suggest poverty, but a careless and amused ease. And his thoroughly commonplace ties hinted of clubs and regiments. His thin face was resolute. You saw only its youthful freshness first, then behind the brightness a taut determination, and his brown eyes were amiably scornful. Jim Lefferts was Elmer's only friend, the only authentic friend he had ever had. Though Elmer was the athletic idol of the college, though his occult passion, his heavy good looks, caused the college girls to breathe quickly, though his manly laughter was as fetching as his resonant speech, Elmer was never really liked. He was supposed to be the most popular man in college. Everyone believed that everyone else adored him, and none of them wanted to be with him. They were all a bit afraid, a bit uncomfortable, and more than a bit resentful. It was not merely that he was a shouter, a pounder on backs, and an overwhelming force, so that there was never any refuge of intimacy with him. It was because he was always demanding. Except with his widow mother, whom he vaguely worshipped, and with Jim Lefferts, Elmer assumed that he was the center of the universe, and that the rest of the system was valuable only as it afforded him help and pleasure. He wanted everything. His first year, as the only freshman who was playing on the college football team, as a large and smiling man who was expected to become a favorite, he was elected president. In that office he was not much loved. At class meetings he cut speakers short, gave the floor only to pretty girls and lads who toadied to him, and roared in the midst of the weightiest debates, "Oh, come on! Cut out this chewing the rag and let's get down to business." He collected the class fund by demanding subscriptions as arbitrary as a Catholic priest assessing his parishioners for a new church. "Phil'll never hold any office again, not if I can help it," muttered one Eddie Fizzlinger, who, though he was a meager and rusty-haired youth with protruding teeth and an easy titter, had attained power in the class by always being present at everything, and by the piety and impressive intimacy of his prayers at the YMCA. There was a custom that the manager of the athletic association should not be a member of any team. Elmer forced himself into the managership in junior year by threatening not to play football if he were not elected. He appointed Jim Lefferts chairman of the ticket committee, and between them, by only the very slightest doctoring of the books, they turned $40 to the best of all possible uses. At the beginning of senior year, Elmer announced that he desired to be president again. To elect anyone as class president twice was taboo. The ardent Eddie Fizzlinger, now president of the YMCA and ready to bring his rare talents to the Baptist ministry, asserted after an enjoyable private prayer meeting in his room that he was going to face Elmer and forbid him to run. "Go on, you don't dare," observed a Judas who 3 minutes before had been wrestling with God under Eddie's coaching. "I don't, eh? Watch me. Why, everybody hates him, the darn hog," squeaked Eddie. By scurrying behind trees, he managed to come face to face with Elmer on the campus. He halted and spoke of football, quantitative chemistry, and the Arkansas spinster who taught German. Elmer grunted. Desperately, his voice still shrill with desire to change the world, Eddie stammered, Say, Hellcat, you hadn't thought to run for president again? Nobody's ever been president twice." "Well, somebody's going to be." "Oh, gee, Elmer, don't run for it. Oh, come on. Course all the fellows are crazy about you, but nobody's ever been president twice. They'll vote against you."
"Let me catch 'em at it."
"How can you stop it? Honest, Hellcat, I'm just speaking for your own good. The voting's secret. You can't tell."
"Huh?
"The nominations aren't secret. Now you go roll your hoops, Fizzy, and let all the yellow coyotes know that anybody that nominates anybody except Uncle Hellcat will catch it right where the chicken caught the axe. See? And if they tell me they didn't know about this, you get Mary Hale Columbia for not telling them. Get me? If there's anything but a unanimous vote, you won't do any praying the rest of the year. Eddie remembered how Elmer and Jim had shown a freshman his place in society by removing all his clothes and leaving him 5 miles in the country. Elmer was elected president of the senior class unanimously. He did not know that he was unpopular. He reasoned that men who seemed chilly to him were envious and afraid, and that gave him a feeling of greatness. Thus it happened that he had no friend save Jim Lefferts. Only Jim had enough will to bully him into obedient admiration. Elmer swallowed ideas whole. He was a maelstrom of prejudices, but Jim accurately examined every notion that came to him. Jim was selfish enough, but it was with the selfishness of a man who thinks and who is coldly unafraid of any destination to which his thoughts may lead him. The little man threatened Elmer like a large damp dog, and Elmer licked his shoes and followed. He also knew that Jim, as a quarter, was far more the soul of the team than himself, as tackle and captain. A huge young man, Elmer Gantry, 6'1", thick, broad, big-handed, a large face, handsome as a Great Dane is handsome, and a swirl of black hair worn rather long. His eyes were friendly. His smile was friendly. Oh, he was always friendly enough, but he was merely astonished when he found that you did not understand his importance and did not want to hand over everything he might desire. He was a baritone solo turned into portly flesh. He was a gladiator, laughing at the comic distortion of his wounded opponent. He could not understand men who shrank from blood, who liked poetry or roses, who did not casually endeavor to seduce every possible seducible girl. In sonorous arguments with Jim, he asserted that these fellows that study all the time are just letting on like they're so doggone high and mighty to show off to these doggone profs that haven't got anything but lemonade in their veins. Part 4. Chief adornment of their room was the escritoire of the first Gritzmacher, which held their library. Elmer owned 2 volumes of Conan Doyle, one of E.P. Roe, and a priceless copy of Only a Boy. Jim had investigated in an encyclopedia which explained any known subject in 10 lines in a Pickwick Papers, and from some unknown source he had obtained a complete Swinburne, into which he was never known to have looked. But his pride was in the possession of Ingersoll's Some Mistakes of Moses, and Paine's The Age of Reason. For Jim Lefferts was the college freethinker, the only man in Terwilliger who doubted that Lot's wife had been changed into salt for once looking back at the town where, among the young married set, she had had so good a time. Who doubted that Methuselah lived to 969? They whispered of Jim all through the pious dens of Terwilliger. Elmer himself was frightened, for after giving minutes and minutes of theological profundities, Elmer had concluded that there must be something to all this religious guff, if all these wise old birds believe it, and sometime a fellow had ought to settle down and cut out the hell-raising. Probably Jim would have been kicked out of college by the ministerial professors if he had not had so reverent a way of asking questions when they wrestled with his infidelity that they had let go of him in nervous confusion. Even the president, the Reverend Dr. Willoughby Quarles, formerly pastor of the Rock of Ages Baptist Church of Moline, Illinois, than whom no man had written more about the necessity of baptism by immersion, in fact, in every way a thoroughly than whom figure, even when Dr. Quarles tackled Jim and demanded, "Are you getting the best out of our instruction, young man? Do you believe with us not only in the plenary inspiration of the Bible, but also in its verbal inspiration, and that it is the only divine rule of faith and practice?" Then Jim looked docile and said mildly, "Oh, yes, Doctor. There's just one or two little things that have been worrying me, Doctor. I've taken them to the Lord in prayer, but He doesn't seem to help me much. I'm sure you can. Now, why did Joshua need to have the sun stand still? Of course it happened. It says so right in Scripture. But why did he need to when the Lord always helped those Jews anyway, and when Joshua could knock down the big walls just by having his people yell and blow trumpets? And if devils cause a lot of the diseases and they had to cast them out, why is it that good Baptist doctors today diagnosing devil possession instead of TB and things like that? Do people have devils? Young man, I will give you an infallible rule. Never question the ways of the Lord. But why don't the doctors talk about having devils now? I have no time for vain arguments that lead nowhere. If you would think a little less of your wonderful powers of reasoning, if you would go humbly to God in prayer and give Him a chance, you would understand the true spiritual significance of all these things. But how about where Cain got his wife? Most respectfully, Jim said it, but Dr. Quarles, he had a chin whisker and a boiled shirt, turned from him and snapped, "I have no further time to give you, young man. I've told you what to do. Good morning." That evening, Mrs. Quarles breathed, "Oh, Willoughby, did you tend to that awful senior, that Lefferts, that's trying to spread doubt? Did you fire him?" "No," blossomed President Quarles, "certainly not. There was no need. I showed him how to look for spiritual guidance, and did that freshman come and mow the lawn? The idea of him wanting 15 cents an hour." Jim was hair-hung and breeze-shaken over the abyss of hell, and apparently enjoying it very much indeed, while his wickedness fascinated Elmer Gantry and terrified him. Part 5. That November day of 1902, November of their senior year, was greasy of sky, and slush blotted the wooden sidewalks of Gritsmacher Springs. There was nothing to do in town, and their room was dizzying with the stench of the stove, first lighted now since spring. Jim was studying German, tilted back in an elegant position of ease, with his legs cocked up on the desk tablet of the escritoire. Elmer lay across the bed, ascertaining whether the blood would run to his head if he lowered it over the side. It did, always. "Oh, God, let's get out and do something," he groaned. "Nothing to do. Useless," said Jim. "Let's go over to Cato and see the girls and get drunk." As Kansas City was dry by state prohibition, the nearest haven was at Cato, Missouri, 17 miles away. Jim scratched his head with a corner of his book and approved. "Well, that's a worthy idea. Got any money?" "On the 28th, where the hell would I get any money before the 1st? "Hellcat, you've got one of the deepest intellects I know. You'll be a knockout at the law. Aside from neither of us having any money, and me with a Dutch quiz tomorrow, it's a great project." "Oh, well," sighed the ponderous Elmer, feebly as a sick kitten, and lay revolving in the tremendous inquiry. It was Jim who saved them from the lard-like weariness into which they were slipping. He had gone back to his book, but he placed it precisely and evenly on the desk and rose. "I would like to see Nellie," he sighed. "Oh, man, I could give her a good time. Little devil. Darn these co-eds here. The few that'll let you love 'em up, they hang around trying to catch you on the campus and make you propose to 'em." "Oh, gee, and I got to see Juanita," groaned Elmer. "Hey, cut out talking about 'em, will you? I've got a palpitating heart right now just thinking about Juanie." "Hellcat, I've got it. Go and borrow 10 off this new instructor in chemistry and physics. I've got $1.64 left, and that'll make it." "Oh, but I don't know him." "Sure, you poor fish. That's why I suggested him. Do the check failed to come, and I'll get another hour of this Dutch while you're stealing the 10 from him." "Now," lugubriously, "you oughtn't talk like that." "Well, if you're as good a thief as I think you are, we'll catch the 5:16 to Cato." They were on the 5:16 for Cato. The train consisted of a day coach, a combined smoker and baggage car, and a rusty old engine and tender. The train swayed so on the rough tracks as it bumped through the drooping night that Elmer and Jim were thrown against each other and gripped the arm of their seat. The car staggered like a freighter in a gale, and tall, raw farmers, perpetually shuffling forward for a drink at the water cooler, stumbled across them or seized Jim's shoulder to steady themselves. To every surface of the old smoking car, to streaked windows and rusty ironwork and mud-smeared coconut matting, clung a sickening bitterness of cheap tobacco fumes, and whenever they touched the red plush of the seat, dust whisked up and the prints of their hands remained on the plush. The car was jammed. Passengers come to sit on the arm of their seats to shout at friends across the aisle. But Elmer and Jim were unconscious of filth and smell and crowding. They sat silent, nervously intent, panting a little, their lips open, their eyes veiled, as they thought of Juanita and Nellie. The two girls, Juanita Clausel and Nellie Benton, were by no means professional daughters of joy. Juanita was cashier of the Cato Lunch, Quick Eats. Nellie was assistant to a dressmaker. They were good girls, but excitable, and they found a little extra money useful for red slippers and nut-centered chocolates. "Juanita, what a little darling. She understands a fellow's troubles," said Elmer, as they balanced down the slushy steps at the grimy stone station of Cato. When Elmer, as a freshman, just arrived from the pool halls and frame high school of Paris, Kansas, had begun to learn the decorum of amour, he had been a boisterous lout who looked shamefaced in the presence of gay ladies, who blundered against tables, who shouted and desired to let the world know how valiantly vicious he was being. He was still rather noisy and proud of wickedness when he was in a state of liquor, but in 3¼ years of college he had learned how to approach girls. He was confident, he was easy, he was almost quiet. He could look them in the eye with fondness and amusement. Juanita and Nellie lived with Nellie's widow aunt. She was a moral lady, but she knew how to keep out of the way, in 3 rooms over a corner grocery. They had just returned from work when Elmer and Jim stamped up the rickety outside wooden steps. Juanita was lounging on a divan, which even a noble oriental red and white cover, displaying a bearded wazir, 3 dancing ladies in chiffon trousers and a nargile, and a mosque slightly larger than the nargile, could never cause to look like anything except a disguised bed. She was curled up, pinching her ankle with one tired and nervous hand, and reading a stimulating chapter of Laura Jane Libby. Her shirt-waist was open at the throat, and down her slim stocking was a grievous run. She was so un-Juanita-like, an ash blonde, pale and lovely, with an ill-restrained passion in her blue eyes. Nellie, a buxom, jolly child, dark as a Jewess, was wearing a frowsy dressing-gown. She was making coffee and narrating her grievances against her employer, the pious dressmaker, while Juanita paid no attention whatever. The young men crept into the room without knocking. "You devils, sneaking in like this and us not dressed!" yelped Nellie. Jim sidled up to her, dragged her plump hand away from the handle of the granite-ware coffee pot, and giggled. "But aren't you glad to see us?" "Well, I don't know whether I am or not. Now, you quit. You behave, will you?" Rarely did Elmer seem more deft than Jim Lefferts, but now he was feeling his command over women, certain sorts of women. Silent, yearning at Juanita, commending her with hot eyes, he sank on the temporary oriental couch, touched her pale hand with his broad fingertips, and murmured, "Why, you poor kid, you look so tired." "I am, and you hadn't ought to have come here this afternoon. Nell's aunt threw a conniption fit the last time you were here."
"Hooray for Auntie!"
"But you're glad to see me?" She would not answer. "Aren't you?" Bold eyes on hers that turned uneasily away looked back and sought the safety of the blank wall. "Aren't you?" She would not answer. "Juanita, and I've longed for you something fierce ever since I saw you." His fingers touched her throat, but softly. "Aren't you a little glad?" As she turned her head, for a second she looked at him with embarrassed confession. She sharply whispered, "No, don't," as he caught her hand, but she moved nearer to him, leaned against his shoulder. "You're so big and strong," she sighed. "But golly, you don't know how I need you. The president, old Quarles is right, by golly. Remember I was telling you about him? He's laying for me because he thinks it was me and Jim that let the bats loose in the chapel. And I get so sick of that gosh-awful weekly Bible study, all about those holy old gazebos. And then when I think about you, and my gosh, if you were just sitting on the other side of the stove from me in my room here, with your cute little red slippers cocked up on the nickel rail, gee, how happy I would be. You don't think I'm just a bonehead, do you?" Jim and Nellie were at the stage now of nudging each other and bawling, "Hey, quit, will ya?" as they stood over the coffee. "Say, you girls change your shirts and come on out, and we'll blow you to dinner, and maybe we'll dance a little," proclaimed Jim. "We can't," said Nellie. "Auntie's sore as a pup because she was up late at a dance night before last. We got to stay home, and you boys got to beat it before she comes in." "Oh, come on." "No, we can't." "Yeah, fat chance you girls staying home and knitting. You got some fellas coming in, and you want to get rid of us. That's the trouble." "It is not, Mr. James Lefferts, and it wouldn't be any of your business if it was." While Jim and Nellie squabbled, Elmer slipped his hand about Juanita's shoulder, slowly pressing her against him. He believed with terrible conviction that she was beautiful, that she was glorious, that she was life. There was heaven in the softness of her curving shoulder, and her pale flesh was living silk. "Come on in the other room," he pleaded. "Ooh, no, not now." He gripped her arm. "Well, don't come in for a minute," she fluttered. Aloud to the others, "I'm going to do my hair. Looks just terrible." She slipped into the room beyond. A certain mature self-reliance dropped from Elmer's face, and he was like a round-faced big baby, somewhat frightened. With efforts to appear careless, he fumbled about the room and dusted a pink and gilt face with his large crumpled handkerchief. He was near the inner door. He peeped at Jim and Nellie. They were holding hands while the coffee pot was so cheerfully boiling over. Elmer's heart thumped. He slipped through the door and closed it, whimpering as in terror, "Oh, Juanita." Part 6. They were gone, Elmer and Jim, before the return of Nellie's aunt. As they were not entertaining the girls, they dined on pork chops, coffee, and apple pie at the McGinnis lunch. It has already been narrated that afterward, in the old home sample room, Elmer became philosophical and misogynistic as he reflected that Juanita was unworthy of his generous attention. It has been admitted that he became drunk and pugnacious. As he wavered through the sidewalk slush on Jim's arm, as his head cleared, his rage increased against the bully who was about to be encouraged to insult his good friend and roommate. His shoulders straightened, his fists clenched, and he began to look for the scoundrel among the evening crowd of mechanics and coal miners. They came to the chief corner of the town. A little way down the street, beside the red brick wall of the Congress Hotel, someone was talking from the elevation of a box surrounded by a jeering gang. "What they picking on that fella that's talking for? They better let him alone," rejoiced Elmer, throwing off Jim's restraining hand, dashing down the side of the street and into the crowd. He was in that most blissful condition to which a powerful young man can attain, unrighteous violence in a righteous cause. He pushed through the audience, jabbed his elbow into the belly of a small, weak man, and guffawed at the cluck of distress. Then he came to a halt, unhappy and doubting. The heckled speaker was his chief detestation, Eddie Fisslinger, president of the Tertwiller College YMCA, that rusty-haired gopher who had obscenely opposed his election as president. With two other seniors who were also in training for the Baptist ministry, Eddie had come over to Cato to save a few souls, at least if they saved no souls, and they never had saved any in 17th Street meetings, they would have handy training for their future jobs. Eddie was a rasping and insistent speaker who got results by hanging on to a subject and worrying it, but he had no great boldness, and now he was obviously afraid of his chief heckler, a large, blond, pompadoured young baker who bulked in front of Eddie's rostrum and asked questions. While Elmer stood listening, the baker demanded, "What makes you think you know all about religion?" "I don't pretend to know all about religion, my friend, but I do know what a powerful influence it is for clean and noble living. And if you'll only be fair now, my friend, and give me a chance to tell these other gentlemen what my experience of answers to prayer has been." "Yeah, swell lot of experience you've had, by your looks." "See here, there are others who may want to hear." Though Elmer detested Eddie's sappiness, though he might have liked to share drinks with the lively young baker heckler, there was no really good unctuous violence to be had except by turning champion of religion. The packed crowd excited him, and the pressure of rough bodies, the smell of wet overcoats, the rumble of mob voices, it was all like a football lineup. "Here, you!" he roared at the baker. "Let the fella speak. Give him a chance. Why don't you pick on somebody your own size, you big stiff?" At his elbow, Jim Lefferts begged, "Let's get out of this, hellcat. Good Lord, you ain't going to help a gospel peddler?" Elmer pushed him away and thrust his chest out toward the baker, who was cackling, "I suppose you're a Christer, too." "I would be, if I was worthy." Elmer fully believed it for that delightful moment. "These boys are classmates of mine. They're going to have a chance to speak." Eddie Fisslinger bleated to his mates, "Ah, fellas, Elmer Gantry, saved!" Even this alarming interpretation of his motives could not keep Elmer now from a holy zeal of fighting. He thrust aside the one aged man who stood between him and the baker, bashing in the aged one's derby and making him telescope like a turtleneck, and stood with his fist working like a connecting rod by his side. "If you're looking for trouble," the baker suggested, clumsily wobbling his huge bleached fist. "Not me," observed Elmer, and struck once very judiciously, just at the point of the jaw. The baker shook like a skyscraper in an earthquake and caved to the ground. One of the baker's pals roared, "Come on, we'll kill him, guys," and Elmer caught him on the left ear. It was a very cold ear, and his pal staggered, extremely sick. Elmer looked pleased, but he did not feel pleased. He was almost sober, and he realized that half a dozen young workmen were there about to rush him. Though he had an excellent opinion of himself, he had seen too much football, as played by denominational colleges with the Christian accompaniments of kneeing and gouging, to imagine that he could beat half a dozen workmen all at once. It is doubtful whether he would ever have been led to further association with the Lord and Eddie Fizzlinger had not Providence intervened in its characteristically mysterious way. The foremost of the attackers was just reaching for Elmer when the mob shouted, "Look out! The cops!" The police force of Cato, all three of them, were wedging into the crowd. They were lanky, mustached men with cold eyes. "What's all this row about?" demanded the chief. He was looking at Elmer, who was 3 inches taller than anyone else in the assembly. "Some of these fellows tried to stop a peaceable religious assembly while they tried to roughhouse the reverend here, and I was protecting him," Elmer said. "That's right, Chief. Regular outrage," complained Jim. "That's true, Chief," whistled Eddie Fizzlinger from his box. "Well, you fellows cut it out now. What the hell? Ought to be ashamed of yourselves, bully-ragging a reverend. Go ahead, Reverend." The baker had come to and had been lifted to his feet. His expression indicated that he had been wronged and that he wanted to do something about it, if he could only find out what had happened. His eyes were wild, his hair was a muddy chaos, and his flat, floury cheek was cut. He was too dizzy to realize that the chief of police was before him, and his fuming mind stuck to the belief that he was destroying all religion. "Yeah, you're one of them wishy-washy preachers, too," he screamed at Elmer, just as one of the lanky policemen reached out an arm of incredible length and nipped him. The attention of the crowd warmed Elmer, and he expanded it. He rubbed his mental hands in its blaze. "Maybe I ain't a preacher. Maybe I'm not even a good Christian," he cried. "Maybe I've done a whole lot of things I oughtn't to have done. But let me tell you, I respect religion." "Oh, amen. Praise the Lord," from Eddie Fizzlinger. "And I don't suppose to let anybody interfere with it." "What else have we got except religion to give us hope?" "Praise the Lord. Oh, bless his name." "Of ever leading decent lives. Tell me that, will you? Just tell me that." Elmer was addressing the chief of police, who admitted, "Yeah, I guess that's right. Well, now, we'll let the meeting go on, and if any more of you fellas interrupt," this completed the chief's present ideas on religion and mob violence. He looked sternly at everybody within reach and stalked through the crowd to return to the police station and resume his game of 7-Up. Eddie was roaring into enchanted eloquence. "Oh, my brethren, now you see the power of the Spirit of Christ to stir up all that is noblest and best in us. You have heard the testimony of our brother here, Brother Gantry, to the one and only way to righteousness. When you get home, I want each and every one of you to dig out the old book and turn to the Song of Solomon, where it tells about the love of the Savior of the church. Turn to the Song of Solomon, the 4th chapter and the 10th verse, where it says, where Christ is talking about the church, and he says, Song of Solomon, the 4th chapter and 10th verse, how fair is thy love, my sister, my spouse, how much better is thy love than wine. Oh, the unspeakable joy of finding the joys of salvation. You have heard our brother's testimony. We know him as a man of power, as a brother to all them that are oppressed, and now that he has had his eyes opened and his ears unstopped, and he sees the need of confession and of humble surrender before the throne, Oh, this is a historic moment in the life of Elmer Gantry. Oh, brother, be not afraid. Come, step up here beside me and give testimony. God, we better get out of here quick, panted Jim. Gee, yes, Elmer roared, and they edged back through the crowd while Eddie Fizzlinger's piping pursued them like an icy and penetrating rain. Don't be afraid to acknowledge the leading of Jesus. Are you boys going to show yourselves too cowardly to risk the sneers of the ungodly? Well, they were safely out of the crowd, walking with severe countenances and great rapidity back to the old home sample room. That was a dirty trick of Eddie's, said Jim. God certainly was, trying to convert me right there before those muckers. If I ever hear another yip out of Eddie, I'll knock his block off. Nerve of him, trying to lead me up to any mourner's bench. Fat chance. I'll fix him. Come on, show a little speed, asserted his brother to all of them that were oppressed. By the time for their late evening train, the sound of conversation of the bartender and the sound qualities of his bourbon had caused Elmer and Jim to forget Eddie Fizzlinger and the horrors of undressing religion in public. They were the more shocked then, swaying in their seats in the smoker, to see Eddie standing by them, Bible in hand, backed by his two beaming partners in evangelism. Eddie bared his teeth, smiled all over his watery eyes, and caroled, "Oh, brothers, you do not know how wonderful you were tonight. But, oh, boys, now you've taken the first step, why do you put it off? Why do you hesitate? Why do you keep the Savior suffering as he waits for you, longs for you? He needs you, boys, with your splendid powers and intellects that we admire so." "This air," observed Jim Lefferts, "is getting too thick for me. I seem to smell a particular and a fish-like smell." He slipped out of his seat and marched toward the forward car. Elmer sought to follow him, but Eddie had flopped into Jim's place and was blithely speaking on, while the other two hung over them with tender YMCA smiles, very discomforting to Elmer's queasy stomach as the train bumped on. For all his brave words, Elmer had none of Jim's resolute contempt for the church. He was afraid of it. It connoted his boyhood, his mother, drained by early widowhood and drudgery, finding her only emotion in hymns and the Bible, and weeping when he failed to study his Sunday school lesson. The church, full 30 dizzy feet up to its curiously carven rafters, and the preachers so overwhelming in their wallowing voices, so terrifying in their pictures of little boys who stole watermelons or indulged in biological experiments behind barns. The all-oppressed moment of his second conversion at the age of 11, when, weeping with embarrassment and the prospect of losing so much fun, surrounded by solemn and whiskered adult faces, he had signed a pledge binding him to give up forever the joys of profanity, alcohol, cards, dancing, and the theater. These clouds hung behind and over him for all his boldness. Eddie Fizzlinger, the human being he despised, he considered him a grasshopper, and with satisfaction considered stepping on him. But Eddie Fizzlinger, the gospeler, fortified with such a pebble-leather Bible, bookmarks of a fringed silk and celluloid smirking from the pages, as his Sunday school teachers had wielded when they assured him that God was always creeping about to catch small boys in their secret thoughts. This armored Eddie was an official, and Elmer listened to him uneasily, never quite certain that he might not yet find himself a dreadful person leading a pure and boresome life in a clean frock coat. "And remember," Eddie was squealing, "how terribly dangerous it is to put off the hour of salvation. Watch therefore, for you know not what hour your Lord doth come," it says. Suppose this train were wrecked tonight? The train, ungraciously, took that second to lurch on a curve. "You see? Where would you spend eternity, Hellcat? Do you think that any sporting around is fun enough to burn in hell for?" "Oh, cut it out. I know all that stuff. There's a lot of arguments. You wait till I get Jim to tell you what Bob Ingersoll said about hell. Yes, sure. And you remember that on his deathbed, Ingersoll called his son to him and repented and begged his son to hurry and be saved and burn all his wicked writings. Well, thunder, I don't feel like talking religion tonight. Cut it out. But Eddie did feel like talking religion, very much so. He waved his Bible enthusiastically and found ever so many uncomfortable texts. Elmer listened as little as possible, but he was too feeble to make threats. It was a golden relief when the train bumped to a stop at Gritzmacher Springs. The station was a greasy wooden box. The platform was thick with slush under the kerosene lights. But Jim was awaiting him, a refuge from confusing theological questions, and with a furious "G'night" to Eddie, he staggered off. Why didn't you make him shut his trap? Demanded Jim. Why'd you take a sneak for? I told him to shut up, and he shut up, and I snoozed all the way back, and ow, my head. Don't walk too fast. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Elmer Gantry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 2, Part 1. For years, the state of sin in which dwelt Elmer Gantry and Jim Lefferts had produced fascinated despair in the Christian hearts of Terwilliger College. No revival, but had flung its sulphur-soaked arrows at them, usually in their absence. No prayer at the YMCA meetings had but worried over their staggering folly. Elmer had been known to wince when President, the Reverend Dr. Willoughby Quarles, was especially gifted with messages at morning chapel, but Jim had held him firm in the faith of unfaith. Now, Eddie Fislinger, like a prairie seraph, sped from room to room of the elect with the astounding news that Elmer had publicly professed religion and that he had endured 39 minutes of private adjuration on the train. Instantly started a holy plotting against the miserable sacrificial lamb, and all over Gritzmacher Springs, in the studies of ministerial professors, in the rooms of students, in the small prayer meeting room behind the chapel auditorium, joyous souls conspired with the Lord against Elmer's serene and zealous sinning. Everywhere through the snowstorm you could hear murmurs of, "There is more rejoicing over one sinner who repenteth." Even collegians not particularly esteemed for their piety, suspected of playing cards and secret smoking, were stirred to ecstasy, or it may have been sniggering. The football center, in unregenerate days a companion of Elmer and Jim, but now engaged to marry a large sanctified Swedish co-ed from Chanute, rose voluntarily in the YMCA and promised God to help him win Elmer's favor. The spirit waxed most fervent in the abode of Eddie Fislinger, who was now recognized as a future prophet, likely, some day, to have under his inspiration one of the larger Baptist churches in Wichita or even Kansas City. He organized an all-day and all-night prayer meeting on Elmer's behalf, and it was attended by the more ardent, even at the risk of receiving cuts and uncivilized remarks from instructors. On the bare floor of Eddie's room, over Canute Halversted's paint shop, from 3 to 16 young men knelt at a time, and no 1800 revival saw more successful wrestling with the harassed Satan. In fact, one man, suspected of holy roller sympathies, managed to have the jerks, and while they felt that this was carrying things rather further than the Lord and the Baptist Association would care to see, It added excitement to the praying at 3 o'clock in the morning, particularly as they were all of them extraordinarily drunk on coffee and eloquence. By morning they felt sure that they had persuaded God to attend to Elmer, and though it is true that Elmer himself had slept quite soundly all night, unaware of the prayer meeting or of divine influences, it was but an example of the patience of the heavenly powers. And immediately after, those powers began to move. To Elmer's misery and Jim's stilled fury, their sacred room was invaded by hordes of men with uncombed locks on their foreheads, ecstasy in their eyes, and Bibles under their arms. Elmer was safe nowhere. No sooner had he disposed of one disciple by the use of spirited and blasphemous arguments, patiently taught to him by Jim, than another would pop out from behind a tree and fall on him. But his boarding house, Mother Metzger's, over on Beach Street, a YMCA dervish crowed as he passed the bread to Elmer, "J'ever steady a kernel of wheat? It's wonderful. Think a wonderful intricate thing like that created itself? Somebody must have created it. Who? Why, God. Anybody that don't recognize God in nature and acknowledge him in repentance is dumb. That's what he is." Instructors who had watched Elmer's entrance into classrooms with nervous fury now smirked on him and with tenderness heard the statement that he wasn't quite prepared to recite. The president himself stopped Elmer on the street and called him "my boy," and shook his hand with an affection which, Elmer anxiously assured himself, he had certainly had done nothing to merit. He kept assuring Jim that he was in no danger, but Jim was alarmed, and Elmer himself more alarmed with each hour, each new greeting of, "We need you with us, old boy. The world needs you." Jim did well to dread. Elmer had always been in danger of giving up his favorite diversions, not exactly giving them up, perhaps, but of sweating in agony after enjoying them. But for Jim, and his remarks about co-eds who prayed in public and drew their hair back rebukingly from egg-like foreheads, one of these sirens of mortality might have snared the easygoing, pangenistic Elmer by proximity. A dreadful young woman from Mexico, Missouri, used to coax Jim to tell his funny ideas about religion, and go off in neighs of pious laughter while she choked, "Oh, you're just too cute. You don't mean a word you say. You simply want to show off." She had a deceptive sidelong look which actually promised nothing whatever this side of the altar, and she might, but for Jim's struggles, have led Elmer into an engagement. The church and Sunday school at Elmer's village, Paris, Kansas, a settlement of 900 evangelical Germans and Vermonters, had nurtured in him a fear of religious machinery which he could never lose, which restrained him from such reasonable acts as butchering Eddie Fizzlinger. That small, pasty-white Baptist church had been the center of all his emotions, aside from hell-raising, hunger, sleepiness, and love. And even these emotions were represented in the house of the Lord in the way of tacks in pew cushions, missionary suppers with chicken pie and angel's food cake, soporific sermons, and the proximity of flexible little girls in thin muslin. But the arts and the sentiments and the sentimentalities, they were, for Elmer, perpetually associated only with the church. Except for circus bands, 4th of July parades, and the singing of "Columbia, the Gem of the Ocean," and jingle bells in school, all the music which the boy Elmer had ever heard was in church. The church provided his only oratory except for campaign speeches by politicians ardent about Jefferson and the price of binding wine. It provided all his painting and sculpture, except for the portraits of Lincoln, Longfellow, and Emerson in the school building, and the 2 china statuettes of pink ladies with gilt flower baskets which stood on his mother's bureau. From the church came all his profounder philosophy, except the teacher's admonitions that little boys who let garter snakes loose in school were certain to be licked now and hanged later, and his mother's stream of opinions on hanging up his overcoat, wiping his feet, eating fried potatoes with his fingers, and taking the name of the Lord in vain. If he had sources of literary inspiration outside the church, in McGuffey's Reader he encountered the boy who stood on the burning deck, and he had a very pretty knowledge of the Nick Carter series and the exploits of Cole Younger and the James boys. Yet here, too, the church had guided him. In Bible stories, in the words of the great hymns, in the anecdotes which the various preachers quoted, he had his only knowledge of literature. The story of little lame Tom, who shamed the wicked rich man that owned the handsome team of grays, and the pothead that led him to Jesus. The ship's captain who in the storm took counsel with the orphaned but righteous child of missionaries in Zombala. The faithful dog who saved his master during a terrific conflagration, only sometimes it was a snowstorm or an attack by Indians, and roused him to give up horse racing, rum, and playing the harmonica. How familiar they were, how thrilling, how explanatory to Elmer of the purposes of life, how preparatory for his future usefulness and charm. The church, the Sunday school, the evangelistic orgy, choir practice, raising the mortgage, the delights of funerals, the snickers in back pews in the other room at weddings, they were as natural and inescapable a mold of manners to Elmer as Catholic processionals to a street gamin in Naples. The Baptist Church of Paris, Kansas, 1,000 blurred but indestructible pictures. Hymns. Elmer's voice was made for hymns. He rolled them out like a Negro. The organ thunder of Nicaea, holy, 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 all the saints adore thee, casting down their golden crowns around the glassy sea. The splendid rumble of the doxology, throw out the lifeline, with this picture of a wreck pounded in the darkness by surf which the prairie child imagined as 100 feet high. Onward, Christian soldiers, to which you could without rebuke stomp your feet. Sunday school picnics, lemonade and four-legged races, and the ride on the hayrack singing, "See Nellie Home." Sunday school text cards. True, they were chiefly a medium of gambling, but as Elmer usually won the game, he was the first boy in Paris to own a genuine pair of loaded dice. He had plenty of them in his gallery, and they gave him taste for gaudy robes, for marble columns, and the purple-broidered palace of kings, which was later to be of value in quickly habituating himself to the more decorative homes of vice. The 3 kings bearing caskets of ruby and sardonyx, King Zedekiah in gold and scarlet, kneeling on a carpet of sapphire blue, while his men-at-arms came fleeing and blood-stained, red blood on glancing steel, with tidings of the bannered host of Nebuchadnezzar, great king of Babylon. And all his life, Elmer remembered in moments of ardor, during oratorios in huge churches, during sunset at sea, a black-bearded David, standing against raw red cliffs, a heroic figure and summoning to ambition, to power, to domination. Sunday school Christmas Eve, the exhilaration of staying up and publicly till 9:30. The tree incredibly tall, also incredibly flammable, flashing with silver cords, with silver stars, with cotton batting snow. The 2 round stoves red hot, lights and lights and lights. Pails of candy, and for every child in the school a present, usually a book, very pleasant, with colored pictures of lambs and volcanoes. The Santa Claus, He couldn't possibly be Lorenzo Nickerson, the house painter. So bearded was he, and red-cheeked, and so witty in his comment on each child as it marched up for its present. The enchantment, sheer magic of the ladies' quartet, singing of shepherds who watched their flocks by nights, brown secret hilltops under one fast star, and the devastating morning when the preacher himself, the Reverend Wilson Hinckley Skaggs, caught Elmer matching for Sunday school contribution pennies on the front steps, and led him up the aisle for all to giggle at, with a sharp and not very clean ministerial thumbnail gouging his earlobe. And the other passing preachers, Brother Organdy, who got you to saw his wood free, Brother Blunt, who sneaked behind barns to catch you on Halloween, Brother Ingle, who was zealous, but young and actually human, and who made whistles from hollow branches for you. And the morning when Elmer concealed an alarm clock behind the organ, and it went off magnificently, just as the superintendent, Dr. Prouty, the dentist, was whimpering, "Now let us all be particularly quiet as Sister Holbrook leads us in prayer." And always the 3 chairs that stood behind the pulpit, the intimidating stiff chairs of yellow plush and carved oak borders, which, as he was uneasily sure, were waiting for the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. He had, in fact, got everything from the church and Sunday school, except, perhaps, any longing whatever for decency and kindness and reason.
Part 2. Even had Elmer not known their church by habit, he would have been led to it by his mother. Aside from his friendship for Jim Lefferts, Elmer's only authentic affection was for his mother, and she was owned by the church. She was a small woman, energetic, nagging but kindly, once given to passionate caresses and now to passionate prayer, and she had an unusual courage. Early left a widow by Logan Gantry, dealer in feed, flour, lumber, and agricultural implements, a large and agreeable man to debts and whiskey, she had supported herself and Elmer by sewing, trimming hats, baking bread, and selling milk. She had her own millinery and dressmaking shop now, narrow and dim, but proudly set right on Main Street, and she was able to give Elmer the $300 a year which, with his summer earnings in harvest field and lumber yard, was enough to support him in Terwilliger in 1902. She had always wanted Elmer to be a preacher. She was jolly enough and no fool about pennies in making change, but for a preacher standing up on a platform in a long-tailed coat, she had gaping awe. Elmer had since the age of 16 been a member in good standing of the Baptist Church. He had been mostly satisfactorily immersed in the Cayuga River. Large though Elmer was, the evangelist had been a powerful man who had not only ducked him, but in sacred enthusiasm had held him under, so that he came up sputtering in a state of grace and muddiness. He had also been saved several times, and once, when he had pneumonia, he had been esteemed by the pastor and all visiting ladies as rapidly growing in grace. But he had resisted his mother's desire that he become a preacher. He would have had to give up his entertaining vices, and with wide-eyed and panting happiness, he was discovering more of them every year. Equally, he felt lumbering and shamed whenever he had to stand up before his tittering gang in Paris and appear pious. It was hard, even in college days, to withstand his mother. Though she came only to his shoulders, such was her bustling vigor, her swift shrewdness of tone, such the gallantry of her long care for him, that he was afraid of her as he was afraid of Jim Lefferts' scorn. He never dared honestly to confess his infidelity, but he grumbled, "Oh, gee, Ma, I don't know. Trouble is, fellas don't make much money preaching. Gee, there's no hurry. Don't have to decide yet." And she knew now that he was likely to become a lawyer. Well, that wasn't so bad, she felt. Someday he might go to Congress and reform the whole nation into a pleasing likeness of Kansas. But if he could only become part of the mysteries that hovered about the communion table. She had talked him over with Eddie Fislinger. Eddie came from a town 12 miles from Paris. Though it might be years before he was finally ordained as a minister, Eddie had by his home congregation been given a license to preach as early as his sophomore year in Terwilliger. And for a month, one summer, while Elmer was out in the harvest fields or the swimming pool or robbing orchard, Eddie had earnestly supplied the Baptist pulpit in Paris. Mrs. Gantry consulted him, and Eddie instructed her with the dignity of 19. Oh, yes, Brother Gantry was a fine young man, so strong. They all admired him, a little too much tempted by the vain gods of this world, but that was because he was young. Oh, yes, someday Elmer would settle down and be a fine Christian husband and father and businessman. But as to the ministry, no. Mrs. Gantry must not too greatly meddle with these mysteries. It was up to God. A fellow had to have a call before he felt his vocation for the ministry. A real, overwhelming, mysterious knockdown call, such as Eddie himself had ecstatically experienced one evening in a cabbage patch. No, not think of that. Their task was now to get Elmer into a real state of grace, and that, Eddie assured her, looked to him like a good deal of a job. Undoubtedly, Eddie explained, when Elmer had been baptized at 16, he had felt the invitation, and the burden of his sins had been lifted. But he had not, Eddie doubted, entirely experienced salvation. He was not really in a state of grace. He might almost be called unconverted. Eddie diagnosed the case completely with all the proper pathological terms. Whatever difficulties he may have had with philosophy, Latin, and calculus, there had never been a time since the age of 12 when Eddie Fislinger had had difficulty in understanding what the Lord God Almighty wanted, and why, all through history, he had acted thus or thus. "I should be the last to condemn athletics," said Eddie. "We must have strong bodies to endure the burden and the sweat of carrying the gospel to the world. But at the same time, it seems to me that football tends to detract from religion. I'm a little afraid that just at present Elmer is not in a state of grace. But, oh, sister, don't let us worry and travail. Let us trust the Lord. I'll go to Elmer myself and see what I can do." That must have been the time, it certainly was during that vacation, between their sophomore and junior years, when Eddie walked out to the farm where Elmer was working and looked at Elmer, bulky and hayseedy in a sleeveless undershirt, and spoke reasonably of the weather and walked back again. Whenever Elmer was at home, though he tried affectionately to live out his mother's plan of life for him, though without very much grumbling, he went to bed at 9:30, whitewashed the hen house, and accompanied her to church. Yet Mrs. Gantry suspected that sometimes he drank beer, and doubted about Jonah, and uneasily Elmer heard her sobbing as she knelt by her high-swelling, white-counterpaned, old-fashioned bed. With alarmed evangelistic zeal, Jim Lefferts struggled to keep Elmer true to the faith after his exposure to religion in defending Eddie at Cato. He was, on the whole, rather more zealous and fatiguing than Eddie. Nights when Elmer longed to go to sleep, Jim argued. Mornings when Elmer should have been preparing his history, Jim read aloud from Ingersoll and Thomas Paine. "How are you going to explain a thing like this? How are you going to explain it?" begged Jim. It says here in Deuteronomy that God chased these yids around in the desert for 40 years, and their shoes didn't even wear out. That's what it says right in the Bible. You believe a thing like that? And do you believe that Samson lost all his strength just because his gal cut off his hair? Or do you think hair had anything to do with his strength? Jim raced up and down the stuffy room, kicking chairs, his normally bland eyes feverish, his forefinger shaken in wrath, while Elmer sat humped on the edge of the bed, his forehead in his hands, rather enjoying having his soul fought for. To prove that he was still a sound and free-thinking stalwart, Elmer went out with Jim one evening, and at considerable effort they carried off a small outhouse and placed it on the steps of the administration building. Elmer almost forgot to worry after the affair of Eddie and Dr. Lefferts. Jim's father was a medical practitioner in an adjoining village. He was a plump, bearded, bookish, merry man, very proud of his atheism. It was he who had trained Jim in the faith and in his choice of liquor. He had sent Jim to this denominational college partly because it was cheap and partly because it tickled his humor to watch his son stir up the fretful complacency of the saints. He dropped in and found Elmer and Jim agitatedly awaiting the arrival of Eddie. "Eddie said," wailed Elmer, "he said that he was coming up to see me, and he'll haul out some more of these proofs that I'm going straight to hell. Gosh, Doctor, I don't know what's got into me. You better examine me. I must have anemics or something. Why, one time if Eddie Fizzlinger had smiled at me, damn him. Think of him caring to smile at me. If he had said he was coming to my room, I'd have told him, 'Like hell you will,' and I'd have kicked him in the shins." Dr. Lefferts purred in his beard. His eyes were bright. "I'll give your friend Fizzlinger a run for his money, and for the inconsequential sake of the non-existent heaven, Jim, try not to look surprised when you find your respectable father being pious." When Eddie arrived, he was introduced to a silkily cordial Dr. Lefferts, who shook his hand with that lengthiness and painfulness common to politicians, salesmen, and the godly. The doctor had rejoiced. "Brother Fizzlinger, my boy here and Elmer tell me that you've been trying to help them see the true Bible religion." "I've been seeking to." "It warms my soul to hear you say that, Brother Fizzlinger. You can't know what a grief it is to an old man tottering to the grave, to one whose only solace now is prayer and Bible reading." Dr. Lefferts had sat up till 4 a.m. 3 nights ago playing poker and discussing biology with his cronies, the probate judge and the English stock breeder. What a grief it is to him that his only son, James Blaine Lefferts, is not a true believer. But perhaps you can do more than I can, Brother Fizzlinger. They think I'm a fanatical old fogey. Now let me see. You're a real Bible believer? "Oh, yes." Eddie looked triumphantly at Jim, who was leaning against the table, his hands in his pockets, as expressionless as wood. Elmer was curiously hunched up in the Morris chair, his hands over his mouth. The doctor said approvingly, "Well, that's splendid. You believe every word of it, I hope, from cover to cover?" "Oh, yes. What I always say is, it's better to have the whole Bible than a Bible full of holes." "Why, that's a real thought, Brother Fizzlinger. I must remember that to tell any of those alleged higher critics, if I ever meet any. Bible whole, not Bible full of holes. Oh, that's a fine thought and cleverly expressed. You made it up?" "Well, not actually." I see. Well, that's splendid. Now, of course you believe in the pre-millennial coming. I mean the real, authentic, genuine, immediate bodily premillennial coming of Jesus Christ? Oh, yes, sure. And the virgin birth? Oh, you bet. That's splendid. Of course, there are doctors who question whether the virgin birth is quite in accordance with their experience of obstetrics, but I tell those fellows, look here, how do you know it's true? Because it says so in the Bible, and if it weren't true, do you suppose it would say so in the Bible? That certainly shuts them up. They have precious little to say after that. By this time, a really beautiful, bounteous fellowship was flowing between Eddie and the doctor, and they were looking with pity on the embarrassed faces of the two heretics left out in the cold. Dr. Lefferts tickled his beard and crooned, "And of course, Brother Fizzlinger, you believe in infant damnation." Eddie explained, "No, that's not a Baptist doctrine." You, the good doctor choked, tugged at his collar, panted, and wailed, "It's not a Baptist doctrine. You don't believe in infant damnation?" "Why, no." "Then God help the Baptist Church and the Baptist doctrine. God help us all in these unregenerate days that we should be contaminated by such infidelity." Eddie sweat while the doctor patted his plump hands and agonized. "Look you here, my brother. It's very simple. Are we not saved by our being washed in the blood of the Lamb, and by that alone, by his blessed sacrifice alone?" "Why, yes, but—" "Then either we are a washed white and saved, or else we are not washed and we are not saved. That's the simple truth, and all weaklings and explanations and hemming and hawing about this clear and beautiful truth are simply of the devil, brother. And at what moment does a human being, in all his inevitable sinfulness, become subject to baptism and salvation? At 2 months? At 9 years? At 16? At 47? At 99? No, the moment he is born. And so if he be not baptized, then he must burn in hell forever. What does it say in the good book? For there is none other name under heaven given among men whereby we must be saved. It may seem a little hard of God to try to fry the beautiful little babies, but then think of the beautiful women whom he loves to roast there for edification of the saints. Oh, brother, now I understand why Jimmy here and poor Elmer are lost to the faith. It's because professed Christians like you give them this emasculated religion. Why, it's fellows like you who break down the dike of true belief and open a channel for higher criticism and Sabellianism, and nymphomania, and agnosticism, and heresy, and Catholicism, and Seventh-day Adventism, and all those horrible German inventions. Once you begin to doubt, the wicked work is done. Oh, Jim, Elmer, I told you to listen to our friend here, but now that I find him practically a free thinker— The doctor staggered to a chair. Eddie stood gaping. It was the first time in his life that anyone had accused him of feebleness in the faith, of under-strictness. He was smirkingly accustomed to being denounced as over-strict. He had almost as much satisfaction out of denouncing liquor as other collegians had out of drinking it. He had, partly from his teachers and partly right out of his own brain, any number of good answers to classmates who protested that he was old-fashioned in belaboring domino playing, open communion, listening to waltz music, wearing a gown in the pulpit, taking a walk on Sunday, reading novels, transubstantiation, and those other devices of the devil called moving pictures. He could frighten almost any Laodicean, but to be called shaky himself, to be called heretic and a slacker, for that inconceivable attack he had no retort. He looked at the agonized doctor. He looked at Jim and Elmer, who were obviously distressed at his fall from spiritual leadership, and he fled to secret prayer. He took his grief presently to President Quarles, who explained everything perfectly. "But this doctor quoted Scripture to prove his point," bleated Eddie. "Don't forget, Brother Fizzlinger, that the devil can quote Scripture to his purpose." Eddie thought that was a very nice thought, and very nicely expressed, and though he was not altogether sure that it was from the Bible, he put it away for future use in sermons. But before he was sufficiently restored to go after Elmer again, Christmas vacation had arrived. When Eddie had gone, Elmer laughed far more heartily than Jim or his father. It is true that he hadn't quite understood what it was all about. Why, sure, Eddie had said it right. Infant damnation wasn't a Baptist doctrine. It belonged to some of the Presbyterians, and everybody knew the Presbyterians had a lot of funny beliefs. But the doctor certainly had done something to squelch Eddie, and Elmer felt safer than for many days. He continued to feel safe up till Christmas vacation. And then someone, presumably Eddie, had informed Eddie's mother of his new and promising Christian status. He himself had been careful to keep such compromising rumors out of his weekly letters home. Through all the vacation he was conscious that his mother was hovering closer to him than usual, that she was waiting to snatch at his soul if he showed weakening. Their home pastor, the Reverend Mr. Aker, known in Paris as Reverend Aker, shook hands with him at the church door with approval as incriminating as the affection of his instructors at Terwilliger. Unsupported by Jim, aware that at any moment Eddie might pop in from his neighboring town and be accepted as an ally by Mrs. Gantry, Elmer spent a vacation in which there was but little peace. To keep his morale up, he gave particularly earnest attention to Bottle Pool and to the daughter of a nearby farmer. But he was in dread lest these be the last sad ashen days of his naturalness. It seemed menacing that Eddie should be on the same train back to college. Eddie was with another exponent of piety, and he said nothing to Elmer about the delights of hell. But he and his companion secretly giggled with a confidence more than dismaying. Jim Lefferts did not find in Elmer's face the conscious probity and steadfastness which he had expected. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Elmer Gantry, Parts 1 and 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis, Chapter 3, Parts 1 and 2. Part 1. Early in January was the annual College YMCA Week of Prayer. It was a country-wide event, but in Terwilliger College it was of special power that year because they were privileged to have with them for 3 days none other than Judson Roberts, State Secretary of the YMCA, and a man of great personality as well as officially. He was young, Mr. Roberts, only 34, but already been known throughout the land. He had always been known. He had been a member of a star University of Chicago football team. He had played varsity baseball and had been captain of the debating team, and at the same time he had commanded the YMCA. He had been known as the praying fullback. He still kept up his exercise. He was said to have boxed privily with Jim Jeffries, and he had mightily increased his praying. A very friendly leader he was, and mindful. Hundreds of college men throughout Kansas called him Old Judd. Between prayer meetings at Terwilliger, Judson Roberts sat in the Bible history seminar room at a long table under a bilious map of the Holy Land and had private conferences with the men students. A surprising number of them came edging in,
trembling, with averted eyes, to ask advice about a secret practice. And old Judd seemed amazingly able to guess their trouble before they got going. He was very manly and jolly. "Well, now, old boy, I'll tell you terrible thing, all right. But I've met quite a few cases, and you just want to buck up and take it to the Lord in prayer. Remember that He is able to help unto the utmost. Now, the first thing you want to do is get rid of, I'm afraid that you have some pretty nasty pictures, and maybe a juicy book hidden away. No, haven't you, old boy?" How could old Judd have guessed? What a corker. "That's right. I've got a swell plan, old boy. Make a study of missions, and think how clean and pure and manly you'd want to be if you're going to carry the joys of Christianity to a lot of poor gazebos that are under the evil spell of Buddhism and a lot of those heathen religions. Would you want to be able to look 'em straight in the eye and shame 'em? Next thing to do is to get a lot of exercise. Get out and run like hell. And then cold baths, darn cold. There now, rising with ever so manly a handshake. Now skip along, and remember, with a tremendous and fetching virile laugh, just run like hell." Jim and Elmer heard old Judd in chapel. He was tremendous. He told them a jolly joke about a man who kissed a girl, yet he rose to feathered heights when he described the beatitude of real ungrudging prayer, in which a man was big enough to be as a child. He made them tearful over the gentleness with which he described the Christ child, wandering, lost by his parents, yet the next moment he had them stretching with admiration as he arched his big shoulder muscles and observed that he could knock the block off any sneering, sneaking, lying, beer-bloated bully who should dare to come up to him in a meeting and try to throw a monkey wrench into the machinery by dragging out a lot of contemptible, quibbling, atheistic, smart-aleck doubts. He really did. The young men glowed, used the terms knock the black off and throw a monkey wrench. Oh, he was a Lulu, a real red-blooded regular fella. Jim was coming down with the grip. He was unable to pump up even one good sneer. He sat folded up, his chin near his knees, and Elmer was allowed to swell with hero worship. Golly, he thought he had some muscle, but that guy Judson Roberts, zowie, he could put Elmer on the mat 7 falls out of 5. What a football player he must have been. Wee. This Homeric worship he tried to explain to Jim, back in their room, but Jim sneezed and went to bed. The rude bard was left without audience, and he was practically glad when Eddie Fizzlinger scratched at the door and edged in. "Don't want to bother you fellas, but noticed you were at old Judd's meeting this afternoon, and say, you got to come out and hear him again tomorrow evening. Big evening of the week. Say, honest hellcat, don't you think Judd's a real humdinger?" "Yeah, I gotta admit, he's a dandy fellow." "Say, he certainly is, isn't he? He certainly is a dandy fellow, isn't he? Isn't he a peach?" "Yes, he is certainly a peach for a religious crank." "Oh, now, hellcat, don't go calling him names. You'll admit he looks like some football shark." "Yeah, I guess he does at that. I like to have played with him. Wouldn't you like to meet him?" "Well..." At this moment of danger, Jim raised his dizzy head to protest. "He's a holy strike-breaker, one of those thick necks that was born husky and tries to make you think he made himself husky by prayer and fasting. I'd hate to take a chance on any poor little orphan nip of bourbon wandering into old Judd's presence. Yeah, chest-pounder. Why can't you 100-pound shrimps be a big manly Christian like me?" Together they protested against this defilement of the hero, and Eddie admitted that he had ventured to praise Elmer to old Judd, that old Judd seemed enthralled, that old Judd was more than likely, so friendly a great man he was, to run in on Elmer this afternoon. Before Elmer could decide whether to be pleased or indignant, before the enfeebled Jim could get up strength to decide for him, the door was hit by a mighty and hectic wallop, and in strode Judson Roberts, big as a grizzly, jolly as a spaniel pup, and radiant as 10 suns. He set upon Elmer immediately. He had 6 other doubting Thomases, or suspected smokers, to dispose of before 6 o'clock. He was a fair young giant with curly hair and a grin, and with a voice like the bulls of Bashan whenever the strategy called for manliness. But with erring sisters, unless they were too erring, he could be as lulling as woodland violets shaken in the perfumed breeze. "Hello, Hellcat," he boomed. "Shake hands." Elmer had a playful custom of squeezing people's hands till they cracked. For the first time in his life, his own paw felt limp and burning. He rubbed it and looked simple. "Been hearing a lot about you, Hellcat, and you, Jim. Laid out, Jim? Want me to trot out and get a doc?" Old Judd was sitting easily on the edge of Jim's bed, and in the light of that grin, even Jim Lefferts could not be very sour as he tried to sneer. "No, thanks." Roberts turned to Elmer again and gloated. "Well, old son, I've been hearing a lot about you. Gee whillikins, that must have been a great game you played against Thorvaldsen College. They tell me when you hit that line, it gave like a sponge, and when you tackled that big long Swede, he went down like he had been hit by lightning." "Well, it was a good game." "Course, I read about it at the time." "Did you? Honest?" "Of course I wanted to hear more about it and meet you, Hellcat, so I've been asking the boys about you, and say they certainly do give you a great hand. Wish I could have had you with me on my team at old U of Shy. We needed a tackle like you." Elmer basked. "Yes, sir, the boys all been telling me what a dandy fine fellow you are, and what a corking athlete, and what an A1 gentleman. They all say there's just one trouble with you, Elmer lad." "Eh?" "They say you're a coward." "Eh? Who says I'm a coward?" Judson Roberts swaggered across from the bed, stood with his hand on Elmer's shoulder. "They all say it, Hellcat. You see, it takes a sure enough dyed-in-the-wool brave man to be big enough to give Jesus a shot at him and admit he's licked when he tries to fight God. It takes a man with guts to kneel down and admit his worthlessness when all the world is jeering at him. And you haven't got that kind of courage, Elmer." "Oh, you think you're such a big cuss." Old Judd swung him around. Old Judd's hand was crushing his shoulder. "You think you're too husky, too good to associate with the poor little sniveling gospel mongers, don't you? You could knock out any of 'em, couldn't you? Well, I'm one of them. You want to knock me out?" With one swift jerk, Roberts had his coat off, stood with a striped silk shirt, revealing his hogshead torso. "You bet, Hellcat, I'm willing to fight you for the glory of God. God needs you. Can you think of anything finer for a big, husky fellow like you to spend his life bringing poor, weak, sick, scared folks to happiness? Can't you see how the poor little skinny guys and all the kiddies would follow you and praise you and admire you, you old son of a gun? Am I a little sneaking Christian? Can you lick me? You want to fight it out?" "No, gee, Mr. Roberts." "Judson, you big chunk of cheese, old Judd." "No, gee, Judson, I guess you got me trimmed. I pack a pretty good wallop, but I'm not going to take any chance on you." "All right, old son. Still think that all religious folks are crabs?" "No." "And weaklings and pikers?" No. And liars? Oh, no. All right, old boy. Going to allow me to be a friend of yours if I don't butt in on your business? Oh, gee, well, sure. Then there's just one favor I want to ask. Will you come to our big meeting tomorrow night? You don't have to do a thing. If you think we're four-flushers, all right. That's your privilege. Only will you come and not decide we're all wrong beforehand, but really use that big, fine, incisive brain of yours and study us as we are? Will you come? Oh, yes, sure, you bet. Fine, old boy. Mighty proud to have you let me come button in here this informal way. Remember, if you honestly feel I'm using any undue influence on the boys, you come right after me and say so, and I'll be mighty proud of your trusting me to stand the gaff. So long, old Elm. So long, Jim. God bless you. So long, Judd. He was gone. A whirlwind that whisked the inconspicuous herb Eddie Fizzlinger out of the way. And then Jim Lefferts spoke. For a time after Judson Roberts' curtain, Elmer stood glowing, tasting praise. He was conscious of Jim's eyes on his back, and he turned toward the bed defiantly. They stared in a tug-of-war. Elmer gave in with a furious, "Well, then, why didn't you say something while he was here?" To him, talk to a curly wolf when he smells meat? Besides, he's intelligent, that fella. Well, I'm glad to hear you say that because, well, you see, I'll explain how I feel. Oh, no, you won't, sweetheart. You haven't got to the miracle-pulling stage yet. Sure, he's intelligent. I never seen a better exhibition of bunco steering in my life. Sure. He's just crazy to have you come up and kick him in the ear and tell him you've decided you can't give your imprimatur. My what? To his show, and he's to quit and go back to hod carrying. Sure, he read all about your great game with Thorvaldsen, sent off to New York to get that review of reviews, and read more about it. Eddie Fizzlinger never told him a word. He read about your tackling in the London Times, you bet. Didn't he say so? And he's a saved soul. He couldn't lie. And he just couldn't stand it if he didn't become a friend of yours. He can't no more than a couple of 1,000 college boys to spring that stuff on. You bet I believe in the old bearded Jew god. Nobody but him could have made all the idiots that are in the world. Gee, Jim, honest, you don't understand Judd. Oh, no, I don't. When he could be a decent prize fighter and not have to go around with angleworms like Eddie Fizzlinger day after day. And thus till midnight, for all Jim's fevers. But Elmer was at Judson Roberts' meeting next evening, unprotected by Jim, who remained at home in so vile a temper that Elmer had sent in a doctor and sneaked away from the room for the afternoon. Part 2. It was undoubtedly Eddie who wrote or telegraphed to Mrs. Gantry that she would do well to be present at the meeting. Paris was only 40 miles from Gritsmacher Springs. Elmer crept into his room at 6, still wistfully hoping to have Jim's sanction, still ready to insist that if he went to the meeting he would be in no danger of conversion. He had walked miles through the slush, worrying. He was ready now to give up the meeting, to give up Judson's friendship, if Jim would insist. As he wavered in, Mrs. Gantry stood by Jim's lightning-shot bed. "Why, Ma, what are you doing here? What's gone wrong?" Elmer panted. It was impossible to think of her taking a journey for anything less than a funeral. Cozily, "Can't I run up and see my 2 boys if I want to, Elmy? I declare, I believe you'd have killed Jim with all this nasty tobacco air if I hadn't come in and aired the place out. I thought, Elmer Gantry, you weren't supposed to smoke in Terwilliger. By the rules of the college, I thought. Young man, that you lived up to 'em. But never mind. Uneasily, for Jim had never before seen him demoted to childhood, as he always was in his mother's presence, Elmer grumbled, but honest, Ma, what did you come up for? Well, I read about what a nice week of prayer you were going to have, and I thought I'd just like to hear a real big bugs. I've got a vacation coming, too. Now, don't you worry one mite about me. I guess I can take care of myself after all these years. The first traveling I ever done with you, Jim, young man, the time I went to Cousin Adeline's wedding. I just tucked you under one arm, and how you squalled the whole way. Mercy, you like to hear the sound of your own voice then, just like you do now. And I tucked my old valise under the other, and off I went. Don't you worry one mite about me. I'm only going to stay over the night. Got a sale on remnants starting. Going back on number 7 tomorrow. I left my valise at that boarding house right across from the depot. But there's one thing you might do if I tain't too much trouble, Elmy. You know I've been up here at the college once before. I'd feel kind of funny, country bumpkin like me, going alone to that big meeting with all those smart people and everybody there, and I'd be glad if you could come along. Of course he'll go, Mrs. Gantry, said Jim. But before Elmer was carried away, Jim had the chance to whisper, God, do be careful. Remember, I won't be there to protect you. Don't let 'em pick on you. Don't do one single doggone thing they want you to do, and then maybe you'll be safe. As he went out, Elmer looked back at Jim. He was shakily sitting up in bed, his eyes imploring. End of Chapter 3, Parts 1 and 2. Chapter 3, Part 3 of Elmer Gantry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis, Part 3. The climactic meeting of the annual prayer week, to be addressed by President Quarles, 4 ministers, and a rich trustee who was in the pearl button business, with Judson Roberts as star soloist, was not held at the YMCA, but at the largest auditorium in town, the Baptist Church, with hundreds of town people joining the collegians. The church was a welter of brownstone, with Moorish arches and an immense star-shaped window, not yet filled with stained glass. Elmer hoped to be late enough to creep in inconspicuously, but as his mother and he straggled up to the Romanesque portico, students were still outside chattering. He was certain they were whispering, There he is, Hellcat Gantry. Say, is it really true he's under conviction of sin? I thought he cussed out the church more'n anybody in college. Meek though Elmer had been under instruction by Jim, and threats by Eddie and yearnings by his mother, he was not normally given to humility, and he looked at his critics defiantly. I'll show 'em if they think I'm going to sneak in. He swaggered down almost to the front pews, to the joy of his mother, who had been afraid that, as usual, he would hide in the rear, handy to the door if the preacher should become personal. There was a great deal of decoration in the church, which had been endowed by a zealous alumnus after making his strike in Alaskan boarding houses during the gold rush. There were Egyptian pillars with gilded capitals. On the ceiling were gilt stars and clouds more woolen than woolly, and the walls were painted cheerily in 3 strata, green, watery blue, and khaki. It was an echoing and gaping church, and presently it was packed, the aisles full. professors with stringy mustaches and dog-eared Bibles, men students in sweaters or flannel shirts, earnest young women students in homemade muslin with modest ribbons, over-smiling old maids of the town, venerable saints from the back country with beards which partly hid the fact that they wore collars without ties, old women with billowing shoulders, irritated young married couples with broods of babies who crawled, slid, bellowed, and stared with embarrassing wonder at bachelors. 5 minutes later, Elmer would not have had a seat down front. Now he could not escape. He was packed in between his mother and a wheezing fat man, and in the aisle beside his pew stood evangelical tailors and ardent schoolteachers. The congregation swung into "When the Roll is Called Up Younger," and Elmer gave up his frenzied but impractical plans for escape. His mother nested happily beside him, her hand proudly touching his sleeve, and he was stirred by the march and battle of the hymn, "When the trumpet of the Lord shall sound, and time shall be no more, and the morning breaks eternal, bright and fair." They stood for the singing of "Shall We Gather at the River?" Elmer inarticulately began to feel his community with these humble, aspiring people, his own prairie tribe, this gaunt carpenter, a good fellow full of friendly greetings, this farm wife, so courageous, channeled by pioneer labor, this classmate and admirable basketball player, yet now chanting beatifically, his head back, his eyes closed, his voice ringing. Elmer's own people. Could he be traitor to them? Could he resist the current of their united belief and longing? "Yes, we'll gather at the river, the beautiful river. Gather with the saints at the river that flows by the throne of God." Could he endure to be away from them, in the chill void of Jim Lefferts' rationalizing on that day when they would be rejoicing in the warm morning sunshine by the river, rolling to the imperishable throne? And his voice. He had merely muttered the words of the first hymn, boomed out ungrudgingly, "Soon our pilgrimage will cease, soon our happy hearts will quiver with the melody of peace." His mother stroked his sleeve. He remembered that she had maintained he was the best singer she had ever heard. That Jim Lefferts had admitted, "He certainly can make that hymn dope sound as if it meant something." He noted that people nearby looked about with pleasure when they heard his Big Ben dominate the cracked jangling. The preliminaries merely warmed up the audience for Judson Roberts. Old Judd was in form. He laughed, he shouted, he knelt and wept with real tears. He loved everybody. He raced down into the audience and patted shoulders, and for the moment everybody felt that he was closer to them than their closest friends. "Rejoiceth as a strong man to run a race," was his text. Roberts was equally a competent athlete, and he really had skill in invoking pictures. He described the Chicago-Michigan game, and Elmer was lost in him. With him lived the moments of the scrimmage, the long run with the ball, the bleachers rising to him. Robert's voice softened. He was pleading. He was not talking, he said, to weak men who needed coddling into the kingdom, but to strong men, to rejoicing men, to men brave in armor. There was another sort of race more exhilarating than any game, and it led not merely on a big board, but to making of a new world. It led not to newspaper paragraphs, but to glory eternal. Dangerous, calling for strong men, ecstatic, brimming with thrills. The team captained by Christ. No timid Jesus did he preach, but the adventurer who had joy to associate with common men, with reckless fishermen, with captains and rulers, who had dared to face the soldiers in the garden, who had dared the myrmidons of Rome and death itself. Come! Who was gallant? Who had the nerve? Who longed to live abundantly? Let them come. They must confess their sins. They must repent. They must know their own weakness, save as they were reborn in Christ. But they must confess not in heaven-pilfering weakness, but in training for the battle under the wind-torn banners of the mighty captain. Who would come? Who would come? Who was for vision and the great adventure? He was among them, Judson Roberts, with his arms held out, his voice a bugle. Young men sobbed and knelt. A woman shrieked. People were elbowing the standers in the aisles and pushing forward to kneel in agonized happiness, and suddenly they were setting relentlessly on a bewildered Elmer Gantry, who had been betrayed into forgetting himself, into longing to be one with Judson Roberts. His mother was wringing his hand, begging, "Oh, won't you come? Won't you make your old mother happy? Let yourself know the joy of surrender to Jesus." She was weeping, old eyes puckered, and in her weeping was his every recollection of winter dawns, when she had let him stay in bed and brought porridge to him across the icy floor. Winter evenings, when he had awakened to find her still stitching, and that confusing, intimidating hour in the abyss of his first memories, when he had seen her shaken beside a coffin that contained a cold monster in the shape of his father. The basketball player was patting his other arm, begging, "Dear old hellcat, you've never let yourself be happy. You've been lonely. Let yourself be happy with us. You know I'm no mollycoddle. Won't you know the happiness of salvation with us?" A thread-thin old man, very dignified, a man with secret eyes that had known battles and mountain valleys, was holding out his hands to Elmer, imploring with a humility utterly disconcerting. "Oh, come with us. Don't stand there making Jesus big and beg. Don't leave the Christ that died for us standing out in the cold begging." And somehow, flashing through the crowd, Judson Roberts was with Elmer, honoring him beyond all the multitude, appealing for his friendship. Judson Roberts, the gorgeous, beseeching, "Are you going to hurt me, Elmer? Are you going to let me go away miserable and beaten, old man? Are you going to betray me like Judas, when I've offered you my Jesus as the most precious gift I can bring you? Are you going to slap me and defile me and hurt me? Come, think of the joy of being rid of all those nasty little sins that you've felt so ashamed of. Won't you come? Kneel with me. Won't you?" His mother shrieked, "Won't you, Elmer? With him and me, won't you make us happy? Won't you be big enough not to be afraid? See how we're all longing for you, praying for you." "Yes," from around him, from strangers, and "Help me to follow you, brother. I'll go if you will." Voices woven thick, dove-white and terrifying black of morning and lightning-colored, flung around him, blinding him. His mother's pleading, Judson Roberts' tribute. An instant he saw Jim Lefferts and heard him insist, "Why, sure, of course they believe it. They hypnotize themselves, but don't let 'em hypnotize you." He saw Jim's eyes, that for him alone veiled their bright harshness, and became lonely, asking for comradeship. He struggled with all the blubbering confusion of a small boy set on by his elders. Frightened and overwhelmed, he longed to be honest, to be true to Jim, to be true to himself and his own good, honest sins, and whatsoever penalties they might carry. Then the visions were all driven away by voices that closed over him like the surf, above an exhausted swimmer, volitionless, marveling at the sight of himself as a pinioned giant. He was being urged forward, forced forward, his mother on one arm and Judson on the other, a rhapsodic mob following. Bewildered, miserable, false to Jim. But as he came to the row kneeling in front of the first pew, he had a thought that made everything all right. Yes, he could have both. He could keep Judson and his mother, yet retain Jim's respect. He had only to bring Jim also to Jesus. Then all of them would be together in beatitude. Freed from misery by that revelation, he knelt, and suddenly his voice was noisy in confession, while the shouts of the audience, the ejaculations of Judson and his mother, exalted him to hot self-approval and made it seem splendidly right to yield to the mystic fervor. He had but little to do with what he said. The willing was not his, but the mob's. The phrases were not his, but those of the emotional preachers and hysterical worshippers whom he had heard since babyhood. Quote, "O God, oh, I have sinned. My sins are heavy on me. I am unworthy of compassion. O Jesus, intercede for me. O let thy blood that was shed for me be my salvation. O God, I do truly repent of my great sinning, and I do long for the everlasting peace of thy bosom." Close quote. Oh, praise God from the multitude, and praise his holy name. Thank God, thank God, thank God. Oh, hallelujah, brother. Thank the dear, loving God. He was certain that he would never again want to guzzle, to follow loose women, to blaspheme. He knew the rapture of salvation, yes, and of being the center of interest in the crowd. Others about him were beating their foreheads. Others were shrieking, "Lord, be merciful!" And one woman, he remembered her as a strange, repressed, mad-eyed special student who was not known to have any friends, was stretched out, oblivious to the crowd, jerking, her limbs twitching, her hands clenched, panting rhythmically. But it was Elmer, the tallest of the converts, tall as Judson Roberts, whom all the students and most of the town people found important, who found himself important. His mother was crying, "Oh, this is the happiest hour of my life, dear. This makes up for everything." To be able to give her such delight. Judson was clawing Elmer's hand, whooping, "Like to had you on the team at Chicago, but I'm a lot gladder to have you with me on Christ's team. If you knew how proud I am to be thus linked forever with Judson." Elmer's embarrassment was gliding into a robust self-satisfaction. Then the others were crowding on him, shaking his hand, congratulating him. The football center, the Latin professor, the town grocer, President Quarles, his chin whisker vibrant and his shaven upper lip wriggling from side to side, was insisting, "Come, Brother Elmer, stand up on the platform and say a few words to us. You must. We all need it. We're thrilled by your splendid example." Elmer was not quite sure how he got through the converts up to the steps to the platform. He suspected afterward that Judson Roberts had done a good deal of trained pushing. He looked down, something of his panic returning, but they were sobbing with affection for him. The Elmer Gantry, who had for years pretended that he relished defying the whole college, had for those same years desired popularity. He had it now. popularity, almost love, almost reverence, overpoweringly his role as leading man. He was stirred to more flamboyant confession. Oh, for the first time, I know the peace of God. Nothing I have ever done has been right, because it didn't lead to the way and the truth. Here I thought I was a good church member, but all the time I hadn't seen the real light. I'd never been willing to kneel down and confess myself a miserable sinner. But I'm kneeling now, and oh, the blessedness of humility. He wasn't, to be quite accurate, kneeling at all. He was standing up very tall and broad, waving his hands, and though what he was experiencing may have been the blessedness of humility, it sounded like his announcements of an ability to lick anybody in any given saloon. But he was greeted with flaming hallelujahs, and he shouted on till he was rapturous and very sweaty. Come on to him now. It was funny that I, who've been such a great sinner, could dare to give you his invitation. But he's almighty and shall prevail, and he giveth his sweet tidings through the mouths of babes and sucklings and the most unworthy. And lo, the strong shall be confounded, and the weak exalted in his sight. It was all the Mithraic phrasing, as familiar as good morning or how are you to the audience, yet he must have put new violence into it, for instead of smiling at the recency of his ardor, looked at him gravely, and suddenly a miracle was beheld. 10 minutes after his own experience, Elmer made his first conversion. A pimply youth, long known as a pool-room tout, leaped up, his greasy face working, shrieked, "Oh God, forgive me!" butted in frenzy through the crowd, ran to the mourner's bench, lay with his mouth frothing in convulsion. Then the hallelujahs rose till they drowned Elmer's accelerated pleading. Then Judson Roberts stood with his arm about Elmer's shoulders. Then Elmer's mother knelt with a light of paradise on her face, and they closed the meeting with a manic pealing of, "Draw me near, blessed Lord, to thy precious bleeding side." Elmer felt himself victorious over life and king of righteousness. But it had been only the devoted, the people who had come early and taken front seats, of whom he had been conscious in his transports. The students who had remained at the back of the church now loitered outside the door in murmurous knots, and as Elmer and his mother passed them, they stared. They even chuckled, and he was suddenly cold. It was hard to give heed to his mother's wails of joy all the way to her boarding house. "Now don't you dare think of getting up early to see me off on the train," she insisted. "All I have to do is just carry my little valise across the street. You'll need your sleep after all the stirring up you've had tonight." I was so proud. I've never known anybody to really wrestle with the Lord like you did. Oh, Elmy, you'll stay true. You've made your old mother so happy. All my life I've sorrowed. I've waited. I've prayed, and now I shan't ever sorrow again. Oh, will you stay true? He threw the last of his emotional reserve into a ringing, "You bet I will, Ma," and kissed her good night. He had no emotion left with which to face walking alone in a cold and realistic night down a street not of shining columns, but of cottages, dumpy amid the bleak snow and unfriendly under the bitter stars. His plan of saving Jim Lefferts, his vision of Jim with reverent and beatific eyes, turned into a vision of Jim with extremely irate eyes and a lot to say. With that vanishment, his own glory vanished. Was I, he wondered, just a plain damn fool? Jim'd warned me they'd nab me if I lost my head. Now I suppose I can't ever even smoke again without going to hell. But he wanted to smoke right now. He had a smoke. It comforted him, but little as he fretted on. There wasn't any fake about it. I really did repent all those darn fool sins, even smoking. I'm going to cut it out. I did feel the peace of God. But can I keep up this speed? Christ, I can't do it. Never take a drink or anything? I wonder if the Holy Ghost really was there and getting after me. I did feel different. I did. Or was it just because Judson and Ma and all those Christers there were whooping it up? Judd Roberts kidded me into it, with all his big brother stuff. Probably pulls it everywhere he goes. Jim will claim oh, damn Jim, too. I got some rights. None of this business if I come out and do the fair square thing. And they did look up to me when I gave them the invitation. It went all fine and dandy. And that kid coming right up and getting saved, mighty few fellas ever pulled off a conversion as soon after their own conversion as I did. Moody or none of them. I bet it busts the record. Yes, sir. Maybe they're right. Maybe the Lord has got some great use for me, even if I ain't always been all I might have been. Some ways. But I was never mean or tough or anything like that. Just had a good time. Now, Jim, what right's he got telling me where I head in? Trouble with him is he thinks he knows it all. I guess these wise old coots that have written all these books about the Bible, I guess they know more than one smart-aleck Kansas agnostic. Yes, sir. The whole crowd turned to me like I was an all-American preacher. Wouldn't be so bad to be a preacher if you had a big church, and a lot easier than digging out law cases and having to put it over a jury and another lawyer, maybe smarter than you are. The crowd have to swallow what you tell them in a pulpit, and no back talk or cross-examination allowed. For a second he snickered, but not nice to talk that way, even if a fellow don't do what's right himself. No excuse for him sneering at fellows that do, like preachers. That's where Jim makes his mistake. Not worthy to be a preacher. But if Jim ever thinks for one single solitary second that I'm afraid to be a preacher because he pulls a lot of guff, I guess I know how I felt when I stood up and had all them folks hollering and rejoicing. I guess I know whether I experienced salvation or not. And I don't require any James Blaine Lefferts to tell me neither. Thus for an hour of dizzy tramping, now colder with doubt than with the prairie wind, now winning back some of the exaltation of a spiritual adventure, but always knowing that he had to confess to an inexorable Jim. End of Chapter 3, Part 3. Chapter 3 of Elmer Gantry, Parts 4 to 8. This is a LibriVox recording, and all LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis. Part 4. It was after 1. Surely Jim would be asleep, and by next day there might be a miracle. Morning always promises miracles. He eased the door open, holding it with a restraining hand. There was a light on the washstand beside Jim's bed, but it was a small kerosene lamp turned low. He tiptoed in, his tremendous feet squeaking. Jim suddenly sat up, turned up the wick. He was red-nosed, red-eyed, and coughing. He stared, and unmoving by the table, Elmer stared back. Jim spoke abruptly. "You son of a sea-cock! You've gone and done it. You've been saved. You let them hornswoggle you into being a Baptist witch doctor. I'm through. You can go to heaven." "Oh, say now, Jim, listen." "I've listened enough. I've got nothing more to say. And now you listen to me," said Jim, and he spoke with tongues for 3 minutes straight. Most of the night they struggled for the freedom of Elmer's soul, with Jim not quite losing, yet never winning. As Jim's face had hovered over the gospel meeting between him and the evangelist, blotting out the vision of the cross, so now the faces of his mother and Judson hung sorrowful and misty before him, a veil across Jim's pleading. Elmer slept 4 hours and went out, staggering with weariness, to bring cinnamon buns, a weenie sandwich, and a tin pail of coffee for Jim's breakfast. They were laboring windily into new arguments, Jim a little more stubborn, Elmer ever more irritable, when no less a dignitary than President the Reverend Dr. Willoughby Quarles, chin whiskers, glacial shirt, bulbous waistcoat, and all, plunged in under the fat, soft wing of the landlady. The president shook hands a number of times with everybody. He eyebrowed the landlady out of the room and boomed in his throaty pulpit voice, with belly rumblings and log-drawn R's and L's, a voice very deep and owlish, most holy and fitting to the temple which he created merely by his presence, rebuking to flippancy and chuckles the puerile cynicisms of the Jim Leffertses, a noise somewhere between the evening bells and the morning jackass. "Oh, Brother Elmer, that was a brave thing you did. I have never seen a braver. For a great strong man of your gladiatorial powers to not be afraid to humble himself. And your example will do a great deal of good, a great deal of good. And we must watch and hold it. You are to speak at the YMCA tonight. Special meeting to reinforce the results of our wonderful prayer week." "Oh, gee, President, I can't," Elmer groaned. "Oh, yes, brother, you must. You must. It's already announced. If you'll go out within the next hour, you'll be gratified to see posters announcing it all over the town." "But I can't make a speech." "The Lord will give you the words if you give the good will. I myself shall call for you at 7:15. God bless you." And he was gone. Elmer was completely frightened, completely unwilling, and swollen with delight that after long dark hours when Jim, an undergraduate, had used him dirtily and thrown the clods at his intellect, the president of Terwilliger College should have welcomed him to that starched bosom as a fellow apostle. While Elmer was making up his mind to do what he had made up his mind to do, Jim crawled into bed and addressed the Lord in a low, poisonous tone. Elmer went out to see the posters. His name was in lovely, large letters. For an hour, late in the afternoon, after various classes in which everyone looked at him respectfully, Elmer tried to prepare his address for the YMCA and affiliated lady worshippers. Jim was sleeping, with a snore like the snarl of a leopard. In his class in public speaking, a course designed to create congressmen, bishops, and sales managers, Elmer had had to produce discourses on taxation, the purpose of God in history, our friend the dog, and the glory of the American Constitution. But his monthly orations had not been too arduous. No one had grieved if he stole all his ideas and most of his phrasing from the encyclopedia. The most important part of preparation had been the lubrication of his polished mahogany voice with throat lozenges after rather steady and totally forbidden smoking. He had learned nothing except the placing of his voice. It had never seemed momentous to impress the 19 students of oratory and the instructor, an unordained licensed preacher who had formerly been a tax assessor in Oklahoma. He had, in public speaking, never been a failure, nor ever for 1 second interesting. Now, sweating very much, he perceived that he was expected to think, to articulate the curious desires whereby Elmer Gantry was slightly different from any other human being, and to rivet together opinions which would not be floated on any tide of hallelujahs. He tried to remember the sermons he had heard, but the preachers had been so easily convinced of their authority as prelates, so frightened with ponderous messages, while he himself, he was not at the moment certain whether he was a missionary who had to pass his surprising new light onto the multitude, or just a sinner for keeps, nothing else, damned if he'd Welsh on old Jim. No, sir, nor Welsh on Juanita, who had stood for him and merely kidded him, no matter how soused and rough and mouthy he might be. Her hug, the way she'd get rid of that Batinsky aunt of Nell's, just to wink at him and give Auntie some song and dance or other and send her out for chow. God, if Juanita were only here, she'd give him the real dope. She'd advise him whether he ought to sell Prexy and the YM to go to hell, or grab this chance to show Eddie Fizzlinger and all those YM highbrows that he wasn't such a bonehead. Oh, no. Here Prexy had said he was the whole cheese, gotten up to a big meeting for him. Prexy Quarles and Juanita? Aber neat. Never get them two together. And Prexy had called in? Suppose it got to the newspapers. Oh, he had saved a tough kid just as good as Justin Roberts could do. Juanita. Fine skirts like her any place, but where would they find a guy that could start in and save souls right off the bat? Chuck all these fool thoughts, now that Jim was asleep, and figure out his spiel. What was that about sweating in the vineyard? Much they might rub it in, and no ginkard ever had a worse time with that sneaking Eddie poking him on one side and Jim lambasting him on the other. Whatever happened, he had to show those yahoos that he could do just as good. Hell, this wasn't buying the baby any shoes. This wasn't getting his spiel done. But what was the doggone thing to be about? Let's see now. Gee, there was a bully thought. Tell him about a strong, husky guy. The huskier he was, the more he could afford to admit that the power of the Holy Ghost had laid him out cold. No, hell, must have something new. Well, kind of new, anyway. He couldn't yell hell. Cut it out. Stay converted no matter how hard it was. He wasn't afraid of Jim and old Judd. They were husky enough to... No, sir, it wasn't old Judd, it was his mother. What did she think if she never saw him with Juanita? Juanita, that sloppy brat, no modesty. Had to get down to brass tacks now. Elmer grasped the edge of his work table. The top cracked. His strength pleased him. He put up his dingy red sweater, smoothed his huge biceps, and again tackled his apostolic labors. Let's see now. The fellows at the Y would expect him to say, I've had it. Nobody ever amounted to a darn, except as, as the inscrutable designs of Providence intended him to be. Elmer was very busy making vast and unformed scrawls in a 10-cent notebook hitherto devoted to German. He darted up, looking scholarly, and gathered his library about him. His Bible, given to him by his mother, his New Testament, given by a Sunday school teacher, his textbooks in weekly Bible and church history, and 1/14 of a 14-volume set of great orations of the world, which, in a rare and alcoholic moment of bibliomania he had purchased in Cato for 17 cents. He piled them and repiled them and tapped them with his fountain pen. His original stimulus had run out entirely. Well, he'd get help from the Bible. It was all inspired, every word, no matter what scoffers like Jim said. He'd take the first text he turned to and talk on that. He opened on, "Now, therefore, Tatnai, governor beyond the river, Shethar Bonzai, and your companions, the Aphoriskites, which are now beyond the river, be ye far from thence." An injunction spirited, but not at present helpful. He returned to pulling his luxuriant hair and scratching. Golly, must be something. The only way of putting it all over life was to understand those forces that the scientists, with their laboratories and everything, couldn't savvy. Put to a real Christian, they were just as easy as rolling off a log. No, he hadn't taken any lab courses except Chemistry 1, so he couldn't know where all these physicists and biologists were boobs. Elmer forlornly began to cross out the lovely scrawls he had made in his notebook. He was irritably conscious that Jim was awake and scoffing. "Having quite a time being holy and informative, hellcat? Why don't you pinch your first sermon from the heathen? You won't be the first up-and-coming young Messiah to do it." Jim shied a thin book at him and sank again into infidel sleep. Elmer picked up the book. It was a selection from the writings of Robert G. Ingersoll. Elmer was indignant. Take his speech from Ingersoll, that rotten old atheist that said, well, anyway, he criticized the Bible and everything. Fellow that couldn't believe the Bible, least he could do was not disturb the faith of others. Darn rotten thing to do. Fat nerve of Jim to suggest his pinching anything from Ingersoll. He'd throw the book in the fire. But anything was better than going on straining his brain. He forgot his woes by drugging himself with heedless reading. He drowsed through page on page of Ingersoll's rhetoric and jesting. Suddenly he sat up, looked suspiciously over at the silenced Jim, and looked suspiciously at heaven. He grunted, hesitated, and began rapidly to copy into the German notebook from Ingersoll. Love is the only bow on life's dark cloud. It is the morning and the evening star. It shines upon the cradle of the babe, and it sheds its radiance upon the silent tomb. It is the mother of art, inspirer of poet, patriot, and philosopher. It is the air and light of every heart, builder of every home, kinder than every fire on every hearth. It was the first to dream of immortality. It fills the world with melody, for music is the voice of love. Love is the magician, the enchanter, that changes worthless things to joy and makes right royal kings and queens of common clay. It is the perfume of the wondrous flower, the heart. And without that sacred passion, that divine swoon, we are less than beasts. But with it, earth is heaven, and we are gods. Only for a moment while he was copying did he look doubtful. Then, rats! Chances are nobody here tonight has ever read Ingersoll again him. Besides, I'll kind of change it around. Part 5. When President Quarles called for him, Elmer's exhortation was outlined, but he had changed to his Sunday best blue serge, double-breasted suit, and sleeked his hair. As they departed, Jim called Elmer back from the hall to whisper, "Say, hellcat, you won't forget to give credit to Ingersoll and to me for tipping you off, will you?" "You go to hell," said Elmer. Part 6. There was a sizable and extremely curious gathering at the YMCA. All day the campus had debated, Did Hellcat really, sure enough, get saved? Is he going to cut out his hell-raising? Every man he knew was present, their gaping mouths dripping question marks, grinning or doubtful. Their leers confused him, and he was angry at being introduced by Eddie Fizzlinger, president of the YMCA. He started coldly, stammering, but Ingersoll had provided the beginning of his discourse, and he warmed to give the splendor of his own voice. He saw the audience in the curving YMCA auditorium as a radiant cloud, and he began to boom confidently. He began to add to his outline impressive ideas which were altogether his own, except perhaps as he had heard them 30 or 40 times in sermons. It sounded very well, considering. Certainly it compared well with the average mystical rhapsody of the pulpit. For all his slang, his cursing, his mauled plurals and singulars, Elmer had been compelled in college to read certain books, to hear certain lectures, all filled with flushed, florid polysyllables, with juicy sentiments about God, sunset, the moral improvement inherent in a daily view of the mountain scenery, angels, fishing for souls, fishing for fish, ideals, patriotism, democracy, purity, the error of providence in creating the female leg, courage, humility, justice, the agricultural methods of the Palestine circa 4 A.D., the beauty of domesticity, and the preacher's salaries. These blossoming words, these organ-like phrases, these profound notions had been rammed home till they stuck in his brain, ready for use. But even to the schoolboy, wearied faculty who had done the ramming, who ought to have seen the sources, it was still astonishing that after 4 years of grunting, Elmer Gantry should come out with these flourishes, which they took perfectly seriously, for they themselves had been nurtured in minute Baptist and Campbellite colleges. Not one of them considered that there could be anything comic in the spectacle of a large young man, divinely fitted for coal heaving, standing up and wallowing in thick, slippery words about love and the soul. They sat, young instructors not long from the farm, professors pale from years of napping in unaired pastoral studies, and looked at Elmer respectfully as he throbbed. It's awful hard for a fella that's more used to bucking the line than to talking publicly to express how he means. But sometimes I guess maybe you should think about a lot of things even if you don't always express how you mean. And what I want to talk about is how if a fella looks down deep into things and is really square with God and lets God fill his heart with higher aspirations, he sees that love is the one thing that can really, sure enough, lighten all of life's dark clouds. Yes, sir, just love. It's the morning and evening star. It's even in the quiet tomb. I mean, those that are around the quiet tomb, you find it even there. What is it that inspires all great men, all poets and patriots and philosophers? It's love, isn't it? What gave the world its first evidences of immortality? Love. It fills the world with melody. For what is music? What is music? Why, music is the voice of love. The great President Quarles leaned back and put on his spectacles, which gave a slight appearance of learning to his chin-whiskered countenance, otherwise that of a small-town banker in 1850. He was the center of a row of a dozen initiates on the platform of the YMCA auditorium, a shallow platform under a plaster half-dome. The wall behind them was thick with diagrams, rather like anatomical charts, showing the winning of souls in Egypt, the amount spent on whiskey versus the amount spent on hymn books, and the illustrated progress of a pilgrim from unclean speech through cigarette smoking and beer saloons to a lively situation in which he beat his wife, who seemed to dislike it. Above was a large and enlightening motto: "Be not overcome of evil, but overcome evil with good." The whole place had that damp straw odor characteristic of places of worship, but President Quarles did not, seemingly, suffer in it. All his life he had lived in tabernacles and in rooms devoted to thin church periodicals and thick volumes of sermons. He had a slight constant snuffle, but his organism was apparently adapted now to existing without air. He beamed and rubbed his hands and looked with devout joy on Elmer's long, broad back as Elmer snapped into it, ever sure of himself as he bellowed at the audience, beating them, breaking through their interference, making a touchdown. What is it makes us different from the animals? The passion of love. Without it we are, in fact, we are nothing. With it earth is heaven, and we are, to some extent, like God himself. Now that's what I wanted to explain about love, and here's how it applies. Probably there's a whole lot of you like myself. Oh, I've been doing it. I'm not going to spare myself. I've been going along thinking I was too good, too big, too smart for divine love of the Savior. Say, you ever stop to think how much you're handling yourself when you figure you can get along without divine intercession? Say, I suppose probably you're bigger than Moses, bigger than St. Paul, bigger than Pasteur, that great scientist. President Quarles was exulting. It was a genuine conversion. But more than that, here's a true discovery, my discovery. Elmer is a born preacher once he lets himself go, and I can make him do it. Oh, Lord, how mysterious are thy ways! Thou hast chosen to change our young brother not so much in prayer as in the mighty struggle for the Olympic field. Thou, Lord, hast produced a born preacher. Some day he'll be one of our leading prophets. The audience clapped when Elmer hammered out his conclusion. And you freshmen will save a lot of the time that I wasted if you see right now that until you know God, you know just nothing. They clapped. They made their faces to shine upon him. Eddie Fizzlinger won him by sighing, "Old fella, you got me beat at my own game like you have at your own game." There was much handshaking. None of it was more ardent than that of his recent enemy, the Latin professor, who breathed, "Where did you get all those fine ideas and metaphors about the divine love, Gantry?" "Oh," modestly, "I can't hardly call them mine, Professor. I just got them by praying." Part 7. Judson Roberts, ex-football star, state secretary of the YMCA, was on the train to Concordia, Kansas. In the vestibule, he had 3 puffs of an illegal cigarette and crushed it out. No, really, it wasn't so bad for him, that Elmer What's-His-Name, to get converted. Suppose there isn't anything to it. Won't hurt him to cut out some of his bad habits for a while, anyway. And how do we know? Maybe the Holy Ghost does come down. No more improbable than electricity. I do wish I could get over this doubting. I forget it when I've got him going with evangelistic meeting, but when I watch a big butcher like him with that damn silly smirk on his jowls, I believe I'll go into the real estate business. I don't think I'm hurting these young fellas any, but I do wish I could be honest. Oh, Lordy, 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 I wish I had a good job selling real estate. Part 8. Elmer walked home firmly. Just what right has Mr. James B. Lefferts got to tell me I mustn't use my ability to get a crowd going? And I certainly had him going. I never knew I could spiel like that. Easy as feetball. And Prexy saying I was a born preacher, huh? Firmly and resentfully, he came into their room and slammed down his hat. It awoke Jim. "How'd it go over? Hand him out the gospel stuff?" "Did," Elmer trumpeted. "It went over as you put it, corking. You got any objections?" He lighted the largest lamp and turned it up full, his back to Jim. No answer. When he looked about, Jim seemed asleep. At 7 next morning, he said forgivingly, rather patronizingly, "I'll be gone till 10. Bring you back some breakfast?" Jim answered, "No, thanks." And those were his only words that morning. When Elmer came in at 10:30, Jim was gone. His possessions gone. It was no great moving, 3 suitcases of clothes and an armful of books. There was a note on the table. "I shall live at the College Inn the rest of the year. You can probably get Eddie Fizzlinger to live with you. You would enjoy that. It has been stimulating to watch you try to be an honest roughneck, but I think it would be almost too stimulating to watch you become a spiritual leader." Signed, J.B.L. All of Elmer's raging did not make the room seem less lonely. End of section 5. Section 6 of Elmer Gantry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 6, Chapter 4, Part 1. President Quarles urged him. Elmer would perhaps affect the whole world if he became a minister. What glory for old Terwilliger and all the shrines of Gritzmacher Springs. Eddie Fizzlinger urged him. "Jiminy, you'd go way beyond me. I can see you president of the Baptist Convention." Elmer still did not like Eddie, but he was making much now of ignoring Jim Lefferts. They met on the street and bowed ferociously, and he had to have someone to play valet to his virtues. The ex-minister, dean of the college, urged him. Where would Elmer find a profession with a better social position than the ministry? Thousands listening to him, invited to banquets and everything. So much easier than, well, not exactly easier. All ministers worked arduously. Great sacrifices, constant demands on their sympathy, heroic struggle against vice. But, same time, elegant and superior work, surrounded by books, high thoughts, and the finest ladies in the city or country, as the case might be. And cheaper professional training than law. With scholarships and outside preaching, Elmer could get through the 3 years of Mitzvah Theological Seminary on almost nothing a year. What other plans had he for a career? Nothing definite. Why, looked like divine intervention, certainly did. Let's call it settled. Perhaps he could get Elmer a scholarship the very first year. His mother urged him. She wrote daily that she was longing, praying, and sobbing. Elmer urged himself. He had no prospects except the chance of reading law in the dingy office of a cousin in Toluca, Kansas. The only things he had against the ministry, now that he was delivered from Jim, were the low salaries and the fact that if ministers were caught drinking or flirting, it was very often hard on them. The salaries weren't so bad. He'd go to the top, of course, and maybe make 8,000 or 10,000. But the diversions. He thought about it so much he made a hasty trip to Cato and came back temporarily cured forever of any desire for wickedness. The greatest urge was his memory of holding his audience, playing on them, to move people. Golly, he wanted to be addressing somebody on something right now and being applauded.
By this time he was so rehearsed in his role of candidate for righteousness that it didn't bother him, so long as no snickering Jim was present, to use the most embarrassing theological and moral terms in the presence of Eddie or the president, and without one grin he rolled out dramatic speeches about the duty of every man to lead every other man to Christ, and the historic position of the Baptists as the one true scriptural church practicing immersion as taught by Christ himself. He was persuaded. He saw himself as a white-browed and star-eyed young evangel, wearing a new frock coat, standing up in a pulpit and causing hundreds of beautiful women to weep with conviction and rush down to clasp his hand. But there was one barrier extremely serious. They all informed him that, select though he was as sacred material, before he decided he must have a mystic experience known as a call. God himself must appear and call him to service, and conscious though Elmer was now of his own powers and the excellence of the church, he saw no more of God about the place than in his worst days of unregeneracy. He asked the president and the dean if they had had a call. Oh, yes, certainly. But they were vague about the practical tips as how to invite a call and recognize it when it came. He was reluctant to ask Eddie. Eddie would be only too profuse with tips and want to kneel down and pray with him, and generally be rather damp and excitable and messy. The call did not come, not for weeks, with Easter past and no decision as to what he was going to do next year. Part 2. Spring on the prairie, high spring, lilacs masked the speckled brick and stucco of the college buildings. Spirea made a flashing wall, and from the Kansas fields came soft airs and the whistle of meadowlarks. Students loafed at their windows, calling down to friends. They played catch on the campus. They went bareheaded and wrote a great deal of poetry. And the Terwilliger baseball team defeated Fogelquist College. Still, Elmer did not receive his divine call. By day, playing catch, kicking up his heels, belaboring his acquaintances, singing the happiest days that ever were, we knew at old Terwilliger, on a fence fondly believed to resemble the Yale fence, or tramping by himself through the minute forest of cottonwood and willow by Tunker Creek, he expanded with the expanding years and knew happiness. The nights were unadulterated hell. He felt guilty that he had no call, and he went to the president about it in mid-May. Dr. Quarles was thoughtful and announced, "Brother Elmer, the last thing I'd ever want to do, in fairness to the spirit of the ministry, would be to create an illusion of a call where there was none present. That would be like the pagan hallucinations worked on the poor suffering followers of Roman Catholicism. Whatever else he may be, a Baptist preacher must be free from illusions. He must found his work and on good scientific facts, the proven facts of the Bible, and substitutionary atonement, which even programmatically we know to be true, because it works. No, but at the same time, I feel sure the voice of God is calling you. If you can but hear it, and I want to help you lift the veil of worldliness, which still no doubt deafens your inner ear. Will you come to my house tomorrow evening? We'll take the matter to the Lord in prayer." It was all rather dreadful, that kindly spring evening, with the breeze fresh in the branches of the sycamores. President Quarles had shut the windows and drawn the blinds in his living room, an apartment filled with crayon portraits of Baptist worthies, red plush chairs, and leaded glass unit bookcases containing the lay writings of the more poetic clergy.
The president had gathered as assistants in prayer the more aged and fundamentalist ex-pastors of the faculty and the more milky and elocutionary of the YMCA leaders, headed by Eddie Fislinger. When Elmer entered, they were on their knees, their arms on the seats of reversed chairs, their heads bowed, all praying aloud and together. They looked up at him like an old woman surveying the bride. He wanted to bolt. Then the president nabbed him and had him down on his knees, suffering and embarrassed and wondering what the devil to pray about. They took turns at telling God what he ought to do in the case of our so ardently and earnestly seeking brother. Now will you lift your voice in prayer, Brother Elmer? Just let yourself go. Remember, we're all with you, all loving and helping you, grated the president. They crowded near him. The president put his stiff old arm about Elmer's shoulder. It felt like a dry bone, and the president smelled of kerosene. Eddie crowded up on the other side and nuzzled against him. The others crept in, patting him. It was horribly hot in that room, and they were so close he felt as if he were tied down in a hospital ward. He looked up and saw the long, shaven face, the thin, tight lips of a minister whom he was now to emulate. He prickled with horror, but he tried to pray. He wailed, "Oh, blessed Lord, help me too, help me too." He had an enormous idea. He sprang up. He cried, "Say, I think the Spirit is beginning to work." Went out and took a short walk and kind of prayed by myself. While you stayed here and prayed for me, it might help. "I don't think that would be the way," began the president, but the most aged faculty members suggested, "Maybe it's the Lord's guidance." "We hadn't ought to interfere with the Lord's guidance, Brother Quarles." "Well, that's so, the president announced. "You have your walk, Brother Elmer, and pray hard, and we will stay here and besiege the throne of grace for you." Elmer blundered out into the fresh, clean air. Whatever happened, he was never going back. How he hated their soft, crawly, wet hands. He had notions of catching the last train to Cato and getting solacingly drunk. No, he'd lose his degree, just a month off now, and be cramped later in appearing as a real high-class, college-educated lawyer. Lose it, then. Anything but go back to their crawling, creepy hands, their aged breathing by his ear. He'd get hold of somebody and say he felt sick and send him back to tell Prexy and sneak off to bed. Cinch. He just wouldn't get his call, just pass it up by Gemini and not have to go into the ministry. But to lose the chance to stand before thousands and stir them by telling them about divine love and the evening and the morning star, if he could just stand it till he got through the theological seminary and was on the job, then if any Eddie Fislinger tried to come into his study and breathe down his neck, throw him out, by golly. He was conscious that he was leaning against a tree, tearing down twigs, and that facing him under a street lamp was Jim Lefferts. "You look sick, Hellcat," said Jim. Elmer strove for dignity, then broke with a moaning, "Oh, I am. What did I ever get into this religious fix for?" "What they doing to you?" "Never mind, don't tell me. You need a drink." "My God, I do. I got a quart of first-rate corn whiskey from a moonshiner I've dug up out here in the country, and my room's right in this block. Come on along." Through his first drink, Elmer was quiet, bewildered, vaguely leaning on the Jim who would guide him away from this horror. But he was out of practice in drinking, and the whiskey took hold with speed, and by the middle of the second glass he was boasting of his ecclesiastical eloquence. He was permitting Jim to know that never in Terwilliger College had there appeared so promising an orator, that right now
They were there praying for him, waiting for him, the president and the whole outfit. But with a slight return of apology, I suppose probably you think maybe I hadn't ought to go back to him. Well, Jim was standing by the open window, saying slowly, "No, I think now you'd better go back. I've got some peppermints. They'll fix your breath more or less. Goodbye, Hellcat." He had won even over old Jim. He was a master of the world and only a very little bit drunk. He stepped out high and heavy. Everything was extremely beautiful. How high the trees were. What a wonderful drugstore window with all those glossy new magazine covers. That distant piano was magic. What exquisite young women, the co-eds. What lovable and sturdy men, the students. He was at peace with everything. What a really good fellow he was. He had lost all his meannesses. How kind he had been to that poor, lonely sinner, Jim Lefferts. Others might despair of Jim so. He never would. Poor old Jim. His room had looked terrible, that narrow little room with a cot, all in disorder, a pair of shoes, and a corncob pipe lying on a pile of books. Poor Jim. He'd forgive him. Go around and clean up the room for him. Not that Elmer had ever cleaned up their former room. Gee, what a lovely spring night. How corking those old boys were, Prexy and everybody, to give up an evening and pray for him. Why was it he felt so fine? Of course, the call had come. God had come to him, though just spiritually, not corporeally, so far as he remembered. It had come. He could go ahead and rule the world. He dashed into the president's house. He shouted from the door, erect, while they knelt and looked up at him mousily. "It's come! I feel it in everything. God just opened my eyes and made me feel what a wonderful old world it is, and it was just like I could hear his voice saying, 'Don't you want to love everybody and help them be happy? Do you want to just go along being selfish, or have you got a longing to help everybody?'" He stopped. They had listened silently with interested grunts of, "Amen, brother." Honest, it was awful impressive. Somehow something has made me feel so much better than when I went away from here. I'm sure it was a real call. Don't you think so, President? "Oh, I'm sure of it," the president ejaculated, getting up hastily and rubbing his knees. "I feel that all is right with our brother, that he has now, this sacred moment, heard the voice of God, and is entering upon the highest calling in the sight of God," the president observed to the dean. "Don't you feel it so?" "God be praised," said the dean, and looked at his watch. Part 3. On their way home, they two alone, the oldest faculty member said to the dean, "Yes, it was a fine, gratifying moment, and slightly surprising. I'd hardly thought that young Gantry would go on being content with the mild blisses of salvation. Curious smell of peppermint he had about him." "Well, I suppose he stopped at the drugstore during his walk and had a soft drink of some kind. Don't know, brother," said the dean, "but I approve of these soft drinks. Innocent in themselves, but they might lead to carelessness in beverages. A man who drinks ginger ale, how are you going to impress on him the terrible danger of drinking ale?" Yes, said the oldest faculty member. He was 68 to the dean's boyish 60. "Say, brother, how do you feel about young Gantry, about his entering the ministry? I know you did well in the pulpit before you came here, as I more or less did myself, but if you were a boy of 21 or 2, do you think you'd become a preacher now, the way things are?" "Why, brother," grieved the dean, "certainly I would. What a question! What would become of all our work at Terwilliger, all our ideals in opposition to the heathenist large universities, if the ministry weren't the highest ideal? I know. I just wonder sometimes. All the new vocations that are coming up, medicine, advertising, world just going it. I tell you, Dean, in another 40 years, by 1943, men will be up in the air in flying machines, going maybe 100 miles an hour. My dear fellow, if the Lord had meant men to fly, he'd have given us wings. But there are the prophecies in the book. Well, those refer purely to spiritual and symbolic flying. No, never does to oppose the clear purpose of the Bible, and I could dig you out 100 texts that show unquestionably that the Lord intends us to stay right here on earth till that day when we shall be upraised in the body with him. Maybe. Well, there's my corner. Good night, brother. The dean came into his house. It was a small house. How'd it go? Asked his wife. Splendid. Young Gantry seemed to feel an unmistakable divine call. Something struck him that just uplifted him. He's got a lot of power. Only... The dean irritably sat down in a cane-seated rocker, jerked off his shoes, grunted, threw on his slippers. Okay, hang it. I simply can't get myself to like him. Emma, tell me, if I were his age now, do you think I'd go into the ministry as things are today? Why, Henry, what in the world ever makes you say a thing like that? Of course you would. Why, if that weren't the case, what would our whole lives mean? All we've given up and everything. Oh, I know. I just get to thinking. Sometimes I wonder if we've given up so much. Don't hurt even a preacher to face himself. After all, those 2 years when I was in the carpet business, before I went to the seminary, I didn't do very well. Maybe I wouldn't have made any more than I do now. But if I could, suppose I could have been a great chemist. Wouldn't that, mind you, I'm just speculating as a student of psychology, wouldn't that conceivably be better than year after year of students with the same confounded problems over and over again, and always so pleased and surprised and important about them? Or year after year again of standing in the pulpit and knowing your congregation won't remember what you said 7 minutes after you've said it? Why, Henry, I don't know what's gotten into you. I think you better do a little praying yourself instead of picking on this poor young Gantry. Neither you nor I could ever have been happy except in a Baptist church or a real cover-to-cover Baptist college. The dean's wife finished darning the towels and went up to say good night to her parents. They had lived with her since her father's retirement at 75 from his country pastorate. He had been a missionary in Missouri before the Civil War. Her lips had been moving, her eyebrows working as she darned the towels. Her eyebrows were still creased as she came into their room and shrieked at her father's deafness. "Time to go to bed, Papa, and you, Mama." They were nodding on either side of a radiator unheated for months. "All right, Emmy," piped the ancient. Part 4. Say, Papa, tell me, I've been thinking, if you were just a young man today, would you go into the ministry? Course I would. What an idea. Most glorious vacation a young man could have. Idea. Good night, Emmy. But as his ancient wife silently removed her corsets, she complained, "Don't know as you would or not. If I was married to you, which ain't any too certain a second time, and if I had anything to say about it." "Which is certain. Don't be foolish. Course I would." "I don't know. 50 years I had of it, and I never did get so I wasn't just mad clear through when the ladies at the church came poking around, criticizing me for tidy I put on the chairs, and talking something terrible if I had a bonnet or a shawl that was the least mite tasty. I wasn't suitable for a minister's wife? Drat 'em! And I always did like a bonnet with some nice bright colors. Well, I've done a right smart of thinking about it. You always were a powerful preacher, but I've told you. You have. I never could make out how. If when you were in the pulpit you really knew so much about all those high and mighty mysterious things, how it was when you got home you never knew enough, and you never could learn enough to find the hammer, or to make a nice piece of cornbread, or add up a column of figures twice alike, or find Ammergau on the map of Austria. Germany, woman! I'm sleepy. And all these years having to pretend to be so good when we were just common folk all the time. Ain't you glad you can just be simple folks now? Well, maybe it is restful, but that's not saying I wouldn't do it over again. The old man ruminated a long while. I think I would. Anyway, no use discouraging these young people from entering the ministry. Somebody got to preach the gospel truth, ain't they? I suppose so. Oh dear, 50 years since I married a preacher, and if I could still only be sure about the virgin birth. Now don't you go explaining. Laws, the number of times you've explained it. I know it's true, it's in the Bible. If I could only believe it. But I would have liked to have had you try your hand at politics. If I could have been just once to a senator's house, to a banquet or something, just once, in a nice bright red dress with gold slippers, I'd have been willing to go back to alpaca and scrubbing floors and listening to you rehearsing your sermons out in the stable. To that old mare we had for so many years. Oh, laws, how long is it since she's been dead now? Must be, yes, it's 27 years. Why is it that it's only in religion that the things you got to believe are again all experience? Now, drat it, don't you go and quote that I believe because it is impossible thing to me again. I believe because it's impossible? Huh, that's just like a minister. Oh, dear, I hope I don't live long enough to lose my faith. Seems like the older I get, the less I'm excited over all these preachers that talk about hell, only they never saw it. 27 years, and we had that old hoss so long before that. My, how she could kick! Busted that buggy! And they were both asleep. End of section 6. Section 7 of Elmer Gantry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 7, Chapter 5, Part 1. In the cottonwood grove by the Muddy River, 3 miles west of Paris, Kansas, the godly were gathered with lunch baskets, linen dusters, and moist, unhappy babies for the all-day celebration. Brothers Elmer Gantry and Edward Fizzlinger had been licensed to preach before, but now they were to be ordained as full-fledged preachers, as Baptist ministers. They had come home from distant Mizpah Theological Seminary for ordination by their own council of churches, the Cayuska River Baptist Association. Both of them had another year to go out of the 3-year seminary course, but by the more devout and rural brethren it is considered well to ordain the clerics early, so that even before they attain infallible wisdom, they may fill backwoods pulpits and during weekends do good works with divine authority. His vacation after college Elmer had spent on a farm. During vacation, after his first year in seminary, he had been supervisor in a boys' camp. Now, after ordination, he was to supply at the smaller churches in his corner of Kansas.
During his second year of seminary, just finished, he had been more voluminously bored than ever at Terwilliger. Constantly he had thought of quitting, but after his journeys to the city of Monarch, where he was in closer relation to fancy ladies and to bartenders than one would have desired in a holy clerk, he got a second wind in his resolve to lead a pure life, and so managed to keep on toward perfection, as symbolized by the degree of Bachelor of Divinity. But if he had been bored, he had acquired professional training. He was now able to face any audience and to discourse authoritatively on any subject whatsoever for any given time to the second, without trembling and without any errors of speech beyond an infrequent ain't or he don't. He had an elegant vocabulary. He knew 18 synonyms for sin, half of them very long and impressive, and the others very short and explosive and minatory, minatory being one of his own best words, constantly useful in terrifying the as yet imaginary horde of sinners gathered before him. He was no longer embarrassed by using the most intimate language about God. Without grinning, he could ask a 7-year-old boy, "Don't you want to give up your vices?" And without flinching, he could look a tobacco salesman in the eye and demand, "Have you ever knelt before the throne of grace?" Whatever worldly expressions he might use in sub rosa conversations with the less sanctified theological students, such as Harry Zenz, who was the most confirmed atheist in the school, in public he never so much as said "doggone," and he had on tap for immediate and skilled use a number of such phrases as, "Brother, I am willing to help you find religion. My whole life is a testimonial to my faith. To the inner eye there is no trouble comprehending the threefold nature of divinity. We don't want any long-faced Christians in this church. The fellow that's been washed in the blood of the Lamb is just so happy he goes around singing and hollering hallelujah all day long. And come now, all get together and let's make this the biggest collection this church has ever seen." He could explain foreordination thoroughly, and he used the words baptizo and Athanasian. He would perhaps be less orchestral, less Palladian, when he had been in practice for a year or two after graduation, and discovered that the hearts of men are vile, their habits low, and that they are unwilling to hand the control of all those habits over to the parson. But he would recover again, and he was a promise of what he might have been in 20 years as a $10,000 seer. He had grown broader. His glossy hair, longer than at Terwilliger, was blushed back from his heavy white brow. His nails were oftener clean, and his speech was Jovian. It was more sonorous, more measured and pontifical. He could, and did, reveal his interested knowledge of your secret moral diabetes merely by saying, "How are we today, brother?" And though he had almost flunked in Greek, his thesis on 16 ways of paying a church debt had won the $10 prize in practical theology. Part 2. He walked among the Cayuga Valley communicants beside his mother. She was a small-town businesswoman. She was not unduly wrinkled or shabby. Indeed, she wore a good little black hat and a new brown silk frock with a long gold chain. But she was inconspicuous beside his bulk and sober magnificence.
He wore for the ceremony a new double-breasted suit of black broadcloth and new black shoes. So did Eddie Fizzlinger, along with a funereal tie and a black wide felt hat like a Texas congressman's. But Elmer was more daring. Had he not understood that he must show dignity, he would have indulged himself in the gaudiness for which he had a talent. He had compromised by buying a beautiful light gray felt hat in Chicago on his way home, and he had ventured on a red-bordered gray silk handkerchief, which gave a pleasing touch of color to his sober chest. But he had left off for the day the large opal ring surrounded by almost gold serpents, for which he had lusted, and to which he had yielded when in liquor in the city of Monarch. He walked as an army with banners. He spoke like a trombone. He gestured widely with his large, blanched, thick hand, and his mother, on his arm, looked up in ecstasy. He wafted her among the cloud, affable as a candidate for probate judgeship, and she was covered with the fringes of his glory. For the ordination, perhaps 200 Baptist laymen and laywomen, and at least 200 babies had come in from neighboring congregations by buckboard, Democrat wagon, and buggy. It was 1905. There was as yet no Ford nearer than Fort Scott. They were honest, kindly, solid folk, farmers and blacksmiths and cobblers, men with tanned-lined faces wearing creased best suits, the women deep-bosomed or work-shriveled in clean gingham. There was one village banker, very chatty and democratic, in a new crash suit. They milled like cattle, in dust up to their shoelaces, and dust veiled them in the still heat under the dusty branches of the cottonwoods, from which floated shreds to catch and glisten on the rough fabric of their clothes. 6 preachers had combined to assist the Paris parson in his ceremony, and one of them was no less than the Reverend Dr. Ingle, come all the way from St. Joe, where he was said to have a Sunday school of 600. As a young man, very thin and eloquent in a frock coat, Dr. Ingle had for 6 months preached in Paris, and Mrs. Gantry remembered her as her favorite minister. He had been so kind to her when she was ill, had come in to read Ben-Hur aloud and tell stories to a chunky little Elmer given to hiding behind furniture and heaving vegetables at visitors. "Well, well, so this is the little Ted I used to know as a shaver. Well, you always were a good little Manny, and they tell me that now you're a consecrated young man, that you're destined to do a great work for the Lord," Dr. Ingle greeted Elmer. "Well, thank you, Doctor. Pray for me. It's an honor to have you come from your great church," said Elmer. "Not a bit of trouble. On my way to Colorado, I've taken a cabin way up in the mountains there. Glorious view. Sunsets painted by the Lord himself. My congregation have been so good as to give me 2 months' vacation. Wish you could pop up there for a while, Brother Elmer." "Well, I wish I could, Doctor, but I have to try in my humble way to keep the fires burning around here." Mrs. Gantry was panting. To have her little boy discoursing with Dr. Ingle as though they were equals. To hear him talking like a preacher, just as natural, and some day Elmer with a famous church, with a cottage in Colorado for the summer, married to a dear, pious little woman with 6 children, and herself invited to join them for the summer,
all of them kneeling in family prayers led by Elmer. Though it was true, Elmer declined to hold any family prayers just now. Said he had had too much of it in seminary all year. Too bad. But she'd keep on coaxing, and if he just would stop smoking as she had begged and besought him to do, well, perhaps if he didn't have a few naughtinesses left, he wouldn't hardly be her little boy any more. How she had had to scold once upon a time to get him to wash his hands and put on the nice red woolen wristlets she had knitted for him. No less satisfying to her was the way in which Elmer impressed all their neighbors. Charlie Watley, the house painter, commander of the Ezra P. Nickerson post of the GAR of Paris, who had always pulled his white mustache and grunted when she had tried to explain Elmer's hidden powers of holiness, took her aside to admit, "You were right, sister. He makes a fine, upstanding young man of God." They encountered that town problem, Hank McViddle, the druggist. Elmer and he had been mates. Together they had stolen sugar corn, drunk hard cider, and indulged in hamo-venery. Hank was a small, red man with a lascivious and knowing eye. It was certain that he had come today only to laugh at Elmer. They met face on, and Hank observed, "Morning, Mrs. Gantry. Well, Elmy, going to be a preacher, eh?" "I am, Hank." "Like it?" Hank was grinning and scratching his cheek with a freckled hand. Other unsanctified Parisians were listening. Elmer boomed, "I do, Hank. I love it. I love the ways of the Lord, and I don't ever propose to put my foot into any others, because I've tasted the fruit of evil, Hank. You know that. And there's nothing to it. What fun we had, Hank, was nothing to the peace and joy I feel now. I'm kind of sorry for you, my boy." He loomed over Hank, dropped his paw heavily on his shoulder. "Why don't you try to get right with God? Maybe you'll be smarter than he is." "Never claimed to be anything of the sort," snapped Hank. And in that testiness Eddie triumphed. His mother exulted. She was sorry to see how few were congratulating Elmer Fizzlinger, who was also milling, but motherless, inconspicuous, meek to the presiding clergy. Old Jukins, humble, gentle old farmer, inched up to murmur, "Like to shake your hand, Brother Elmer. Mighty fine to see you chosen thus and put aside for the work of the Lord. Jiggity, to think I remember you as knee-high to a grasshopper. I suppose you study a lot of awful learned books now." "Well, they make us work good and hard, Brother Jukins. They give us plenty of deep stuff. Hermeneutics, Christomathy, periscopes, exegesis, homiletics, liturgics, isagogics, Greek and Hebrew and Aramaic, hymnology and apologetics. Oh, a good deal." "Well, I should say so," worshipped old Jukins, while Mrs. Gantry marveled to find Elmer even more profound than she had thought. And Elmer reflected proudly that he really did know what all but a couple of the words meant. "My," sighed his mother, "you're getting so educated, I hope to goodness pretty soon I won't hardly dare to talk to you." "Oh, no. There'll never come a time when you and I won't be the best of pals, or when I won't need the inspiration of your prayers," said Elmer Gantry melodiously with refined but manly laughter. Part 3. They were assembling on benches, wagon seats, and boxes for the ceremony of ordination. The pulpit was a wooden table with a huge Bible and a pitcher of lemonade. Behind it were 7 rocking chairs for the clergy, and just in front, 2 hard wooden chairs for the candidates. The present local pastor, Brother Dinger, was a meager man, slow of speech and given to long prayers. He rapped on the table. We will now begin." Elmer, looking handsome on a kitchen chair in front of the rows of flushed hot faces. He stopped fretting that his shiny new black shoes were dust-gray. His heart pounded. He was in for it. No escape. He was going to be a pastor. Last chance for Jim Lefferts, and Lord knew where Jim was. He couldn't. His shoulder muscles were rigid. Then they relaxed wearily, as though he had struggled to satiety, and while Brother Dinger went on. "Well, we'll start with the usual examination of our young brothers, and the brethren have, they've been good enough to let me, in whose charge one of these young gentlemen brothers has always lived and made his home, to let me ask the questions. Now, Brother Gantry, do you believe fully and wholeheartedly in baptism by immersion?" Elmer was thinking, what a rotten pulpit voice the poor duck has. But aloud he was rumbling. "I believe, brother, that I've been taught that possibly a man might be saved if he had just been baptized by sprinkling or pouring, but only if he were ignorant of the truth. Of course, immersion is the only scriptural way. If we're really going to be like Christ, we must be buried with him in baptism." "Well, that's fine, Brother Gantry. Praise God. Now, Brother Fizzlinger, do you believe in the final perseverance of the saints?" Eddie's eager but cracked voice explaining on and on, somniferous as the locust in the blazing fields across the Keuska River. There was no hierarchy in the Baptist Church, but only a free association of like-minded local churches, so there are no canonical forms of procedure, but only customs. The ceremony of ordination is not a definite rite. It may vary as the local associations will. An ordination is conferred not by any bishop, but by the general approval of the churches in an association. The questions were followed by the charge to the candidates, a tremendous discourse by the great Dr. Ingle, in which he recommended study, light meals, and helping the sick by going and reading texts to them. Everyone joined then in a tremendous basket lunch on long plank tables by the cool river. Banana layer cake, donuts, fried chicken, chocolate layer cake, scalloped potatoes, hermit cookies, coconut layer cake, pickled tomato preserves on plates which skidded about the table, with coffee poured into saucerless cups from a vast tin pot, inevitably scalding at least one child who howled. There were hearty shouts of, "Pass the lemon pie, Sister Skiff," and "That was a fine discourse of Brother Ingalls," and "Oh dear, I dropped my spoon and an ant got on it. Well, I'll just wipe it on my apron." That was fine, the way Brother Gantry explained how the Baptist Church has existed ever since the Bible days. Boys bathing, shrieking, splashing one another, boys getting into the poison ivy, boys becoming so infected with the poison ivy that they would turn spotty and begin to swell within 7 hours. Dr. Ingle enthusiastically telling the other clergy of his trip to the Holy Land. Elmer lying about his fondness for the faculty of his theological seminary. Reassemble after lunch. Brother Tusker minister of the largest congregation in the association, gave the charge to the churches. This was always the juiciest and most scandalous and delightful part of the ordination ceremony. In it, the clergy had a chance to get back at the parishioners who, as large contributors, as guaranteed saints, had all year been nagging them. Here there were these fine young men going into the ministry, said Brother Tasker. Well, it was up to them to help. Brother Gantry and Brother Fizzlinger were leaping with the joy of sacrifice and learning. Then the churches gave him a chance, and not make him spend all the time hot-footing it around, as some older preachers had to do, raising their own salaries. Let folks quit criticizing. Let 'em appreciate godly lives and the quickening word once in a while, instead of hammering their preachers all day long. And certain of the parties who criticized the preachers' wives for idleness, funny, the way some of them seemed to have much time to gad around and notice things and spread scandal. 'Twasn't only the men folks that the Savior was thinking of when he, them that were without sin, being the only folks that were qualified to heave any rocks. The other preachers leaned back in their chairs and tried to look casual, and hopeful that Brother Tasker was going to bear down even a little heavier on that matter of raising salaries. In his sermon and the concluding ordination prayer, Brother Knoploch of Barkinsville summed up, for the benefit of Elmer Gantry, Eddie Fizzlinger, and God, the history of the Baptist, the importance of missions, and the perils of not reading the Bible before breakfast daily. Through his long prayer, the visiting pastor stood with their hands on the heads of Elmer and Eddie. There was a grotesque hitch at first. Most of the ministers were little men who could no more than reach up to Elmer's head. They stood strained and awkward and unecclesiastical, these shabby good men, before the restless audience. There was a giggle. Elmer had a dramatic flash. He knelt abruptly, and Eddie, peering and awkward, following him. In the powdery gray dust, Elmer knelt, ignoring it. On his head were the worn hands of 3 veteran preachers, and suddenly he was humble. For a moment he was veritably being ordained to the priestly service of God. He had been only impatient till this instant. In the chapels at Mizpah and Terwilliger, he had heard too many famous visiting pulpiteers to be impressed by the rustic eloquence of the Keuska Association. But he felt now their diffident tenderness, their unlettered fervor, these poverty-twisted parsons who believed, patient in their bare and baking tabernacles, that they were saving the world, and who wistfully welcomed the youths that they themselves had been. For the first time in weeks, Elmer prayed not as an exhibition, but sincerely, passionately, savoring righteousness. Dear God, I'll get down to it, not show off, but just think of Thee. Do good. God, help me. Coolness fluttered the heavy dust-caked leaves, and as the sighing crowd creaked up from their benches, Elmer Gantry stood confident, an ordained minister of the gospel. End of section 7. Section 8 of Elmer Gantry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida.
Section 8, Chapter 6, Part 1. The state of Winnemac lies between Pittsburgh and Chicago, and in Winnemac, perhaps 100 miles south of the city of Zenith, is Babylon, a town which suggests New England more than the Middle West. Large elms shade it. There are white pillars beyond lilac bushes, and round about the town is a serenity unknown on the gusty prairies. Here is Mitzpah Theological Seminary of the Northern Baptists. There is a Northern and Southern convention of this distinguished denomination because before the Civil War, the Northern Baptists proved by the Bible unanswerably that slavery was wrong, and the Southern Baptists proved by the Bible irrefutably that slavery was the will of God. The three buildings of the seminary are attractive brick with white cupolas, green blinds at the small-paned wide windows, but within they are bare, with hand-rubbings along the plaster walls, with portraits of missionaries and ragged volumes of sermons. The large structure is the dormitory Elizabeth J. Schmutz Hall, known to the less reverent as Smut Hall. Here lived Elmer Gantry, now ordained, but completing the last year of work for his Bachelor of Divinity degree, a commodity of value, in bargaining with the larger churches. There were only 16 left now of his original class of 35. The others had dropped out for rural preaching, life insurance, or a melancholy return to plowing. There was no one with whom he wanted to live, and he dwelt sulkily in a single room with a cot, a Bible, a portrait of his mother, and with a copy of What a Young Man Ought to Know concealed inside his one-starched pulpit shirt. He disliked most of his class. They were too rustic, or too pious, too inquisitive about his monthly trips to the city of Monarch, or simply too dull. Elmer liked the company of what he regarded as intellectual people. He never understood what they were saying, but to hear them saying it made him feel superior. The group which he most frequented gathered in the room of Frank Shallard and Don Pickens, the large corner room on the second floor of Smut Hall. It was not an aesthetic room, though Frank Shallard might have come to admire pictures, great music, civilized furniture. He had been trained to regard them as worldly, and to content himself with art which presented a message, to regard Les Miserables as superior because the bishop was a kind man, and The Scarlet Letter as a poor book because the heroine was sinful and the author didn't mind. The walls were of old plaster, cracked and turned deathly gray, marked with the blood of mosquitoes and bedbugs slain in portentous battles long ago by theologians now gone forth to bestow their thus uplifted visions on a materialistic world. The bed was a skeleton of rusty iron bars sagging in the center with a comforter which was not too clean. Trunks were in the corners, and the wardrobe was now a row of hooks behind a calico curtain. The grass matting was slowly dividing into separate strands, and under the study table it had been scuffed through to the cheap pine flooring. The only pictures were Frank's steel engravings of Roger Williams, his framed and pansy-painted copy of Pippa Passes, and Don Pickens' favorite, a country church by winter moonlight with tinsel snow which sparkled delightfully. The only untheological books were Frank's poets, Wordsworth, Longfellow, Tennyson, Browning, in standard volumes, fine-printed and dismal, and one really dangerous papist document, his Imitation of Christ, about which there was argument at least once a week.
In this room, squatting on straight chairs, the trunks, and the bed, on a November evening in 1905, were 5 young men besides Elmer and Eddie Fizzlinger. Eddie did not really belong to the group, but he persisted in following Elmer, feeling that not even yet was everything quite right with the brother. A preacher has got to be just as husky and pack just as good a wallop as a prize fighter. He ought to be able to throw any roughneck that tries to interrupt his meeting, and still more, strength makes such a hit with the women in his congregation. Of course, I don't mean it in any wrong way, said Wallace Umstead. Wallace was a student instructor, head of the minute seminary gymnasium, and director of physical culture. A young man who had a military mustache and who did brisk things on horizontal bars. He was a State University B.A. and graduate of a physical training school. He was going into YMC work when he should have a divinity degree, and he was fond of saying, "Oh, I'm still one of the boys, even if I am a prof." "That's right," agreed Elmer Gantry. "Say, I was holding a meeting at Groton, Kansas last summer, and there was a big boob that kept interrupting, so I just jumped down from the platform, went up to him, and he says, 'Say, parson,' he says, 'can you tell us what the Almighty wants us to do about prohibition, considering he told Paul to take some wine for his stomach's sake?' 'Well, I don't know as I can,' I says, 'but you want to remember he also commended us to cast out devils,' and I yanked that yahoo out of his seat and threw him out on his ear, and say the whole crowd, well, there weren't so awful many there, but they certainly did give him a ha-ha, you bet." And to be a husky makes a hit with the whole congregation, men's as well as women, but there's more'n one high-toned preacher that got his pulpit because the deacons felt he could lick 'em. Of course, praying and all that is all okay, but you got to be practical. We're here to do good, but first you have to cinch a job that you can do good in. "Oh, you're a commercial," protested Eddie Fizzlinger. And Frank Shallard, "Good heavens, Gantry, is that all your religion means to you?" "Besides," said Horace Carp, "you have the wrong angle. It isn't mere brute force that appeals to women, to congregations. It's a beautiful voice. I don't interview your bulk, Elmer. Besides, you're going to get fat." "Like hell I am." "But what I could do with that voice of yours! I'd have 'em all weeping. I'd read 'em poetry from the pulpit." Horace Carp was the one high churchman in the seminary. He was a young man who resembled a water spaniel, who concealed saints' images, incense, and a long piece of scarlet brocade in his room, and who wore a purple velvet smoking jacket. He was always raging because his father, a wholesale plumber and pious, had threatened to kick him out if he went to an Episcopal seminary instead of a Baptist fortress. "Yeah, you probably would read 'em poetry," said Elmer. "That's the trouble with you highfalutin guys. You think you can get people by a lot of poetry and junk. What gets them and holds them and brings them to their pews every Sunday is the straight gospel, and it don't hurt one bit to scare 'em into being righteous with a good old-fashioned hell." "You bet, providing you encourage 'em to keep their bodies in swell shape, too," condescended Wallace Umstead. "Well, I don't want to talk as a prof. After all, I'm glad I can still remain just one of the boys. But you aren't going to develop a very big horsepower in your praying tomorrow morning if you don't get your sleep. And me to my little Downy. Good night." At the closing of the door, Harry Zintz, His seminary iconoclast yawned. Wallace is probably the finest slice of tripe in my wide clerical experience. Thank God he's gone. Now we can be natural and talk dirty. And yet, complained Frank Shallard, you encourage him to stay and talk about his pet methods of exercise. Don't you ever tell the truth, Harry? Well, never carelessly. Why, you idiot, I want Wallace to run and let the dean know what an earnest worker in the vineyard I am. Frank, you're a poor innocent. I suspect you actually believe some of the dope they teach us here. And yet you're a man of some reading. You're the only person in Mizpah, except myself, who could appreciate a paragraph of Huxley. Lord, how I pity you when you get into the ministry. Of course, Fizzlinger here is a grocery clerk. Elmer is a ward politician. Horace is a dancing master. He was drowned beneath a surf of protest, not too jocose and friendly. Harry Zintz was older than the others, 32 at least. He was plump, almost completely bald, and fond of sitting still, and he could look profoundly stupid. He was a man of ill-assorted but astonishing knowledge, and in the church 10 miles from Mizpah, which he had regularly supplied for 2 years, he was considered a man of humorless learning and bloodless piety. He was a complete and cheerful atheist, but he admitted it only to Elmer Gantry and Horace Carp. Elmer regarded him as a sort of Jim Lefferts, but he was as different from Jim as pork fat from Crystal. He hid his giggling atheism. Jim flourished his. He despised women. Jim had a disillusioned pity for the Juanita Clausels of the world. He had an intellect. Jim had only cynical guesses. Zins interrupted their protests. So you're a bunch of Erasmuses. You ought to know that there's no hypocrisy in what we teach and preach. We're a specially selected group of Parsifals, beautiful to the eye and stirring to the ear and overflowing with knowledge of what God said to the Holy Ghost in camera at 9:16 last Wednesday morning. We're all just raring to go and preach the precious Baptist doctrine of get ducked or duck. We're wonders, we admit it. And people actually sit and listen to us and don't choke. I suppose they're overwhelmed by our nerve. And we have to have nerve or we'd never dare to stand in a pulpit again. We'd quit and pray God to forgive us for having stood up there and pretended that we represent God and that we can't explain what we ourselves say are the unexplainable mysteries. But I still claim there are preachers who haven't our holiness. Why is it that the clergy are so given to sex crimes? That's not true, from Eddie Fizzlinger. Don't talk that way, Don Pickens begged. Don was Frank's roommate, a slight youth, so gentle, so affectionate, that even the raging lion of righteousness, Dean Trosper, was moved to spare him. Harry Zintz patted his arm. Oh, you, Don, you'll always be a monk. But if you don't believe it, Fizzlinger, look at the statistics of the 5,000-odd crimes committed by clergymen, that is, those who got caught, since the 80s, and note the percentage of sex offenses. Rape, incest, bigamy, enticing young girls. Oh, a lovely record. Elmer was yawning. Oh, God, I do get so sick of you fellows yammering and arguing and discussing. All perfectly simple. Maybe we preachers aren't perfect, don't pretend to be, but we do a lot of good. Well, that's right, said Eddie. Maybe it is true that the snares of sex are so dreadful that even ministers of the gospel are trapped. And the perfectly simple solution is continence. Just take it out in prayer and good hard exercise. Oh, sure, Eddie, you bet. What a help you're going to be to the young men in your church, purred Harry Zins. Frank Shallard was meditating unhappily. Just why are we going to be preachers anyway? Why are you, Harry, if you think we're all such liars? Oh, not liars, Frank, just practical, as Elmer put it. Me, it's easy. I'm not ambitious. I don't want money enough to hustle for it. I like to sit and read. I like intellectual acrobatics and no work, and you can have all that in the ministry. Unless you're one of these chumps that get up big institutional outfits and work themselves to death for publicity. You certainly have a fine view of the ministry, growled Elmer. Well, all right. What's your fine high purpose in becoming a man of God, Brother Gantry? Well, rats, it's perfectly clear. Preachers can do a lot of good and give help and explain religion. I wish you'd explain it to me, especially I want to know to what extent are Christian symbols descended from indecent barbaric symbols. Oh, you make me tired. Horace Carp fluttered. Of course, none of you consecrated windjammers ever think of the one raison d'etre of the church, which is to add beauty to the barren lives of the common people. Yeah, it certainly must make the common people feel awfully common to hear Brother Gantry spiel about the errors of supersapinarianism. I never preach about any such a goddamn thing, Elmer protested. I just give him a good, helpful sermon with some jokes sprinkled in to make it interesting, and some stuff about the theater or something that'll startle them a little and wake 'em up and help 'em to lead better and fuller daily lives. Oh, do you, dearie? Said Zins. My error. I thought you probably gave him a lot of helpful hints about the inaccessibilities tribute and the res sacramenti. Well, Frank, why did you become a theologue? I can't tell you when you put it sneeringly. I believe there are mystic experiences which you can follow only if you are truly set apart. Well, I know why I came here, said Don Pickens. My dad sent me. So did mine, complained Horace Carp. But what I can't understand is, why are any of us in an old Baptist school? Horrible denomination. All these moldy barns of churches and people coughing illiterate hymns and long-winded preachers always springing a bright new idea like all the world needs to solve its problems is to get back to the gospel of Jesus Christ. The only church is the Episcopal. Music, vestments, stately prayers, lovely architecture, dignity, authority. Believe me, as soon as I can make the break, I'm going to switch over to the Episcopalians, and then I'll have a social position and be able to marry a nice rich girl. No, you're wrong, said Zins. The Baptist Church is the only denomination worthwhile, except possibly the Methodist. I'm glad to hear you say that, marveled Eddie, because the Baptists and the Methodists have all the numbskulls except that belong to the Catholic Church and the henhouse sects. And so even you, Horace, can get away with being a prophet. There are some intelligent people in the Episcopal and Congregational churches, and a few of the Campbellite flocks, and they check up on you. Of course, all Presbyterians are half-wits, too, but they have a standard doctrine, and they can trap you into a heresy trial. But in the Baptist and Methodist churches, man, there's the birth for philosophers like me and hoot owls like you, Eddie.
all you have to do with Baptists and Methodists, as Father Carp suggests. If you agree with me about anything, I withdraw it, said Horace. All you have to do, said Zentz, is to get some sound and perfectly meaningless doctrine and keep repeating it. You won't bore the layman. In fact, the only thing they resent is something that is new, so they have to work their brains. Oh, no, Father Carp. The Episcopal pulpit's for actors that aren't good enough to get on the stage, but the good old Baptist fold for realists. You make me tired, Harry, complained Eddie. You must want to show off, that's all. You're a lot better Baptist and a lot better Christian than you let on to be, and I can prove it. Folks won't go on listening to your sermons unless they carry conviction. No, sir. You can fool folks once or twice with a lot of swell-sounding words, but in the long run, it's sincerity they look for. And one thing that makes me know you're on the right side is that you don't practice open communion. Golly, I feel that everything we Baptists stand for is threatened by those darn so-called liberals that are beginning to practice open communion. Rats, grumbled Harry. Of all the fool Baptist egotism, closed communion is the worst. Nobody but people we consider saved to be allowed to take communion with us. Nobody can meet God unless we introduce them. Self-appointed guardians of the blood and body of Jesus Christ. Phew. Absolutely, from Horace Carp, and there is absolutely no scriptural basis for closed communion. There certainly is, shrieked Eddie. Frank, where's your Bible? Gee, I left it inside. Where's yours, Don? Well, I'll be switched. I had the darn thing right here just this evening, lamented Don Perkins after a search. Oh, I remember. I was killing a cockroach with it. It's on top of your wardrobe, said Elmer. Gee, honest, you oughtn't to kill cockroaches with a Bible, mourned Eddie Fizzlinger. Now here's the Bible, good and straight for close communion, Harry. It says in 1 Corinthians 11:27 and 29, whoever shall eat this bread and drink this cup of the Lord unworthily shall be guilty of the body and of the blood of the Lord. For he that eateth and drinketh unworthily eateth and drinketh damnation to himself. And how can there be a worthy Christian unless he's been baptized by immersion? I do wonder sometimes, mused Frank Shallard, if we aren't rather impious, we Baptists, to set ourselves up as the keepers of the gates of God, deciding just who is righteous and who is worthy to commune. But there's nothing else we can do, explained Eddie. The Baptist Church, being the only pure, scriptural church, is the one real church of God, and we're not setting ourselves up. We're just following God's ordinances. Horace Carp had been reveling in the popular mitzvah sport of looking up biblical texts to prove a preconceived idea. I don't find anything here about Baptists, he said. Not about your doggone old Episcopalians either, darn snobs. And the preachers wearing nightshirts, from Eddie. You bet your life you find something that talks about bishops, and that means Episcopal bishops. The Papes and the Methodists and the uncanonical bishops, rejoiced Horace. I'll bet you $2.67 I wind up as an Episcopal bishop, and believe me, I'll be high church as hell. All the candles I can get up on the altar. Harry Zentz was speculating.
I suppose it's unscientific to believe that because I happen to be a Baptist practitioner myself, and see that word-splitting, text-twisting, applause-hungry, job-hunting, medieval-minded second-raters even the biggest Baptist leaders are, therefore the Baptist Church is the worst of the lot. I don't suppose it's really any worse than the Presbyterian or the Congregational or Disciples or Lutheran or any other. But say you, Fizzlinger, ever occurred to you how dangerous it is, this Bible worship? You and I might have to quit preaching and go to work. You tell the mutton heads that the Bible contains absolutely everything necessary for salvation, don't you? Of course. Then what's the use of having any preachers, any church? Let people stay home and read the Bible. Well, it says... The door was dashed open, and Brother Carcass entered. Brother Carcass was no youthful student. He was 43, heavy-handed, big-footed, and his voice was the voice of a Great Dane. Born to the farm, he had been ordained a Baptist preacher for 20 years now, and up and down through the Dakotas, Nebraska, Arkansas, he had bellowed in Up Creek tabernacles. His only formal education had been in country schools, and of all books, save the Bible, revivalistic hymnals, a concordance handy for finding sermon texts, and a manual of poultry keeping, he was absolutely ignorant. He had never met a woman of the world, never drunk a glass of wine, never heard a bar of great music, and his neck was not free from the dust of the cornfields. But it would have been a waste of pity to sigh over Brother Carcass as a plucky poor student. He had no longing for further knowledge. He was certain he already had it all. He despised the faculty as book-adulterated wobblers in the faith. He could out-pray and out-holler and out-say the whole lot of 'em. He desired a mitzvah degree only because it would get him a better-paid job, or as he put it, with the 1850 vocabulary which he found adequate for 1905, because it would lead him to a wider field of usefulness. Say, don't you fellers ever do anything but sit around and argue and discuss and bellyache? He shouted. My lands, I can hear you racket way down the hall. Be a lot better for you young fellers if you'd forget your smart aleck arguing and spend the evening on your knees in prayer. Oh, you're a fine lot of smart, educated swells, but you'll find where that rubbish gets you when you go out and have to wrestle with old Satan for unregenerate souls. What are you gasbags arguing about, anyway? Well, Harry says, wailed Eddie Fizzlinger, that there's nothing in the Bible that says Christians have to have a church or preachers. Huh? And him that thinks he's so educated, where's a Bible? It was now in the hands of Elmer, who had been reading his favorite book, The Song of Solomon. Well, Brother Gantry, glad to see there's one galoot here that's got sense enough to stick to the old book and get himself right with God, instead of shooting off his face like some pedo Baptist. Now, look here, Brother Zans. It says here in Hebrews, forsake not the assembling of yourselves together. There, I guess that'll hold you. My dear brother in the Lord, said Harry, the only thing suggested there is an assembly like the Plymouth Brotherhood, with no regular paid preachers. As I was explaining to Brother Fizzlinger, personally, I'm so
ardent an admirer of the Bible that I'm thinking of starting a sect where we all just sing a hymn together, then sit and read our Bibles all day long, and not have any preachers getting between us and the all-sufficient Word of God. I expect you to join, Brother Carcass, unless you're one of these dirty higher critics that want to break down the Bible. Oh, you make me tired, said Eddie. You make me tired always twisting the plain commands of Scripture, said Brother Carcass, shutting the door weightily and from the outside. You all make me tired. My God, how you fellows can argue, said Elmer, chewing his Pittsburgh stogie. The room was thick now with tobacco fumes, though in Mitzpah Seminary smoking was frowned on, practically forbidden by custom. All of the consecrated company save Eddie Fizzlinger were at it. And he rasped, "This air is something terrible. Why, you fellows touch that vile weed. Worms and men are the only animals who indulge in tobacco. I'm going to get out of here." There was strangely little complaint. Rid of Eddie, the others turned to their invariable topic, what they call sex. Frank Shallard and Don Pickens were virgins, timid and fascinated, respectful and urgent. Horace Carp had had one fumbling little green-sick experience, and all three listened with nervous eagerness to the experiences of Elmer and Harry Zentz. Tonight, Elmer's mind reeked with it, and he who had been almost silent during the ecclesiastical wrangling was voluble now. The youngsters panted as he chronicled his meetings with a willing choir singer this summer past. Tell me, fretted Don, do girls, nice girls, do they really ever, go with a preacher? And aren't you ashamed to face them afterwards in church? Huh, observed Zentz. Ashamed? They worship you, declared Elmer. They stand by you the way no wife ever would, as long as they do fall for you. Why, this girl, she sang something elegant. He finished vaguely, reminiscently. Suddenly he was bored at treading the mysteries of sex with these moon calves. He lunged up. "Goin'?" said Frank. Elmer posed at the door, smirking, his hands on his hips. "Oh, no, not at all." He looked at his watch. It was a watch which reminded you of Elmer himself, large, thick, shiny, with a near gold case. "I merely have a date with a girl, that's all." Well, he was lying, but he had been roused by his own stories and would have given a year of life if his boast were true. He returned to his solitary room in a fever. God, if Juanita were only here, or Agatha, or even that little chambermaid at Solomon Junction. What the dickens was her name now? He longed. He sat motionless on the edge of his bed. He clenched his fists. He groaned and gripped his knees. He sprang up to race about the room, to return and sit dolorously entranced. "Oh, God, I can't stand it," he moaned. He was inconceivably lonely. He had no friends. He had never had a friend since Jim Lefferts. Harry Zentz despised his brains, Frank Shallard despised his manners, and the rest of them he himself despised. He was bored by the droning seminary professors all day, the schoolboys arguing in the evening, and in the rush of prayer meetings, and in chapel meetings and special praise meetings. He was bored by hearing the same enthusiasts
gamble in the same scriptural rejoicings. Oh, yes, I want to go and preach. Couldn't go back, just business or the farm. Miss the hymns, the bean boss, but I can't do it. God, I am so lonely. If Juanita was just here. End of section 8.
Section 9 of Elmer Gantry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 9, Chapter 7, Parts 1 to 4. Part 1. The Reverend Jacob Trosper, D.D., Ph.D., LL.D., Dean and Chief Executive of Mizpah Theological Seminary, and Professor of Practical Theology and Homiletics, was a hard-faced, active man with a large, active voice. His cheeks were gouged with 2 deep channels. His eyebrows were heavy. His hair, now gray and bristly, must once have been rusty, like Eddie Fislinger's. He would have made an excellent top sergeant. He looked through the students and let them understand that he knew their sins and idlenesses before they confessed them. Elmer was afraid of Dean Trosper. When he was summoned to the dean's office the morning after the spiritual conference in Frank Shallard's room, he was uneasy. He found Frank with the dean. God, Frank's been tattling about my doings with women. Brother Gantry, said the dean. Yes, sir. I have an appointment which should give you experience and a little extra money. It's a country church down at the Schonheim, 11 miles from here, on the spur line of the Ontario, Omaha, and Pittsburgh. You will hold regular Sunday morning services and Sunday school. If you are able to work up afternoon and evening services and prayer meetings, so much the better. The pay will be $10 a Sunday. If there's to be anything extra for extra work, well, that's up to you and your flock. I'd suggest that you go down there on a handcar. I'm sure you can get the section gang boss here to lend you one, as it's for the Lord's work. And the boss's brother does a lot of gardening here. I'm going to send Brother Shallard with you to conduct the Sunday school and get some experience. He has a particularly earnest spirit, which it wouldn't entirely hurt you to emulate, Brother Gantry. But he's somewhat shy in contact with sin-hardened common people. Now, boys, this is a small church, but never forget that it's priceless souls that I'm entrusting to your keeping. And who knows but that you may kindle there such a fire as may some day illuminate all the world. Providing, Brother Gantry, you eliminate the worldly things that I suspect you are indulging in. Elmer was delighted. It was his first real appointment. In Kansas this summer, he had merely filled other people's pulpits for 2 or 3 weeks at a time. He had shown 'em, some of these fellows that had thought he was just a mouth artist, show 'em how he could build up church membership, build up the collections, get 'em all going with his eloquence, and, of course, carry the message of salvation into darkened hearts. It would be mighty handy to have the extra 10 a week, and maybe more if he could kid the Schonheim deacons properly. His first church, his own, and Frank had to take his orders. Part 2. In the virginal days of 1905, suction gangs went out to work on the railway line not by gasoline power, but by a handcar, a platform with 2 horizontal bars worked up and down like pump handles. On a handcar, Elmer and Frank Shallard set out for their first charge. They did not look particularly clerical as they sawed at the handles. It was a chilly November Sunday morning, and they wore shabby greatcoats. Elmer had a moth-eaten plush cap over his ears. Frank exhibited absurd earmuffs under a more absurd derby, and both had borrowed red flannel mittens from the section gang. The morning was icily brilliant. Apple orchards glistened in the frost, and among the rattling weed stalks by the worm fences, quail were whistling. Elmer felt his lungs free of library dust as he pumped. He broadened his shoulders, rejoiced in sweating, felt that his ministry among real men and living life was begun. He pitied the pale Frank a little, and pumped the harder, and made Frank pump the harder, up and down, up and down, up and down. It was agony to the small of his back and shoulders, now growing soft, to labor on the upgrade, where the shining rails toiled around the curves through the gravel cuts. But downhill, swooping toward the frosty meadows and the sound of cowbells in the morning sun, he whooped with exhilaration and struck up a boisterous, "There is power, power, wonder-working power in the blood of the Lamb." The Schonheim church was a dingy brown box with a toy steeple, in a settlement consisting of the church, the station, a blacksmith shop, 2 stores, and half a dozen houses. But at least 30 buggies were gathered along the rutty street or in the carriage sheds behind the church. At least 70 people had come to inspect their new pastor, and they stood in gaping circles, staring between frosty, damp mufflers and visored fur caps. "I'm scared to death," murmured Frank as they strode up the one street from the station. But Elmer felt healthy, proud, and expansive. His own church, small, but somehow different from these ordinary country meeting houses. Quite a nice-shaped steeple, not one of those shacks with no steeple at all. And his people waiting for him, their attention flowing into him and swelling him. He threw open his overcoat, held it back with his hands imperially posed on his left hip, and let them see not only the black broadcloth suit bought this last summer for his ordination, but something choice he had added since, elegant white piping at the opening of his vest. A red-faced, mustached man swaggered up to greet them. "Brother Gantry and Brother Shallard, I'm Barney Bains, one of the deacons. Pleased to meet you. The Lord gave power to your message. Some time since we had any preaching here, and I guess we're all pretty hungry for spiritual food and the straight gospel. Being from Mitzpah, I guess there's no danger you boys believe in this open communion." Frank had begun to worry. "Well, what I feel is," when Elmer interrupted him with a very painful bunt to the side, and chanted in holy joy, "Pleased to meet you, Brother Bains. Oh, Brother Shallard and I are absolutely sound on both immersion and close communion. We trust you will pray for us, brother, that the Holy Ghost may be present in this work today, and that all the brethren may rejoice in a great reawakening and a bountiful harvest." Deacon Bains and all who heard him muttered, saint to saint, "He's pretty young yet, but he's got the right idea. I'm sure we're going to have a real rising preaching. Don't think much of Brother Shallard, though. Kind of a nice-looking young fella, but dumb in the head. Stands there like a bump on a log. Well, he's good enough to teach the kids in Sunday school." Brother Gantry was shaking hands all around. His sanctifying ordination, or it might have been his summer of bouncing from pulpit to pulpit, had so elevated him that he could greet them as impressively and fraternally as a sewing machine agent. He shook hands with a good grip. He looked at all the more aged sisters as though they were moved to give him a holy kiss. He said the right things about the weather, and by luck or inspiration, it was to the most acidly devout man in Boone County that he quoted a homicidal text from Malachi. As he paraded down the aisle, leading his flock, he panted, "Got 'em all ready. I can do something to wake these hicks up. where gas bags like Frank or Carp would just chew the rag. How could I have felt so down in the mouth and so carnal last week? Let me at that pulpit. They faced him in hard, straight pews, rugged heads seen against the brown wall, and pine double doors grained to mimic oak. They gratifyingly crowded the building, and at the back stood shuffling young men with unshaven chins and pale blue neckties. He felt power over them while he trolled out the chorus of The Church in the Wildwood. His text was from Proverbs, "Hatred stirreth up strifes, but love covereth all sins." He seized the sides of the pulpit with his powerful hands, glared at the congregation, decided to look benevolent after all, and exploded. In the hustle and bustle of daily life, I wonder how many of us stop to think that in all that is highest and best, we are ruled not even by our most up-and-coming efforts, but by love. What is love? The divine love of which the great singer teaches us in Proverbs. It is the rainbow that comes after the dark cloud. It is the morning star, and it is also the evening star, whose being, as you all so well know, the brightest stars we know. It shines upon the cradle of the little one, and when life has, alas, departed, to come no more, you find it still around the quiet tomb. What is it that inspires all great men, be they preachers or patriots or great businessmen? What is it, my brethren, but love? Ah, it fills the world with melody, with such sacred melodies as we have great indulged in together. For what is music? What, my friends, is music? Ah, what indeed is music but the voice of love? He explained that hatred was low. However, for the benefit of the more leathery and zealous deacons down front, he permitted them to hate all Catholics, all Puritans who fail to believe in hell and immersion, and all rich mortgage holders, wantoning in the betraying smiles of scarlet women, each of whom wore silk and in her jeweled hand held a ruby glass of perfidious wine. He closed by lowering his voice to a maternal whisper and relating a totally imaginary but most improving experience with a sinful old gentleman who on his bed of pain had admitted, to Elmer's urging, that he ought to repent immediately, but who put it off so long, died amid his virtuous and grief-stricken daughters, and presumably went straight to the devil. When Elmer had galloped down to the door to shake hands with such as did not remain for Sabbath school, 16 several auditors said, in effect, "Brother, that was a most helpful sermon and elegantly expressed," and he wrung their hands with a boyish gratitude beautiful to see. Deacon Bains patted his shoulder. "I never heard so young a preacher hand out such a fine doctrine, brother. Meet my daughter, Lulu." And there she was, the girl for whom he had been looking ever since he had come to Mizpah. Lulu Bains was a gray and white kitten with a pink ribbon. She had sat at the back of the church behind the stove, and he had not seen her. He looked down at her thirstily. His excitement at having played his sermon to such applause was nothing beside his excitement over the fact that he would have her near him in his future clerical labors. Life was a promising and glowing thing as he held her hand and tried not to sound too insistently affectionate. "Such a pleasure to meet you, Sister Lulu." Lulu was 19 or 20. She had a diminutive class of 12-year-old boys in the Sunday school. Elmer had intended to sneak out during Sunday school, leaving Frank Shallard responsible, and find a place where he could safely smoke a Pittsburgh stogie, but in view of his new spiritual revelation, he hung about, beaming with holy approbation of the good work and being manly and fraternal with the little boys in Lulu's class. If you want to grow up and be big fellas, regular sure enough huskies, you just listen to what Miss Bains has to tell you about how Solomon built that wonderful big old temple, he crooned at them. And if they twisted and giggled in shyness, at least Lulu smiled at him. A gray and white kitten with sweet kitten eyes, small, soft kitten who purred, "Oh, now, Brother Gantry, I'm just so scared and I don't hardly dare teach." Big eyes that took him into their depths. Still he heard her lisping as the voice of the angels, larks, and whole orchestra of flutes. He could not let her go at the end of Sunday school. He must hold her. "Oh, Sister Lulu, come see me at the handcar Frank and I, Brother Shallard and I, came down on. The funniest, just laugh your head off." As the section gang passed through Schonheim, at least 10 times a week, handcars could have been no astounding novelty to Lulu, but she trotted beside him and stared prettily and caroled, "Oh, honest, did you come down here on that? Well, I never." She shook hands cheerfully with both of them. He thought jealously that she was as cordial to Frank as to himself. "You better watch out and not go fooling around my girl," Elmer rectified as they pumped back toward Babylon. He did not congratulate Frank on having overcome his dread of stolid country audience. Frank had always lived in cities, or on having made Solomon's temple not merely a depressing object composed of substance called cubits, but an actual shrine in which dwelt an active and terrifying God. Part 3. For 2 Sundays now, Elmer had striven to impress Lulu not only as an affectionate young prophet, but as a desirable man. There were always too many people about. Only once did he have her alone. They walked half a mile then to call on a sick old woman. On their way, Lulu had fluttered at him, gray and white kitten, in a close bonnet of soft fuzzy gray, which he wanted to stroke. "I suppose you're just bored to death by my sermons," he fished. "Oh, no, I think they're just wonderful." "Do you? Honest?" "Honest, I do." He looked down at her childish face till he had caught her eyes, and then, jocularly, "My, but this wind is making the little cheeks and the cute lips awfully red. I guess maybe some fella must have been kissing them before church." "Oh, no!" She looked distressed, almost frightened. "Whoa up," he counseled himself. "You've got the wrong track. Golly, I don't believe she's as much as a fusser as I thought she was. Really is kind of innocent. Poor kid. Shame to get her all excited." "Ah, thunder. Won't hurt her a bit to have some little educated love-making." He hastily removed any possible blots on his clerical reputation. "Oh, I was joking. I just meant, be ashamed if as lovely a girl as you weren't engaged. I suppose you are engaged, of course?" "No. I liked a boy here awfully, but he went to Cleveland to work, and I guess he's kind of forgotten me." "Oh, that is really too bad." Nothing could be stronger, more dependable, more comforting than the pressure of his fingers on her arm. She looked grateful, and then she came to the sick room and heard Brother Gantry pray, long, fervently, and with the choicest words about death, not really mattering, nor really hurting. The old woman had cancer. Then Lulu also looked worshipful. On their way back, he made his final probe. "But even if you aren't engaged, Sister Lulu, I'll bet there's a lot of the young fellas here that are crazy about you." "Oh, no, honest, there aren't. Oh, I go round some with a second cousin of mine, Floyd Naylor. But my, he's so slow. He's no fun." The Reverend Mr. Gantry planned to provide fun. Part 4. Elmer and Frank had gone down on Saturday afternoon to decorate the church for the Thanksgiving service. To save the trip to Babylon and back, they were to spend Saturday night in the broad farmhouse of Deacon Bains, and Lulu Bains and her spinster cousin, Miss Baldwin, were assisting in the decoration. In other words, doing it. They were stringing pine boughs across the back of the hall and arranging a harvest feast of pumpkins, yellow corn, velvety sumac in front of the pulpit. While Frank and the spinster cousin of the Bainses discussed the artistic values of the pumpkins, Elmer hinted to Lulu, "I want your advice, Lulu. Sister Lulu, don't you think in my sermon tomorrow it might be helpful to explain?" They stood side by side now. How sweet were her little shoulders, her soft pussy-cat cheeks. He had to kiss them. He had to. He swayed toward her. Damn Frank and that Baldwin female. Why didn't they get out? To explain that all these riches of the harvest, priceless though they are in themselves, and necessary for grub, for the festal board, yet they are but symbols and indications of the do sit down, Lulu. You look a little tired. Of the deeper spiritual blessings which he also showers on us, and not just at harvest time. And this is a very important point. Her hand dropped against his knee, lay so white on the drab pew. Her breasts were young and undrained under her plaid blouse. He had to touch her hand. His fingers crept toward it, touched it by accident, surely by accident, while she looked devotion and he intoned sublimity. A very important point indeed. All the year round we receive these greater inner blessings, and it is for them, more than for any material gains, that we should lift our voices in thanksgiving. Don't you think it might be valuable to all of us if I brought that out? Oh, yes, I think I do. I think that's a lovely thought. His arms tingled. He had to slip them around her. Frank and Miss Baldwin had sat down, and they were in an intolerably long discussion as to what ought to be done about that terrible little Cutler boy who said that he didn't believe that the ravens brought any bread and meat to Elijah, not if he knew anything about these old crows. Frank explained that he did not wish to rebuke honest doubt, but when this boy went and made a regular business of cutting up and asking foolish questions, "Lulu," Elmer urged, "skip back in the other room with me a second. There's something about the church work I want to ask you, and I don't want them to hear." There were 2 rooms in the Schonheim church, the auditorium and a large closet for the storage of hymn books, mops, brooms, folding chairs, and communion cups. It was lighted by a dusty window. "Sister Bains and I are going to look over the Sunday school lesson charts," Elmer called largely and brightly. The fact that she did not deny it bound them together in secrecy. He sat on an upturned bucket. She perched on a stepladder. It was pleasant to be small in her presence and look up to her. What the something about church work which he was going to ask her was, he had no notion. But Elmer was a very ready talker in the presence of young women. He launched out. "I need your advice. I've never met anybody that combined common sense and spiritual values like what you do." "Oh, my, you're just flattering me, Brother Gantry." "No, I'm not. Honest, I ain't. You don't appreciate yourself." "That's because you've always lived in this little burg. But if you were in Chicago, or someplace like that, believe me, they'd appreciate that wonderful sense of spiritual values and everything." "Oh, Chicago. My, I'd be scared to death." "Well, I'll have to take you there some day and show you the town. Guess folks would talk about their bad old preacher then." They both laughed heartily. "But seriously, Lulu, what I want to know is, what I wanted to ask you, do you think I ought to come down here and hold Wednesday prayer meetings?" "Well, why, I think that would be awfully nice." "But you see, I'd have to come down on that old handcar. That's so. And you can't know how hard I got to study every evening at the seminary. Oh, yes, I can imagine. They both sighed in sympathy, and he laid his hands on hers, and they sighed again, and he removed his hand almost prudishly. But of course I wouldn't want to spare myself in any way. It's a pastor's privilege to spend himself for his congregation. Yes, that's so. But on the other hand, with the roads the way they are here, especially in winter and all, and most of the congregation living way out on farms and all, hard for 'em to get in, eh? That's so. The roads do get so bad. Yes, I think you're right, Brother Gantry. Oh, Lulu, and here I've been calling you by your first name. You're going to make me feel like I've been acting terrible if you rebuke me that way and don't call me Elmer. But then you're the preacher, and I'm just nobody. Oh, yes, you are. Oh, no, I'm not. They laughed very much. Listen, Lulu, honey. Remember, I'm really still a kid, just 25 this month, only about 5 or 6 older than you are. Now try calling me Elmer, and see how it sounds. Oh, my, I wouldn't dare. Well, try it. Oh, I couldn't. Imagine. Fraidy cat. I guess I am. Yes, you are. No, I'm not. I dare you. Well, Elmer, then, so there now. And they laughed intimately, and in the stress of their merriment he picked up her hand, squeezed it, rubbed it against his arm, and he did not release it, but it was only with the friendliest and least emphatic pressure that he held it while he crooned, You aren't really scared of poor old Elmer? Well, yes, I am a tiny bit. But why? Oh, you're so big and strong and dignified, like you were lots older, and you have such a boom, boom voice. My, I love to listen to it, but it scares me. I feel like you'd turn on me and say, You're bad, little girl, and then I'd have to fess. My, and then you're so terribly educated. You know such long words, and you can explain all these things about the Bible that I can never understand. And of course you are a real ordained Baptist clergyman. But does that keep me from being a man, too? Yes, it does, sort of. Then there was no playfulness, but a grim urgency in his voice. Then you couldn't imagine me kissing you? Look at me, I tell you. There, no, don't look away now. Why, you're blushing. You dear, poor, darling kid. You can imagine me kissing? Well, I oughtn't to. Shamed? Yes, I am. Listen, dear. You think of me as so awfully grown up, and of course I have to impress all these folks when I'm in the pulpit, but you can see through it, and I'm really just a big, bashful kid, and I need your help so. Did you know, dear, you remind me of my mother? End of section 9. Section 10 of Elmer Gantry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 10, Chapter 7, Parts 5 to 9. Part 5. Frank Shallard turned on Elmer in their bedroom while they were washing for supper, their first moment alone since Lulu and Miss Baldwin had driven them to the Bains farm to spend the night before the Thanksgiving service. Look here, Gantry, Elmer, I don't think it looked well the way you took Miss Bains in the back room at the church and kept her there. Must have been half an hour, and when I came in you two jumped and looked guilty. Uh-huh. So our little friend frankly is a real rubbernecking old woman. It was a spacious, dusky cavern under the eaves, the room where they were to stay that night. The picture on the black walnut washstand was stippled in gold, riotous with nameless buds. Elmer stood glaring, his big forearms bare and dripping. Shaking his fingers over the carpet, he reached for the towel. "I am not a rubberneck, and you know it, Gantry. But you're the preacher here, and it's our duty for the effect on others to avoid even the appearance of evil." Evil to him who thinks evil. Maybe you've heard that too? Oh, yes, Elmer. I think perhaps I have. Suspicious, dirty-minded Puritan, that's what you are, seeing evil where there ain't any meant. People don't hate Puritans because they suspect unjustly, but because they suspect only too darned justly. Look here now, Elmer, I don't want to be disagreeable. Well, you are. But Miss Bains, she looks sort of cuddlesome and flirtatious. But I'm dead certain she's straight as can be, and I'm not going to stand back and watch you try to make love to her. Well, smarty, suppose I want to marry her. Do you? You know so blame much, you ought to know without asking. Or do you? I haven't said I didn't. Your rhetoric is too complicated for me. I'll take it that you do mean to. Well, that's fine. I'll announce your intentions to Deacon Bains. You will like hell. Now, you look here, Shallard. I'm not going to have you poking your long nose into my business, and that's all there is to it, see? Well, yes, it would be if you were a layman and I had no official connection with this outfit. I don't believe too much in going around being moral for other people, but you're the preacher here. You're an ordained minister, and I'm responsible with you for the welfare of this church, and I'm damned if I'm going to watch you seducing the first girl you get your big sweaty hands on. Oh, don't go doubling up your fists. Of course you could lick me, but you won't, especially here in the deacon's house. Ruin you in the ministry. Great God, and you're the kind we affably let into the Baptist ministry? I was saying I don't propose to see you trying to seduce. Now, by God, if you think I'm going to stand, let me tell you right now, you've got the filthiest mind I ever heard of, Shallard. Why, you think I intend for one single second to be anything but friendly and open and above board with with Miss Bains. Why, you fool, I was in there listening about how she was in love with a fellow, and he's gone off to Chicago and chucked her. And that was all. And why you should think... Oh, don't be so fat-headed, Gantry. You can't get away with sitting in my room in the seminary, boasting you and Zen's boasting about how many affairs you've had. Well, it's the last time I'll sit in your damned room. Splendid. Think what you want to, and go to the devil and be sure and run tattling to Pop Trosper and the rest of the faculty. Well, that's a good comeback, Gantry. I may do just that, but this evening I'll just watch watch Miss Bains, and you. Poor sweet kid that she is. Nice eyes. Uh-huh, young Shallard. So you've been smelling around too? My God, Gantry, what a perfect specimen you are. Part 6. Deacon and Mrs. Bains, an angry face, generous, grasping, horsey, black-mustached man that he was, and she, a dumpling, managed to treat Frank and Elmer simultaneously as professors of the sacred mysteries, and as two hungry boys who were starved at mitzvah and were going to catch up tonight. Fried chicken, creamed chipped beef, homemade sausages, pickles, and mince pie, in what Elmer suspected, and gratefully suspected, the presence of unrighteous brandy, were the only part of the stout trencher work required of the young prophets.
Mr. Bains roared every 3 minutes at the swollen and suffering Frank. "Nonsense, brother. You haven't begun to eat yet. What's the matter with you? Pass up your plate for another helping." Miss Baldwin, the spinster, 2 other deacons and their wives, and a young man from a nearby farm, one Floyd Naylor, were present, and the clergy were also expected to be instructive. The theories were that they cared to talk of nothing save theology and the church, and second, that such talk was somehow beneficial in the tricky business of enjoying your sleep and buggy riding and victuals, and still getting into heaven. "Say, Brother Gantry," said Mrs. Bains, "what Baptist paper do you like best for home reading? I tried the Watchman Examiner for a while, but it don't seem to me it lambastes the Campbellites like it ought to, or gives the Catholics what for, like a real earnest Christian sheet ought to. I've started taking the Word and Way. Now there's a mighty sound paper that don't mince matters none, and written real elegant. Just suits me. It tells you straight out from the shoulder that if you don't believe in the virgin birth and the resurrection, atonement, and immersion, then it don't make no difference about your so-called good works and charity and all that, because you're doomed and bound to go straight to hell, and not no make-believe hell either, but a real gosh-awful, terrible bed of sure-enough coals. Yes, sir." "Oh, look here now, Brother Bains. You don't mean to say you think that the Lord Jesus isn't going to save one single, solitary person who isn't an Orthodox Baptist?" "Well, I don't profess to know all these things myself, like I was a high-toned preacher, but the way I see it, oh, yes, maybe if a fellow isn't ever had a chance to see the light, say he was brought up in a Methodist or a Mormon, and never heard a real dyed-in-the-wool Baptist explain the complete truth, then maybe God might forgive him because he was ignorant. But one thing I do know absolute, all these advanced thinkers and higher critics are going to the hottest pit of hell. What do you think about that, Brother Gantry?" "Personally, I'm much inclined to agree with you," Elmer gloated. "But anyway, we can safely leave it to the mercy of God to take care of wobblers and cowards and gas-bags like these alleged advanced thinkers. When they treacherously weaken our efforts at soul savings out here in the field and go in for a lot of cussing and discussing and fussing around with a lot of fool speculation, that don't do anybody any practical good in the great work of bringing poor suffering souls to peace, and then I'm too busy to waste my time on 'em, that's all. And I wouldn't care one bit if they heard me and knew it. Fact, that's the only trouble with Brother Shallard here. I know he has the grace of God in his heart, but he will waste time worrying over a lot of doctrines when everything's set down in Baptist tradition, and that's all you need to know. I want you to think about that, Frank." Elmer had recovered. He enjoyed defying lightning, provided it was lightning no more dynamic than Frank was likely to furnish. He looked at Frank squarely. It was perhaps half an hour since their talk in the bedroom. Frank opened his mouth twice and closed it. Then it was too late. Deacon Bains was already overwhelming him with regeneration and mince pie. Part 7. Lulu was at the other end of the table from Elmer. He was rather relieved. He despised Frank's weakness, but he was nevertheless, as with Eddie Fizzlinger, sure what Frank would do or say, and he determined to be cautious.
Once or twice he glanced at Lulu intimately, but he kept all his conversation, which for Lulu's admiration he tried to make learned yet virile, for Mr. Bains and the other deacons. There, he reflected, now Shallard, the damned fool, ought to see what I'm not trying to grab off the kid. If he makes any breaks about what are my intentions to her, I'll just be astonished and get Mr. Frank Shallard in bed, curse him and his dirty, sneaking suspicions. But God, I've got to have her, said all the tumultuous smoky beings in the lowest layer of his mind, and he answered them only with an apprehensive, "Watch out, be careful, Dean Trosper would bust you. Old Bains would grab his shotgun. Be careful. Wait." Not till an hour after supper, when the others were bending over the corn popper, did he have the chance to whisper to her, "Don't trust Shallard. Pretends to be a friend of mine. Couldn't trust him with a plugged nickel. Got to tell you about him. Got to. Listen, slip down after the others go up to bed. I'll be down here. Must." "Oh, I can't. Cousin Adeline Baldwin is sleeping with me." "Well, pretend to get ready to go to bed. Start and do your hair or something, and then come down to see if the fire is all right. Will you?" "Maybe." "Oh, you must. Please, dear." "Maybe, but I can't stay but just a second." Most virtuously, almost ministerially, "Oh, of course." They all sat after supper in the sitting-room. The Bainses prided themselves on having advanced so far socially that they did not spend the evenings in the kitchen, dining-room, always. The sitting-room had the homeliness of a New England farmhouse, with hectically striped rag carpets, an amazing patent rocker with Corinthian knobs and brass dragon's feet, crayon enlargements, a table piled with farm and fireside and modern Priscilla, and the enormous volume of pictures of the Chicago's World Fair. There was no fireplace, but the stove was a cheery monster of nickel and mica, with a jolly brass crown more golden than gold, and around the glaring belly a chain of glass sapphires, glass emeralds, and hot glass rubies. Beside the stove's gorgeous cheerfulness, Elmer turned on his spiritual faucet and worked at being charming. "Now, don't you folks dare say one word about church affairs this evening. I'm not going to be a preacher. I'm just going to be a youngster and kick up my heels in the pasture after that lovely supper. And I declare to goodness if I didn't know she was a strict mother in Zion, I'd make Mother Bains dance with me. Bet she could shake as pretty a pair of heels as any of those art dancers in the theater." And encircling that squashy and billowing waist, he thrice whirled her around while she blushed and giggled. "Why, the very idea!" The others applauded with unsparing, plough-hardened hands, cracking the shy ears of Frank Shallard. Part 8. Always Frank had been known as an uncommonly amiable youth, but tonight he was sour as alum. It was Elmer who told them stories of the pioneer Kansas he knew so well from reading. It was Elmer who started them popping corn in the parlor stove after their first uneasiness at being human in the presence of men of God. During this festivity, when even the most decorous deacon chuckled and admonished Mr. Bains, "Hey, who you shoving there, Barney?" Elmer was able to provide publicity and make his rendezvous with Lulu. More jolly than ever then, and slightly shiny from buttered popcorn, he herded them to the parlor organ, on which Lulu operated with innocent glee and not much knowledge. Out of duty to the cloth, they had to begin singing Blessed Assurance, but presently he had them basking in Seeing Nellie Home and Old Black Joe. All the while he was quivering with the promise of soft adventure to come. It only added to his rapture that the young neighboring farmer, Floyd Naylor, kin of the Bains family, a tall young man, but awkward, was also mooning at Lulu, longing but shy. They wound up with Beulah Land, played by Lulu, and his voice was very soothing, very touching and tender. "Oh, Beulah Land, sweet Beulah Land, you little darling, as on the highest mount I stand, I wonder if I kinda look pathetic, would she baby me? I look away across the sea, oh, I'll be good, won't go too far, where the mansions are prepared for me. Her wrist while she plays, like to kiss 'em, and view the shining glory shore. Going to, by thunder, tonight. My heaven, my home forevermore. I wonder if she'll come down the stairs in a wrapper." "I just wish I knew," said the wife of one of the deacons, a sentimental and lively lady, "what you were thinking of while we sang, Brother Gantry." "Why, I was thinking how happy we'll all be when we are purified and at rest in Beulah Land." "My, I knew it was something religious. You sang so sort of happy and inspired. Well, we must be going. It's been such a lovely evening, Sister Bains. We just don't know how to thank you and Brother Bains, yes, and Brother Gantry, too, for such a fine time. Oh, and Brother Shallard, of course. Come on, Charlie." Charlie, as well as the other deacons, had vanished into the kitchen after Brother Bains. There was a hollow noise, as of a jug mouth, while the ladies and the clergy, talking loudly, looked tolerant. The men appeared at the door, wiping their mouths with the hairy backs of their paws. Part 9. After the tremendous leave-taking to a yawning host, Elmer suggested, "If it won't bother you and Sister Bains, I'm going to stay down here by the fire a few minutes and complete my notes for my sermon tomorrow. And then I won't keep Brother Shallard awake." "Fine, fine. Oh, excuse me, so sleepy. The house is yours, my boy. Brother, good night." Good night, Brother Bains. Good night, Sister Bains. Good night, Sister Lulu. Night, Frank." The room was far more boisterous when he was left alone in it. It reeled and clamored. He paced, nervously smiting the palm of his left hand, stopping in fever to listen. Time crawling forever. She would not come. Creep mouse rustle on the stairs, reluctant tiptoe in the hall. His whole torso swelled with longing. He threw back his arms, fist down by his side, chin up, like the statue of Nathan Hale. But when she edged in, he was enacting the kindly, burly pastor, an elbow on the corner of the parlor organ, 2 fingers playing with his massy watch chain, his expression benevolent and amused. She was not in a dressing gown. She wore her blue frock unaltered, but she had let down her hair, and its pale silkiness shone round her throat. She looked at him beseechingly. Instantly he changed his pose and dashed at her with a little boyish cry, "Oh, Lou, I can't tell you how Frank hurt me." "What? What?" Very naturally, as with unquestioning intimacy, he put his arm about her shoulder, let his fingertips rejoice in her hair. "Oh, it's terrible. Frank ought to know me, but what do you think he said? Oh, he didn't dare come right out and say it, not to me, but he hinted around and insinuated and suggested that you and I were misbehaving there in the church when we were talking. And you remember what we were talking about? About my mother, and how beautiful and lovely she used to be, and how much you're like her. Don't you think that's rotten of him?" "Oh, I do. I think it's just dreadful. I never did like him." In her sympathy, she had neglected to slip out from under his arm. "Well, come sit down beside me here on the couch, dear." "Oh, I mustn't," moving with him toward the couch. "I've just got to get back upstairs. Cousin Adeline, she's suspicious." "We'll both go up right away, but this thing upset me so. Wouldn't think a big clumsy like me could be so sensitive a chump, would you?" He drew her close. She snuggled in beside him, unstruggling and sighing. "Oh, I do understand, Elmer, and I think it's dandy. I mean, it's lovely when a man can be so big and strong and still have fine feelings. But, honest, I must go." "Must go, dear?" "Now." "Yes, won't let you, less you say it." "Must go, dear." She had sprung up, but he held her hand, kissed her fingertips, looked up at her with plaintive affection. "Poor boy, did I make it all well?" She had snatched away her hand. She had swiftly kissed his temple and fled. He tramped the floor, quite daft, now soaringly triumphant, and now blackly longing. Part 9. During their handcar return to Babylon and the seminary, Elmer and Frank had little to say. "Don't be such a grouch. Honest, I'm not trying to get funny with little Lulu," Elmer grumbled, panting as he pumped the handcar, grotesque in cap and muffler. All right, forget it," said Frank. Elmer endured till Wednesday. For 2 days he had been hag-ridden by plans to capture Lulu. They had become so plain to him that he seemed to be living them as he slumped on the side of his cot, his fists clenched, his eyes absent. In his dream he squandered a whole $2.50 for a livery rig for the evening, and drove to Schonheim. He hitched it at that big oak, a quarter of a mile from the Bains farmhouse. In the moonlight he would see the rounded and cratered lump of the oak trunk where a limb had been cut off. He crept into the farmyard, hid by the corn crib, cold but excited. She came to the door with a dishpan of water, stood sideways in the light, her gingham work dress molded to the curve from shoulder to breast. He whistled to her. She started, came toward him with doubtful feet, cried with gladness when she saw who it was. She could not stay with him till the work was done, but she insisted that he wait in the stable. There was the warmth of the cows, their sweet odor, and a scent of hay. He sat on a manger edge in the darkness, enraptured yet so ardent that he trembled as with fear. The barn door edged open. With a flash of moonlight, she came toward him, reluctant, fascinated. He did not stir. She moved entranced straight into his arms. They sat together on a pile of hay, taut with passion, unspeaking, and his hand smoothed her ankle. And again, in his fancies, it was at the church that she yielded. For some reason not quite planned, he was there without Frank on a weekday evening, and she sat beside him on a pew. He could hear himself arguing that she was to trust him, that their love partook of the divine, even while he was fondling her. But suppose it were Deacon Bains who came to his whistle and found him sneaking in the barnyard. Suppose she declined to be romantic in cow barns,
And just what excuse had he for spending an evening with her at church? But over and over, sitting on his cot, lying half asleep with the covers clutched desperately, he lived his imaginings till he could not endure it. Not till Wednesday morning did it occur to the Reverend Elmer Gantry that he needed not to sneak and prowl, not necessarily, no matter what his custom had been, and that there was nothing to prevent his openly calling on her. Nor did he spend any $2.50 for a carriage. Despite his florid magnificence, he was really a very poor young man. He walked to Schönheim, not in a vision now, but in reality, starting at 5 in the afternoon, carrying a ham sandwich for his supper. Walked the railroad track, the cold ties echoing under his heavy tread. He arrived at 8. He was certain that, coming so very late, his parents would not stay up to annoy him for more than an hour. They were likely to ask him to remain for the night, and there would be no snooping Cousin Adeline Baldwin about. Mr. Bains opened to his knock. Well, Brother Gantry, what brings you down to this part of the world this time of night? Come in. I sort of thought I needed a good long walk. Been studying too hard, and I took a chance on your letting me stop in and warm myself. Well, sir, by golly, brother, I'd been mad as a wet hen if you hadn't stopped. This is your house, and there's always an extra plate to slap on the table. Yes, sir. Had your supper? Sandwich? Enough? Foolishness. We'll have the women folk fix you up something in 2 shakes. The woman and Lulu, they're still out in the kitchen. Lulu! Oh, I mustn't stop. So terribly far back to town and so late. Shouldn't have walked so far. You don't have to step your foot out of the house tonight, brother. You stay right here. When Lulu saw him, her tranced eyes said, And did you come all this way for me? She was more softly desirable than he had fancied. Warmed and swollen with fried eggs and admiration, he sat with them in the parlor, narrating more or less possible incidents of his campaign for the righteousness in Kansas, till Mr. Bains began to yawn. By golly, 10 minutes after 9. Don't know how it got to be so late. Ma, I guess it's about time to turn in. Elmer lunged gallantly. Well, you can go to bed, but we being young folks, we're going to sit up and tell each other our middle names. I'm no preacher on weekdays. I'm just a student by Jiminy. Well, if you call this a weekday, looks like a weeknight to me, brother. Everybody laughed. She was in his arms on the couch before her father had yawned and coughed up the stairs. She was in his arms, limp, unreasoning. At midnight, after a long stillness in the chilling room, she sat up hastily at 2 and fingered her rumpled hair. Oh, I'm frightened, she whispered. He tried to pat her comfortably, but there was not much heart in him now. But it doesn't matter. When shall we be married? She fluttered. And then there was no heart in him at all, but only a lump of terror. Once or twice in his visions he had considered that there might be danger of having to marry her. He had determined that marriage would cramp his style in advancement in the church, and that, anyway, he didn't want to marry this brainless little fluffy chick who would be of no help in impressing rich parishioners. But that caution he had utterly forgotten in emotion, and her question was authentically a surprise, abominably a shock. Thus, in a whirling thought, even while he mumbled, Well, I don't think we can decide yet. Ought to wait till I have time to look around after I graduate and get settled in some good pastorate. Yes, perhaps we ought, she said meekly to her man, the best and most learned and strongest, and much the most interesting person she had ever known. So you mustn't mention it to anybody, Lou, not even your folks. They might not understand, like you do, how hard it is for a preacher to get his first real church. Oh, yes, dear. Oh, kiss me. And he had to kiss her any number of times in that ghastly cold room before he could escape to his chamber. He sat on his bed with an expression of sickness, complaining, "Hell, I oughtn't to have gone so far. I thought she'd resist more. Ah, it wasn't worth all this risk. Ah, she's as dumb as a cow. Poor little thing." His charity made him feel beneficent again. Sorry for her, but good God, she is so wishy-washy. Her fault, really, but, I was a fool. Well, fella has to stand right up and face his faults honestly. I do. I don't excuse myself. I'm not afraid to admit my faults and repent. So he was able to go to bed admiring his own virtue and almost forgiving her. End of section 10.
Section 1 of Elmer Gantry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 11, Chapter 8, Part 1. The ardor of Lulu, the pride of having his own church at Schernheim, the pleasure of watching Frank Shallard puff in agony over the handcar, all these did not make up to Elmer for his boredom in seminary classes from Monday to Friday. That boredom which all preachers, save a few sporting country parsons, a few managers of factory-like institutional churches, must endure throughout their lives. Often he thought of resigning and going into business, since buttery words and an important manner would be as valuable in business as in the church. The class to which he gave the most reverent attention was that of Mr. Ben T. Bonstock, professor of oratory and literature and instructor in voice culture. Under him, Elmer had been learning an ever more golden, yet steel-strong, pulpit manner, learning not to split infinitives in public, learning that references to Dickens, Victor Hugo, James Whitcomb Riley, Josh Billings, and Michelangelo gave to a sermon a very tony Chicago air. Elmer's eloquence increased like an August pumpkin. He went into the woods to practice. One day, a small boy came up behind him, standing on a stump in a clearing, and upon being greeted with, "I denounce the abomination of your lascivious and voluptuous abominations," he fled yelping, and never again was the same carefree youth. In moments when he was certain that he really could continue with the easy but dull life of the ministry, Elmer gave heed to Dean Trosper's lectures in practical theology and in homiletics. Dr. Trosper told the aspiring holy clerks what to say when they called on the sick, how to avoid being compromised by choir singers, how to remember edifying or laugh-rapping anecdotes by cataloging them, and how to prepare sermons when they had nothing to say, in what books they could find the best predigested sermon outlines, and, most useful of all, how to raise money. Eddie Fislinger's notebook on the practical theology lectures, which Elmer viewed as Elmer's notebook also, before examinations, was crammed with such practical theology as pastoral visiting, no partiality, don't neglect hired girls, be cordial, guard conversation, pleasing manner and laugh, and maybe one funny story, but no scandal or criticism of others. Stay only 15 to 30 minutes. Ask if like to pray with, not insist. Remark great opportunities during sickness, sorrow, marriage. Ask jokingly why husband not oftener to church. The course in hymnology Elmer found tolerable. The courses in New Testament interpretation, church history, theology, missions, and comparative religions he stolidly endured and warmly cursed. Who the dickens cared whether Adoniram Judson became a Baptist by reading his Greek New Testament? Why all this fuss about a lot of prophecies and revelations? He wasn't going to preach that highbrow stuff, and expecting them to make something out of this filioque argument in theology? Foolish. The teachers of New Testament and church history were ministers whom admiring but bored metropolitan congregations had kicked upstairs. To both of them, polite deacons had said, "We consider you essentially scholarly, brother, rather than pastoral. Very scholarly. We're pulling wires to get you the high honor that's your due election to the chair in one of the Baptist seminaries. While they may pay a little less, you'll have much more of the honor you so richly deserve, and lots easier work, as you might say." The grateful savants had accepted, and they were spending the rest of their lives reading 15th-hand opinions, taking pleasant naps, and drooling out to yawning students the anemic and wordy bookishness which they called learning. But the worst of Elmer's annoyances were the courses given by Dr. Bruno Zechlin, professor of Greek, Hebrew, and Old Testament exegesis. Bruno Zechlin was a Ph.D. of Bonn, an S.T.D. of Edinburgh. He was one of the dozen authentic scholars in all of the theological institutions of America, and incidentally he was a thorough failure. He lectured haltingly, he wrote obscurely, he could not talk to God as though he knew him personally, and he could not be friendly with numbskulls. Mizpah Seminary belonged to the right wing of the Baptists. It represented what was 20 years later to be known as fundamentalism. And in Mizpah, Dr. Zechlin had been suspected of heresy. He also had a heathenish, tawny German beard, and he had been born not in Kansas or Ohio, but in a city ridiculously named Frankfurt. Elmer despised him because of the beard, because he was enthusiastic about Hebrew syntax, because he had no useful tips for ambitious young professional prophets, and because he had seemed singularly to enjoy flunking Elmer in Greek, which Elmer was making up with a flinching courage piteous to behold. But Frank Shallard loved Dr. Zechlin, him alone among the members of the faculty. Part 2. Frank Shallard's father was a Baptist minister, sweet-tempered, bookish, mildly liberal, not unsuccessful. His mother was a mainline family, slightly run to seed. He was born in Harrisburg and reared in Pittsburgh, always under the shadow of the spires, in this case a kindly shadow and serene, though his father did labor long at family prayers and instruct his young to avoid all worldly pollution, which included dancing, the theater,
and the libidinous works of Balzac. There was talk of sending Frank to Brown University or Pennsylvania, but when he was 15, his father had a call to a large church in Cleveland, and it was the faculty of Oberlin College in Ohio who interpreted and enriched for Frank the Christian testimony to be found in Plautus, Homer, calculus, basketball, and the history of the French Revolution. There was a good deal of the natural poet in him, and is not too rarely the case with poets, something of the reasoning and scientific mind. But both imagination and reason had been submerged in a religion in which doubt not only sinful, but much worse, in bad taste. The flare which might have turned to roses and singing, or to banners and bravado, or to pity of hopeless toilers, had been absorbed in the terrible majesty of the Jew Jehovah, the brooding mercy of our Lord, the tales of his birth-jeweled kings, and the shepherd's campfire, the looming star and the babe in the manger. Myths bright as enamel buds, and he was bemused by the mysteries of Revelation, and Alice in Wonderland wearing a dragon's mask. Not only had he been swathed in theology, but all his experience had been in books instead of in the speech of toiling men. He had been a solitary in college, generous but fastidious, jarred by his classmates' belching and sudden laughter. His reasoning had been introverted, turned from an examination of men as mammals, and devoted to a sorrow but sinful and aching souls that would not more readily seek the security of a mystic process known as conviction, repentance, and salvation, which he was assured by the noblest and most literate men he had ever known was guaranteed to cure all woe. His own experience did not absolutely confirm this. Even after he had been quite ecstatically saved, he found himself falling into deep, still furies at the familiarities of hobblehoys, still peeping at the arching bodies of girls. But that, he assured himself, was merely because he hadn't gone on to perfection. There were doubts. The Old Testament God's habit of desiring the reeking slaughter of everyone who did not flatter him seemed rather antisocial, and he wondered whether all the wantoning in the Song of Solomon did really refer to the loyalty between Christ and the church. It seemed unlike the sessions of Oberlin Chapel and the Miller Avenue Baptist Church of Cleveland, Ohio. Could Solomon just possibly refer to the relations between beings, more mundane and frisky? Such qualities of reason as he had, Frank devoted not to examining the testimony which his doubting sniffed out, but to examining and banishing the doubt itself. He had it as an axiom that doubt was wicked, and he was able to enjoy considerable ingenuity in exercising it. He had a good deal of self-esteem and pleasure among the purple-broideried ambiguities of religion. That he would become a minister had always been assumed. He had no such definite and ecstatic call as came to Elmer Gantry, but he had always known that he would go on nibbling at theories about the Eucharist and pointing men the way to uncharted plateaus called righteousness, idealism, honesty, sacrifices, beauty, and salvation. Curly flaxen hair, clear skin, fine nose, setter eyes, straight back, Frank was a pleasant-looking young man at 23, in his senior year at Mizpah Seminary.
He was a favorite of Dean Trosper, of the professor of New Testament interpretation. His marks were high, his manner was respectful, and his attendance was perfect. But his master among the faculty was the stammering and stumbling Bruno Zechlin, that bearded advocate of Hebrew syntax, that suspected victim of German beer and German rationalism, and Frank was the only student of his generation whom Dr. Zechlin chose as confidant. During Frank's first year in Mizpah, Zechlin and he were merely polite to each other. They watched each other and respected each other and remained aloof. Frank was diffident before Dr. Zechlin's learning, and in the end it was Zechlin who offered friendship. He was a lonely man. He was a bachelor, and he despised all of his colleagues whom he did not fear. Particularly, he disliked being called Brother Zechlin by active, long-legged brain preachers from the bush. At the beginning of Frank's second year in Mizpah, he was worried. Once in the Old Testament exegesis class, "Professor Zechlin, I wish you would explain an apparent biblical inconsistency to me. It says in John, someplace in the first chapter, I think it is, that no man hath seen God at any time. And then in Timothy, it states definitely about God, whom no man hath seen nor can see. And yet, in Exodus 24, Moses and more than 70 others did see him with pavement under his feet, and Isaiah and Amos say they saw him, and God especially arranged for Moses to see part of him. And there, too, God told Moses that nobody could stand seeing his face and live. But Jacob naturally wrestled with God and saw him face to face and did live. Honestly, Professor, I'm not trying to raise doubts, but there does seem to be an inconsistency there, and I wish I could find the proper explanation. Dr. Zechlin looked at him with a curious fuzzy brightness. What do you mean by a proper explanation, Shallard? So we can explain these things to young people that might be bothered by them. Well, it's rather complicated. If you'll come to my rooms after supper tonight, I'll try to make it clear. But when Frank shyly came calling, and Dr. Zechlin exaggerated when he spoke of his rooms, for he had only a book-littered study with an alcove bedroom in the house of an osteopath. He did not at all try to make it clear. He hinted about to discover Frank's opinion, and smoking, and gave him a cigar. He encased himself in a musty armchair and queried, Do you ever feel a little doubt about the literal interpretation of our Old Testament, Shallard? He sounded kind, very understanding. I don't know. Yes, I do. I don't like to call them doubts. Why not call them doubts? Doubting is a very healthy sign, especially in the young. Don't you see that otherwise you'd simply be swallowing instruction whole, and no infallible human instructor can always be right, do you think? That began it. Began a talk always cautious, increasingly frank, which lasted till midnight. Dr. Zechlin lent him, with the adjuration not to let anyone else see them, Renan's Jesus and Coe's The Religion of a Mature Mind. Frank came again to his room, and they strolled together through sweet apple orchards, unconscious even of the Indian summer pastures, in their concentration on the destiny of man and the grasping gods. Not for 3 months did Zechariah admit he was an agnostic, and not for another month that atheist would be a sounder name for him than agnostic. Before ever he had taken his theological doctorate, Zechariah had felt it was as impossible to take literally the myths of Christianity as to take literally the myths of Buddhism. But for many years he had rationalized his heresies. Those myths, he comforted himself, are symbols embodying the glory of God and the leadership of Christ's genius. He had worked out a satisfying parable. The literalist, said he, asserts that a flag is something holy, something to die for, not symbolically, but in itself. The infidel at the other end of the scale maintains that the flag is a strip of wool or silk or cotton with rather unaesthetic marks printed on it, and of considerably less use, therefore, of less holiness and less romance than a shirt or a blanket. But to the unprejudiced thinker, like himself, it was a symbol, sacred only by suggestion, but not the less sacred. After nearly 2 decades, he knew that he had been fooling himself, that he did not actually admire Jesus as the sole leader, that the teachings of Jesus were contradictory and borrowed from earlier rabbis, and that if the teachings of Christianity were adequate flags, symbols, philosophies for most of the bellowing preachers whom he met and detested, then perforce they must for him be the flags, the symbols of the enemy. Yet he went on as a Baptist preacher, as a teacher of ministerial cubs. He tried to explain it to Frank Shallard without seeming too shameful. First, he suggested, it was hard for any man, it was especially hard for a teacher of 65, to go back on the philosophy he had taught all his life. It made that life seem too pitifully futile. And he did not love to tread theological labyrinths. And he admitted, as they plodded back through a winter twilight, he was afraid to come out with the truth lest he plain lose his job. Man of learning he was, but too sorry a preacher to be accepted by a liberal religious society, too lumbering a writer for journalism, and outside the world of religious parasitism, his own phrase, he had no way of earning his living. If he were kicked out of Mizpah, he would starve. Saul, he said frankly, I would hate to see you go through all this, Frank. But what am I to do, Dr. Zechariah? Do you think I ought to get out of the church now, while there's time? You have lived in the church. You would probably be lonely without it. Maybe you should stay in it, to destroy it. But you wouldn't want it destroyed. Even if some details of dogma aren't true, even if all of them, think what a consolation religion and the church are to weak humanity. Are they? I wonder. Don't cheerful agnostics, who know they are going to die dead, worry much less than good Baptists, who worry lest their sons and cousins and sweethearts fail to get into Baptist heaven? Or, what is even worse, who wonder if they may not have guessed wrong, if God may not be a Catholic, maybe, or a Mormon, or a Seventh-day Adventist instead of a Baptist, and then they'll go to hell themselves. Consolation, no, but stay in the church till you want to get out. Frank stayed. Part 3. By senior year, he had read many of Dr. Zechelin's bootlegged books, Davenport's Primitive Traits in Religious Revivals, which asserted that the shoutings and foamings and twitchings at revival meetings were no more sanctified than any other barbaric religious frenzies. Dodds and Sunderland on the origin of the Bible, which indicated that the Bible was no more holy and infallible than Homer. Nathaniel Schmidt's revolutionary Life of Jesus, the Prophet of Nazareth, and White's History of the Warfare of Science with Theology, which painted religion as the enemy, not the promoter, of human progress. He was, indeed, in a Baptist seminary, a specimen of the young man ruined by godless education, whom the Baptist periodicals loved to paint. But he stayed. He clung to the church. It was his land, his patriotism. Nebulously and quite impractically and altogether miserably, he planned to give his life to a project called Liberalizing the Church from Within. It was a relief, after his sophistries, to have so lively an emotion as his sweet, clear, resounding hatred for Brother Elmer Gantry. Part 4. Frank had always disliked Elmer's thickness, his glossiness, his smut, and his inability to understand the most elementary abstraction. But Frank was ordinarily no great hater, and when they went off together to guard the flock at Schönheim, he almost liked Elmer in his vigorous excitement, beautiful, earthy excitement of an athlete. Frank considered Lulu Bains a bisque doll, and he would have cherished her like any 10-year-old in his Sunday school class. He saw Elmer's whole body stiffen as he looked at Lulu, and there was nothing he could do about it. He was afraid that if he spoke to Mr. Bains, or even to Lulu, in the explosion Elmer might have to marry her, and suddenly the Frank who had always accepted the holy institution of matrimony felt that for a colt like Lulu, any wild kicking up of the heels would be better than being hardest to Elmer's muddy plow. Frank's minister father and his mother went to California for Christmas time, and he spent the holiday with Dr. Zechlin. They too celebrated Christmas Eve, and a very radiant, well-contented, extremely German Weihnachtsabend that was. Zechlin had procured a goose, bullied the osteopath's wife into cooking it, with sausages for stuffing and cranberry pancake to flank it. He brewed a punch not at all Baptist. It frothed and smelled divinely, and to Frank it brought visions. They sat in old chairs on either side of the round stove, gently waving their punch glasses, and sang, "Stille Nacht, heilige Nacht, alles schlaft, einsam wacht, nur das traute, hochheilige Paar, hohler Knabe im lonkigen Haar, schlaf in himmlischer Ruhe, schlaf in himmlischer Ruhe." "Ah, yes," the old man meditated, "that is the Christ I still dream of, the child with shining hair,
the dear German Christ child, the beautiful fairy tale, and your Dean Trospers make Jesus into a monster that hates youth and laughter. Wein, Weib und Gesang. Der Arme. How unlucky he was, that Christ, not to have the good Trosper with him at the wedding feast to explain that he must not turn the water into wine. I wonder if I am too old to start a little farm with a big vineyard and 7 books. Part 5. Elmer Gantry was always very witty about Dr. Bruno Zechlin. Sometimes he called him Old Fuzzy. Sometimes he said, that old coot ought to teach Hebrew. He looks like a page of Yid himself. Elmer could toss off things like that. The applause of Eddie Fizzlinger, who was heard to say in hallways and lavatories that Zechlin lacked spirituality, encouraged Elmer to create his masterpiece. Before exegesis class, he printed on the blackboard in a disguised hand, I am Fuzzy Zechlin, the gazabo that knows more than God. If Jake Trosper got into what I really think about inspiration of the Scriptures, he'd fire me out on my dirty Dutch neck. The assembling students guffawed, even ponderous Brother Carcass, the Up Creek Calvin. Dr. Zechlin trotted into the classroom smiling. He read the blackboard inscription. He looked incredulous, then frightened, and peered at his class like an old dog stoned by hoodlums. He turned and walked out, to the laughter of Brother Gantry and Brother Carcass. It is not recorded how the incident came to Dean Trosper. He summoned Elmer. I suspect it was you who wrote that on the blackboard. Elmer considered lying, then blurted, Yes, I did, Dean. I tell you it's a shame. I don't pretend to have reached a state of Christian perfection, but I'm trying hard, and I think it's a shame when a man on the faculty is trying to take away our faith by hints and sneers. That's how I feel. Dean Trosper spoke snappishly. I don't think you need to worry about anybody suggesting new possibilities of sin to you, Brother Gantry, but there is some justification to what you say. Now, go and sin no more. I still believe that someday you will grow up and turn your vitality into a means of grace for many, possibly including yourself, Fadeldo. Dr. Bruno Zechlin was abruptly retired at Easter. He went to live with his niece. She was poor and liked bridge, and did not want him. He made a little money by translating from the German. He died within 2 years. Elmer Gantry never knew who sent him 30 dimes wrapped in a tract about holiness, nor why. But he found the sentiments in the tract useful in a sermon, and the 30 dimes he spent for lively photographs of burlesque ladies. End of section 11, chapter 8.
Section 12 of Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 12, Chapter 9, Part 1. The relations of Brother Gantry and Brother Shallard
were not ardent toward Christmastide, even in the intimacy of pumping a hand-car. Frank complained while they were laboring along the track after church at Schönheim. "Look here, Gantry, something's got to be done. I'm not satisfied about you and Lulu. I've caught you looking at each other, and I expect you've been talking to the dean about Dr. Zachlin. I'm afraid I've got to go to the dean myself. You're not fit to have a pastorate." Elmer stopped pumping, glared, rubbed his mittened hands on his thighs, and spoke steadily. "I've been waiting for this. I'm impulsive, sure. I make bad mistakes. Every red-blooded man does. But what about I don't know how far you've gone with your hellish doubts. I've been listening to the hedging way you answer questions in Sunday school, and I know you're beginning to wobble. Pretty soon you'll be an out-and-out liberal. God, plotting to weaken the Christian religion, to steal away from the weak, groping souls their only hope is salvation. The worst murderer that ever lived isn't a criminal like you." "That isn't true. I'd die before I'd weaken the faith of anyone who needed it." "Then you simply haven't got brains enough to see what you're doing. And there's no place for you in any Christian pulpit. It's me that ought to go to Pop Trosper complaining. Just today, when that girl came to you worrying about her pa's giving up family prayers, you let on like it didn't matter much. You may have started that poor young lady on the doubt-paved road that leads to everlasting hell." And all the way to Mizpah, Frank worried and explained, and at Mitzvah Elmer graciously permitted him to resign his place at Schönheim, and advised him to repent and seek the direction of the Holy Spirit before he should ever attempt another pastorate. Elmer sat in his room, flaming with his evangelistic triumph. He was so sincere about it that not for minutes did he reflect that Frank would no longer be an obstacle to his relations with Lulu Bains. Part 2. A score of times before March, in her own house, in an abandoned log barn, at the church, Elmer contrived to have meetings with Lulu. But he wearied of her trusting babble. Even her admiration, since she always gushed the same things in the same way, began to irritate him. Her love-making was equally unimaginative. She always kissed and expected to be kissed in the same way. Even before March, he had had enough, but she was so completely devoted to him that he wondered if he might not have to give up the Schönheim church to get rid of her. He felt injured. Nobody could ever say he was unkind to girls or despised them the way Jim Lefferts used to. He had taught Lulu an awful lot, got her over her hick ideas, showed her how a person could be religious and still have a good time if you just looked at it right, and saw that while you ought to teach the highest ideals, nobody could be expected to always and exactly live up to 'em every day, especially when you were young. And hadn't he given her a bracelet that cost $5 good bucks? But she was such a darned fool. Never could understand that after a certain point a man wanted to quit love-making and plan his next day's sermon, or bone up on his confounded Greek. Practically he felt resentfully she had deceived him. Here he had thought that she was a nice, safe, unemotional little thing whom it might be pleasant to tease, but who would let him alone when he had more serious matters to attend to. And then she had turned out passionate. She wanted to go on being kissed and kissed and kissed when he was sick of it. Her lips were always creeping around, touching his hand or his cheek when he wanted to talk. She sent him whining little notes at Mitzvah,
Suppose somebody found one of them. Golly! She wrote to him that she was just living until their next meeting, trying to bother him and distract his attention when he had a man's work to do. She mooned up at him with her foolish, soft, mushy eyes all through his sermons, absolutely spoiled his style. She was wearing him out, and he'd have to get rid of her. Hated to do it. Always had been nice to girls, to everybody, but it was for her sake just as much as his. He'd have to be mean to her and make her sore. Part 3. They were alone in the Scherenheim church after morning meeting. She had whispered to him at the door, "I've got something to tell you." He was frightened. He grumbled, "Well, we oughtn't to be seen together so much, but slip back when the other folks are gone." He was sitting on the front pew in the deserted church, reading some hymns for want of better, and she crept behind him and kissed his ear. He jumped. "Good Lord, don't go startling people like that," he snarled. "Well, what's all this you have to tell me?" She was faltering, near to tears. "I thought you'd like to hear it. I just wanted to creep close and say I loved you." "Well, good heavens, you needn't have acted as though you were pregnant or something." "Elmer!" Too shocked in her rustic sense of propriety for resentment. "Well, that's just about how you acted, making me wait here, and I've got to be back in town. Important meeting. And me having to pump that handcar all alone. I do wish you wouldn't act like a 10-year-old kid all the time." "Elmer!" "Oh, Elmer, that's all very well. I like to play around and be foolish and just as well as anybody, but all this, all the time." She fled round to the front of the pew and knelt by him, her foolish hand on his knee, prattling in an imitation of baby talk, which infuriated him. "Oh, Ism's such cross old bear. Ism's bad old bear. So cross with Lulukins." "Lulukins? Great John God!" "Why, Elmer Gantry, it was the Sunday school teacher who was shocked now." She sat up on her knees. "Lulukins? Of all the damned fool baby talk I ever heard, that takes the cake. That's got 'em all beat. For God's sake, try to talk like a human being, and don't go squatting there. Suppose someone came in. Are you deliberately trying to work to ruin me, Lulukins?" She stood up, fists tight. "What have I done? I didn't mean to hurt you. Oh, I didn't, dearest. Please forgive me. I just came in to surprise you." "Huh, you surprised me, all right." "Dear, please, I'm so sorry. Why, you called me Lulukins yourself." "I never did." She was silent. "Besides, if I did, I was kidding." Patiently trying to puzzle it out, she sat beside him and pleaded, "I don't know what I've done. I just don't know. Won't you please, oh please explain and give me a chance to make up for it?" "Oh, hell." He sprang up, hat in hand, groping for his overcoat. "If you don't understand, I can't waste my time explaining," and was gone, relieved but not altogether proud. But by Tuesday he admired himself for his resolution. Tuesday evening came her apology. Not a very good note, blurry, doubtful of spelling, and as she had no notion what she was apologizing about, not very lucid. He did not answer it. During his sermon the next Sunday, she looked up at him, waiting to smile, but he took care not to catch her eye, while he was voluminously explaining the crime of Nadab and Abihu
In putting strange fire in their censers, he was thinking with self-admiration, "Poor little thing, I'm sorry for her. I really am." He saw that she was loitering at the door behind her parents after the service, but he left half his congregation unhandshaken and shriven, muttering to Deacon Bains, "Sorry, gotta hurry away," and fled toward the railroad tracks. "If you're going to act this way and deliberately persecute me," he raged, "I'll just have to have a good talk with you, my fine young lady." He waited, this new Tuesday, for another note of apology. There was none, but on Thursday, when he was most innocently having a vanilla milkshake at Hornberry's drugstore near the seminary, when he felt ever so good and benign and manly, with his missions theme all finished and 2 fine 5-cent cigars in his pocket, he saw her standing outside, peering in at him. He was alarmed. She looked not quite sane. Suppose she stole her father, he groaned. He hated her. He swaggered out gallantly, and he did most magniloquently the proper delight at encountering her here in town. "Well, well, well, Lulu, this is such a pleasant surprise. And where's Papa?" "He and Ma are up at the doctor's office about Ma's earache. I said I'd meet them at the Boston Bazaar, Elmer." Her voice was like stretched, quivering wire. "I've got to talk to you. You've got to walk down the street with me." He saw that she had tried to rouge her cheeks. It was not customary in rural Midwest in 1906. She had done it badly. The spring was early. These first few days of March were soft with buds, and Elmer sighed that if she weren't such a tyrannical nagger, he might have felt romantic about her as they walked toward the courthouse lawn and the statue of General Sherman. He had expanded her education in boldness as well as vocabulary, and with only a little hesitation, a little bit of peering up at him, a little bit of trying to hook her fingers over his arm till he shook it free, she blurted, "We've got to do something, because I think I'm going to have a baby." "Oh, good God Almighty hell," said the Reverend Elmer Gantry. "And I suppose you've gone squealing to your old man and the old woman." "No, I haven't." She was quiet and dignified as a bedraggled gray kitten would be. "Well, that's good, anyway. Well, I suppose I'll have to do something about it. Damn." He thought rapidly. From the ladies of joy, whom he knew in the city of Monarch, he could obtain information. But, "You look here now," he snarled. "It isn't possible." He faced her on the brick walk through the courthouse lawn, under the cast-iron wings of the rusty justice. "What are you trying to pull? God knows I most certainly intend to stand up for you in every way, but I don't intend to be bamboozled, not by anybody. What makes you think you're pregnant?" Please, dear, don't use that word." "Huh! Say, that's pretty good, that is. Come across now. What makes you think so?" She could not look up at him. She looked away at the ground, and his virtuous indignation swooped down on her as she stammered her reasons. Now, no one had taught Lulu Bains much physiology, and it was evident that she was making up what she considered sound symptoms. She could only mumble again and again, while tears mucked her clumsy rouge, while her bent fingers trembled at her chin. "Oh, yes, I feel so bad. Oh, please, dear, don't make me go on explaining." He had enough of it. He gripped her shoulder, not tenderly. "Lulu, you're lying. You have a dirty, lying, deceitful heart. I wondered what it was about you that bothered me and kept me from marrying you. And now I know. Thank God I found out in time. You're lying.
Oh, dear, I'm not. Oh, please.
Look here. I'm going to take you to a doctor's right now. We'll get the truth.
Oh, no, please, no, I can't.
Why can't you?
Oh, please.
Uh-huh. And that's all you've got to say for yourself? Come here, look up at me. They must have hurt, his meaty fingers digging into her shoulder. But then he felt righteous. He felt like the Old Testament prophets, whom his sect admired, and he had found something about which he really could quarrel with her. She did not look up at him, for all his pinching. She merely wept hopelessly. Then you were lying.
Oh, I was. Oh, dearest, how can you hurt me like you do?
He released his grip and looked polite.
Oh, I don't mean hurting my shoulder. That doesn't matter. I mean hurting me, so cold to me. And I thought maybe if we were married, I'd do everything to make you happy. I'd go wherever you did. I wouldn't mind if we had the tiniest little small house.
And you expect a minister of the gospel to share any house with a liar? Oh, you viper that... Oh, hell, I won't talk like a preacher. I don't suppose I have done altogether right, maybe. Though I noticed you were glad enough to sneak out and meet me places. But when a woman, a Christian, deliberately lies and tries to deceive a man in his deepest feelings, that's too much, no matter what I did. Don't you ever dare speak to me again, and if you tell your father about this and force me into marriage, I'll kill myself.
Oh, I won't. Honest, I won't.
I'll repent my own fault in bitter tears. And as for you, young woman, go and sin no more. He swung round, walked away from her, deaf to her whimperings. She desperately trotted after his giant strides for a while, then leaned against the trunk of a sycamore, while a passing grocery clerk snickered. She did not appear at church the next Sunday. Elmer was so pleased that he thought of having another rendezvous with her. Part 4. Deacon Bains and his good wife had noticed how pale and absent-minded was their normally bouncing daughter.
Guess she's in love with that new preacher. Well, let's keep our hands off. Be a nice match for her. Never knew a young preacher that was so filled with the power.
Talks like a house afire, by golly, said the deacon as they yawned and stretched in the vast, billowy old bed. Then Fred Naylor came fretting to the deacon. Floyd was a kinsman of the family, a gangling man of 25, immensely strong, rather stupid, a poor farmer, and very loyal. For years he had buzzed around Lulu. It would be over-dramatic to say that he had eaten his faithful heart out in lone reverence. But he had always considered Lulu the most beautiful, sparkling, and profound girl in the universe. Lulu considered him a stick, and Deacon Bains held in aversion his opinions on alfalfa. He was a familiar of the household, rather like a neighbor's dog. Floyd found Deacon Bains in the barnyard mending a whiffle-tree and grunted, "Say, Cousin Barney, I'm kind of worried about Lulu."
"Oh, I guess she's in love with this new preacher. Can't tell. They might get hitched." "Yeah, but is Brother Gantry in love with her? Somehow, I don't like that fella."
"Rats, you don't appreciate preachers. You never was in a real state of grace. Never did get reborn of the Spirit proper."
"Like hell I didn't. Just got as reborn as you did. Preachers are all right, most of 'em, but this fella Gantry, say, here long about 2 months ago, I seen him and Lulu walking down the brick schoolhouse road, and they was hugging and kissing like all get out, and he was calling her sweetheart. Huh? Sure it was them? Dead certain. I was, well, fact is, another fella and me. Who was she? Now, that don't make no difference. Anyway, we was sitting right here under the maple this side of the schoolhouse in the shade, but it was bright moonlight, and Lulu and this preacher come by, near as I am to you, pretty near. Well, thinks I guess they're going to get engaged. Then I hung around the church, once, twice after meeting, and one time I kind of peeked in the window, and I seen 'em right there in the front pew, hugging like they was sure ought to get married, whether or no. I didn't say anything, wanted to wait and see if he'd marry her. Now, it ain't any of my business, Barney, but you know I always liked Lulu, and strikes me we ought to know if this Bible walloper is going to play straight with her. Guess maybe that's right. I'll have a talk with her. Bains had never been very observant of his daughter, but Floyd Naylor was not a liar, and it was with sharpened eyes that the deacon stumped into the house and found her standing by the churn, her arms hanging limp. Say, Lou, how's things going with you and Brother Gantry? Why, what do you mean? You two engaged? Going to be engaged? He going to marry you? Of course not. Been making love to you, ain't he? Oh, never. Never hugged you or kissed you? Never. How far'd he go? Oh, he didn't. Why you been looking so kind of peaked lately? Oh, I just don't feel very well. Oh, I feel fine. It's just that the spring coming on, I guess. She dropped to the floor, and with her head against the churn, her thin fingers beating an hysterical tattoo on the floor, she choked with weeping. There, Lulu, your daddy'll do something about it. Floyd was waiting in the farmyard. There were, in those parts and those days, not infrequent ceremonies known as shotgun weddings. Part 5. The Reverend Elmer Gantry was reading an illustrated pink periodical devoted to prize-fighters and chorus girls in his room at Elizabeth J. Schmutz Hall late in afternoon, when two large men walked in without knocking. Why, good evening, Brother Bains, Brother Naylor. This is a pleasant surprise. Did you ever see this horrible rag about actresses? An invention of the devil himself. I was thinking of denouncing it next Sunday. I hope you never read it. Won't you sit down, gentlemen? Take this chair. I hope you never read it, Brother Floyd, because the... Gantry, exploded Deacon Bains, I want you to take your footsteps right now and turn them toward my house. You've been fooling with my daughter, and either you're going to marry her or Floyd and me are going to take it out of your hide, and the way I feel just now, I don't much care which it is. You mean to say that Lulu has been pretending? No, Lulu ain't saying nothing. God, I wonder if I ought to let the girl marry a fella like you. But I gotta protect her good name, and guess Floyd and me can see to it. You give her a square deal after the marriage. Now, I've sent out word to invite all the neighbors to the house tonight for a little sociable, to tell 'em Lulu and you are engaged, and you're going to put on your Sunday go-to-meeting suit and come with us right now. You can't bully me into anything. Take that side of him, Floyd, and I'll get in the first lick. You get what's left. They ranged up beside him. They were shorter, less broad, but their faces were like tanned hard leather. Their eyes were hard. Wow, you're a big cuss, Brother Gantry, but guess you don't get enough exercise no more. Pretty soft, considered Deacon Bains. His fist was dropping down to his knees, his shoulders sloped down, his fist was coming up, and Floyd had suddenly pinioned Elmer's arms. "I'll do it! All right, Elmer shrieked. He'll find a way to break the engagement. Already he was recovering his poise. Now you fellows listen to me. I'm in love with Lulu, and I intend to ask her the moment I've finished here, less than 3 months now, and get my first church. And then you two butt in and try to spoil this romance."
Yes, I guess so," Baines droned, inexpressible contempt in his dragging voice. "You save all them pretty words for Lulu. You're going to be married the middle of May. That'll give time enough after the engagement so the neighbors won't think there's anything wrong. Now get into them clothes, buggy waiting outside. We'll treat you right. If you use Lulu like you ought to and honey her up and make her feel happy again, maybe Floyd and I won't kill you the night of your wedding. We'll see. And we'll always treat you fine in public. Won't even laugh when we hear you preaching. Now get. Hear me?" While he dressed, Elmer was able to keep his face turned from them, able to compose himself, so that he could suddenly whirl on them with his handsomest, his most manly and winning smile. "Brother Baines, I want to thank Cousin Floyd and you. You're dead wrong about thinking I wouldn't have done right by Lulu. But I rejoice, sir, that she is blessed by having such loyal relatives." That puzzled rather than captured them, but he fetched them complete with a jovial, "And such husky ones. I'm pretty strong myself. Keep up my exercises a lot more'n you think, but I guess I wouldn't be 1, 2, 3 with you folks. Good thing for old Elmer you never let loose that darn mule kick of yours, Brother Baines. And you're right. No sense putting off the wedding. May 15th will be fine. Now I want to ask you one thing. Let me have 10 minutes alone with Lou before you make the announcement. I want to console her, make her happy. Oh, you can tell if I keep faith. The eagle eyes of a father will know." "Well, my father's eagle eye ain't been working none too good lately, but I guess it'll be all right for you to see her. Now, will you shake hands, please?" He was so big, so radiant, so confident, they looked sheepish, grinned like farmers flattered by a politician, and shook hands. There was a multitude at the Bainses, also fried chicken and watermelon pickles. The deacon brought Lulu to Elmer in the spare room and left her. Elmer was at ease on the sofa. She stood before him, trembling and red-eyed. "Come, you poor child," he condescended. She approached, sobbing. "Honestly, dear, I didn't tell Pa anything. I didn't ask him to do it. Oh, I don't want to if you don't." There, child, it's all right. I'm sure you'll make a fine wife. Sit down." And he permitted her to kiss his hand, so that she became very happy, and wept tremendously, and went out to her father rejoicing. He considered meanwhile, "That ought to hold you, damn you. Now I'll figure out some way of getting out of this mess." At the announcement of Lulu's engagement to a man of God, the crowd gave coarse and holy cheers. Elmer made quite a long speech, into which he brought all that Holy Writ had to say about the relations of the sexes. That is, all he remembered, and that could be quoted in mixed company. "Go on, brother, kiss her," they clamored. And he did, heartily, so heartily that he felt curious stirrings. He spent the night there, and was so full of holy affection that when the family was asleep, he crept into Lulu's bedroom. She stirred on the pillow and whispered,
Oh, my darling, and you forgave me. Oh, I do love you so," as he kissed her fragrant hair. Part 6. It was usual for the students of Mizpah to let Dean Trosper know if they should become engaged. The dean recommended them for ministerial appointments, and the status of marriage made a difference. Bachelors were more likely to become assistants in large city churches. Married men, particularly those whose wives had lively piety and knowledge of cooking, were usually sent to small churches of their own. The dean summoned Elmer to his gloomy house on the edge of the campus. It was a house which smelled of cabbage and wet ashes, and demanded, "Gantry, just what is this business about you and some girl at Schönheim?" "Why, Dean," in hurt gratitude, "I am engaged to a fine young lady there, daughter of one of my deacons." "Well, that's good. It's better to marry than to burn, or at least so it is stated in the Scriptures. Now, I don't want any monkey business about this. A preacher must walk circumspectly. You must shun the very appearance of evil. I hope you'll love and cherish her, and seems to me it would be well not only to be engaged to her, but even to marry her. Fidelto." Now, what the devil did he mean by that? Protested Percival as he went home. Part 7. He had to work quickly. He had less than 2 months before the threatened marriage. If he could entangle Lulu with someone, what about Floyd Naylor? The fool loved her. He spent as much time in Schönheim as possible, not only with Lulu, but with Floyd. He played all his warm incandescence on Floyd, and turned that trusting drudge from enemy into admiring friend. One day, when Floyd and he were walking together to the handcar, Elmer purred, "Say, Floydy, some ways it's kind of a shame Lou's going to marry me and not you. You're so steady and hard-working and patient. I fly off the handle too easy." "Oh, gosh, no. I ain't smart enough for her, Elmer. She ought to marry a fellow with a lot of book learning like you, and that dresses swell so she can be in society and everything." "But I guess you liked her pretty well yourself, eh?" "You ought to. Sweetest girl in the whole world. You kind of liked her." "Yeah, I guess I did. Oh, well, rats, I ain't good enough for her, God bless her." Elmer spoke of Floyd as a future cousin and professed his fondness for him, his admiration of the young man's qualities and admirable singing. Floyd Naylor sang about as Floyd Naylor would have sung. Elmer spoke of him as a future cousin and wanted to see a deal of him. He praised Lulu and Floyd to each other, and left them together as often as he could contrive, slipping back to watch them through the window. But to his indignation, they merely sat and talked. Then he had a week in Schönheim, the whole week before Easter. The Baptists at Schönheim, with their abhorrence of popery, did not make much of Easter as Easter. They called it the festival of Christ's resurrection. But they did like daily meetings during what the heretical world knew as Holy Week. Elmer stayed with the Bainses and labored mightily both against sin and against getting married. Indeed, he was so stirred and so eloquent that he led 2 16-year-old girls out of their sins and converted the neighborhood object lesson, a patriarch who drank hard cider and had not been converted for 2 years. Elmer knew by now that though Floyd Naylor was not exactly a virgin, his achievements and his resolution were considerably less than his desires, and he set to work to improve that resolution. He took Floyd off to the pasture, and after benignly admitting that perhaps a preacher oughtn't to talk of such things, he narrated his amorous conquests until Floyd's eyes were hungrily bulging. Then, with giggling apologies, Elmer showed his collection of what he called art photographs. Floyd almost ate them. Elmer lent them to him. That was on a Thursday. At the same time, Elmer deprived Lulu all week of the caresses which she craved, until she was desperate. On Friday, Elmer held a morning meeting instead of evening meeting, and arranged that Lulu and Floyd should have a picnic supper in the sycamore grove near the Bains' house. He suggested it in a jocund, idyllic way, and Lulu brightened. On their way to the grove with their baskets, she sighed to him as they walked behind Floyd. "Oh, why have you been so cold to me? Have I offended you again, dear?" He let her have it brutally. "Oh, don't be such a damned whiner. Can't you act as if you had some brains just for once?" When they spread the picnic supper, she was barely keeping hold of her sobs. They finished supper in the dusk. They sat quietly, Floyd looking at her, wondering at her distress, peeping nervously at her pretty ankles. "Say, I've got to go in and make some notes for my sermon tomorrow. No, you two wait for me here. Nicer out here in the fresh air." "Be back in about half an hour," said Elmer. He made much of noisily swaggering away through the brush. He crept back softly, stood behind a sycamore near them. He was proud of himself. It was working. Already Lulu was sobbing openly, while Floyd comforted her with, "What is it, pretty? What is it, dear? Tell me." Elmer had moved nearer to her. Elmer could just see them, and she rested her head on his cousinly shoulder. Presently Floyd was kissing her tears away, and she seemed to be snuggling close to him. Elmer heard her muffled, "Oh, you oughtn't to kiss me."
Elmer said I should think of you as a sister, and I could kiss you. Oh, my God, Lulu, I do love you so terrible."
"Oh, we oughtn't."
Then silence. Elmer fled to the barnyard, found Deacon Bains, and demanded harshly, "Come here. I want you to see what Floyd and Lulu are doing. Put that lantern down. I've got one of these electric dinkuses here." He had brought it for this purpose. He also had a revolver in his pocket. When Elmer and the bewildered Mr. Bains burst upon them, saw them in the circle from the electric flashlight, Lulu and Floyd were deep in a devastating kiss. "There!" bellowed outraged Elmer. "Now you see why I hesitated to be engaged to that woman. I've suspected it all along. Oh, abomination, abomination! And she that committeth it shall be cut off." Floyd sprang up, a fighting hound. Elmer could doubtless have handled him, but it was Deacon Bains who, with one maniac blow, knocked Floyd down. The deacon turned to Elmer then, with the first tears he had known since boyhood.
"Forgive me and mine, brother. We have sinned against you. This woman shall suffer for it always. She'll never enter my house again. She'll by God marry Floyd, and he's the shiftlessest damn fool farmer in 10 counties.
"I'm going. I can't stand this. I'll send you another preacher. I'll never see any of you again," said Elmer.
"I don't blame you. Try to forgive us, brother."
The deacon was sobbing now, dusty, painful sobbing, bewildered sobs of anger. The last thing Elmer saw in the light of his electric torch was Lulu, huddled with shrunk shoulders, her face insane with fear. End of section 12, chapter 9. Section 13 of Elmer Gantry,
by Sinclair Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 13, Chapter 10, Part 1. As he tramped back to Babylon that evening, Elmer did not enjoy his deliverance so much as he had expected, but he worked manfully at recalling Lulu's repetitious chatter, her humorless ignorance, her pawing, her unambitious rusticity, and all that he had escaped. To have her around gumming his life never could jolly the congregation and help him. And suppose he were in a big town with a swell church? Gee, maybe he wasn't glad to be out of it. Besides, really better for her, she and Floyd much better suited. He knew that Dean Trosper's one sin was reading till late, and he came bursting into the dean's house at the scandalous hour of 11. In the last mile he had heroically put by his exhilaration and thrown himself into the state of a betrayed and desolate young man so successfully that he had made himself believe it. "Oh, how wise you were about women, Dean," he lamented. "A terrible thing has happened. Her father and I have just found my girl in the arms of another man, a regular brouet down there. I can never go back, not even for Easter service, and her father agrees with me. Can you ask him?"
"Well, I am most awfully sorry to hear this, Brother Gantry. I didn't know you could feel so deeply. Shall we kneel in prayer and ask the Lord to comfort you? I'll send Brother Shallard down there for the Easter service. He knows the field." On his knees, Elmer told the Lord that he had been dealt with as no man before or since. The dean approved his agonies very much. There, my boy. The Lord will lighten your burden in his own good time. Perhaps this will be a blessing in disguise. You're lucky to get rid of such a woman, and this will give you that humility, that deeper thirsting after righteousness, which I've always felt you lacked, despite your splendid pulpit voice. Now I've got something to take your mind off your sorrows. There's quite a nice little chapel on the edge of Monarch where they're lacking an incumbent. I intended to send Brother Hudkins. You know him. He's that old retired preacher that lives out by the brickyard. Comes to classes now and then. I'd intended to send him down for the Easter service, but I'll send you instead. And in fact, if you see the committee, I imagine you can fix it to have this as a regular charge, at least until graduation. They pay $15 a Sunday and your fare. And being there in a city like Monarch, you can go on to the Ministerial Association and so on, stay over till Monday noon every week, and make fine contacts. And maybe you'll be in line for assistant in one of the big churches next summer. There's a morning train to Monarch at 10:21, isn't it? You take that train tomorrow morning and go look up a lawyer named Eversley. He's got an office. Where's his letter? His office is in the Royal Trust Company building. He's a deacon. I'll wire him to be there tomorrow afternoon, or anyway, leave word, and you can make your own arrangements. The Flowerdale Baptist Church, that's the name, and it's a real nice little modern plant with lovely folks. Now you go to your room and pray, and I'm sure you'll feel better. Part 2. It was an hilarious Elmer Gantry who took the 10:21 train to Monarch, a city of perhaps 300,000. He sat in the day coach planning his Easter discourse. Jiminy, his first sermon in a real city. Might lead to anything. Better give him something red hot and startling. Let's see.
You'd get away from this Christ is risen stuff. Mention it, of course, just bring it in, but have some other theme. Let's see. Faith? Hope? Repentance? No, better go slow on that repentance idea. This Deacon Eversley, the lawyer, might be pretty well-to-do and yet sore if you suggested he had anything to repent of. Let's see, courage, chastity, love. That was it, love. And he was making notes rapidly right out of his own head on the back of an envelope. Love, a rainbow, AM and PM star, from cradle to tomb, inspires art, etc., music, voice of love, slam atheists, etc., who were not appreciative of love.
Guess you must be a newspaper man, brother, a voice assailed him.
Elmer looked at his seatmate, a little man with a whiskey nose and asterisks of laughter wrinkles around his eyes, a rather sportingly dressed little man with the red tie, which in 1906 was still thought rather the thing for socialists and drinkers. He could have a good time with such a little man, Elmer considered. A drummer. Would it be more fun to be natural with him? Or to ask him if he was saved and watch him squirm? Hell, he'd have enough holy business in Monarch, so he turned on his best good fellow smile and answered, Well, not exactly. Pretty warm for so early, eh?
Yeah, it certainly is. Been in Babylon long?
No, not very long.
Fine town, lots of business.
You betcha. And some nice little dames there, too. The little man snickered. There are, eh? Well, say, you better give me some addresses. I make that town once a month, and by golly, I ain't picked me out a skirt yet. But it's a good town. There's lots of money there. Yes, sir, that's a fact. Good hustlin' town. Quick turnover there, all right. Lots of money in Babylon. Though they do tell me, said the little man, there is one of those preacher factories there. Is that a fact?
Yeah.
Say, brother, this'll make you laugh. You know what I thought when I seen you first, wearing that black suit and writing things down? I thought maybe you was a preacher yourself. God, he couldn't stand it, having to be so righteous every Sunday at Schernheim. Deacon Bains everlastingly asking these fool questions about predestination or some doggone thing. Certainly had a vacation coming, and a sport like this fellow, he'd look down on you if you said you were a preacher. The train was noisy. If any neighboring cock crowed 3 times, Elmer would not hear it, as he rumbled, Well, for the love of Mike, though, in his most austere manner, this black suit happens to be mourning for one very dear to me.
Oh, say, brother, now you gotta excuse me. I'm always shooting my mouth off.
Oh, that's all right. Well, let's shake, and I'll know you don't hold it against me. You bet. From the little man came an odor of whiskey, which stirred Elmer powerfully. So long since he had had a drink, nothing for 2 months except a few nips of hard cider, which Lulu had dutifully stolen for him from her father's cask.
Well, what is your line, brother? Said the little man. I'm in the shoe game.
Well, that's a fine game, yes, sir. People do have to have shoes, no matter if they're hard up or not. My name's Ad Locus. Jesus, think of it. The folks named me Adney. Can you beat that? Ain't that one hell of a name for a fellow that likes to get cut out with the boys and have a good time? But you can just call me Ad. I'm traveling for the Pequot Farm Implement Company. Great organization, great bunch, yes, sir. They're great folks to work for,
and hit it up. Say, the sales manager can drink more good liquor than any fella that's working for him, and believe me, there's some of us that ain't so slow ourselves. Yes, sir, this fool idea that a lot of these fly-by-night firms are hollering about how that in the long run you don't get no more by drinking with the dealers. All damn foolishness. They say this fella Ford that makes these automobiles talks that way. Well, you mark my words, by 1910 he'll be out of business. That's what'll happen to him. You mark my words. Yes, sir. They are a great concern, the Pequot bunch. As a matter of fact, we're holding a sales conference in Monarch this week. 'Tis that a fact? Yes, sir. By golly, that's what we're doing. You know, read papers about how to get money out of a machinery dealer when he ain't got any money. Hell of a lot of attention most of us boys will pay to that junk. We're going to have a good time and get in a little good earnest drinking. And you bet the sales manager will be right there with us. Say, brother, I didn't quite catch the name. Elmer Gantry is my name. Mighty glad to meet you. Mighty glad to know you, Elmer. Say, Elmer, I've got some of the best bourbon you or anybody else ever laid your face to right here in my hip pocket. I suppose you being in a highbrow business like the shoe business, you'll just about faint if I was to offer you a little something to cure that cough. I guess I would, all right. Yes, sir, I'd just about faint. Well, you're a pretty big fella, and you ought to try to control yourself. I'll do my best, Ad, if you'll hold my hand. You betcha I will. Ad brought out from his permanently sagging pocket a pint of Green River, and they drank together reverently. Say, did you ever hear the toast about the sailor? Inquired Elmer. He felt very happy, at home with the loved ones after a long and desolate wandering. Don't know as I ever did. Shoot. Here's to the lass in every port, and here's to the port wine in every lass. But those tall thoughts don't matter, sport. For God's sake, waiter, fill my glass. The little man wriggled. Oh, yes, sir, I never did hear that one. Say, that's a knockout. By golly, that certainly is a knockout. Say, Elm, what you doing in Monarch? Want me to meet some of the boys? The Pequot Conference don't really start till Monday, but some of us boys thought we'd kind of get together today and hold a little service of prayer and fasting before the rest of the galoots assemble. Like you to meet 'em. Best bunch of sports you ever saw. Let me tell you that. I'd like for you to meet 'em, and I'd like 'em to hear that toast. Here's to the port wine in every lass. That's pretty cute, all right. What you doing in Monarch? Can't you come around to the Ishawanga Hotel and meet some of the boys when we get in? Well, Mr. Ad Locust was not drunk. Not exactly drunk, but he had earnestly applied himself to the bourbon, and he was in a state of superb philanthropy. Elmer had taken enough to feel reasonable. He was hungry, too, not only for alcohol, but for unsanctimonious companionship. I'll tell you, Ad, he said, nothing I'd like better, but I've got to meet a guy, important dealer, this afternoon, and he's dead set against all drinking. Fact, I certainly do appreciate your booze, but don't know's I ought to have taken a single drop. Oh, hell, Elm. I've got some throat pastilles that are absolutely guaranteed to knock off the smell, absolutely. One little drink wouldn't do us any harm. Certainly would like to have the boys hear that toast of yours. Well, I'll sneak in for a second, and maybe I can foregather with you for a while late Sunday evening or Monday morning, but, you ain't going to let me down, Elm? Well, I'll telephone this guy and fix it so I don't have to see him till long about 3 o'clock.
That's great. Part 3. From the Ishawanga Hotel at noon, Elmer telephoned to the office of Mr. Eversley, the brightest light of the Flowerdale Baptist Church. But there was no answer. Everybody in his office out to dinner. Well, I've done all I can till this afternoon, Elmer reflected virtuously, and joined the Pequot Crusaders in the Ishawanga bar. 11 men in a booth for 8. Everyone talking at once, everyone shouting, "Say, waiter, you ask that damn bartender if he's making the booze." Within 17 minutes, Elmer was calling all of the 11 by their first names, frequently by the wrong first names, and he contributed to their literary lore by thrice reciting his toast and by telling the best stories he knew. They liked him. In his joy of release from piety and the thread of life with Lulu, he flowered into vigor. 6 several times the Pequot salesman said one to another, "Now there's a fellow we ought to have with us in the firm," and the others nodded. He was inspired to give a burlesque sermon. "I've got a great joke on ad," he thundered. Know what he thought I was first? A preacher. Say, that's a good one, they cackled. Well, at that, he ain't so far off. When I was a kid, I did think about being a preacher. Well, say now, listen, and see if I wouldn't have made a swell preacher. And while they gaped and giggled and admired, he rose solemnly, looked at them solemnly, and boomed, "Brethren and sisters, in the hustle and bustle of daily life, you guys certainly do forget the higher and finer things." And what? And all the higher and finer things. In what and by what are we ruled, excepting by love? What is love? "You stick around tonight and I'll show you," shrieked Ad Locust. Shut up now, Ad. Honest, listen, see if I couldn't have been a swell preacher, a knockout bet. Bet I could handle a big crowd well's any of 'em. Now listen. What is love? What is the divine love? It is the rainbow, repainting with its spangled colors those dreary wastes where of late the terrible tempest has wreaked its utmost fury. The rainbow with its tender promise of surcease from the toils and travails and terrors of the awful storm. What is love? The divine love, I mean. Not the carnal, but the divine love, as exemplified in the church. What is? Say, protested the most profane of the 11, I don't think you ought to make fun of the church. I never go to church myself, but maybe I'd be a better fella if I did, and I certainly do respect folks that go to church, and I send my kids to Sunday school, you goddamn betcha. Phil, I ain't making fun of the church, protested Elmer. Phil, he isn't making fun of the church, just kidding the preachers, asserted Ad Locust. Preachers are just ordinary guys like the rest of us. Sure, preachers can cuss and make love just like anybody else. I know. What they get away with pretending to be is different, said Elmer lugubriously. Would make you gentlemen tired if you knew. Well, I don't think you had ought to make fun of the church. Phil, he ain't making fun of the church. Sure, I ain't making fun of the church, but let me finish my sermon. Sure, let him finish his sermon. Now, where was I? What is love? It is the evening and the morning star, those vast illuminaries that as they ride the purple abysms of the holy firmament vouchsafe in their golden splendor the promise of higher and better things, well, say, you wise guys, would I make a great preacher or wouldn't I? The applause was such that the bartender came and looked at them funerally, and Elmer had to drink with each of them. That is, he drank with 4 of them.
but he was out of practice, and he had had no lunch. He turned veal white, sweat stood on his forehead and in a double line of drops along his upper lip, while his eyes were suddenly vacant. Ad Locust squealed, "Hey, look out, Elm's passing out." They got him up to Ad's room, one man supporting him on either side and one pushing behind, just before he dropped insensible. And all that afternoon, when he should have met the Flowerdale Baptist Committee, he snored on Ad's bed, dressed save for his shoes and coat. He came to at 6, with Ad bending over him solicitous. "God, I feel awful," Elmer groaned. "Here, what you need's a drink." "Oh, Lord, I mustn't take any more," said Elmer. Taking it? His hand trembled so that Ed had to hold the glass to his mouth. He was conscious that he must call up the Deacon Eversley at once. 2 drinks later he felt better, and his hand was steady. The Pequot bunch began to come in with a view to dinner. He postponed his telephone call to Eversley till after dinner. He kept postponing it, and he found himself at 10 on Easter morning with a perfectly strange young woman in a perfectly strange flat, and heard Ad Locust in the next room singing, "How dry I am." Elmer did a good deal of repenting and groaning before his first drink of the morning, after which he comforted himself. "Golly, I never will get to that church now. Well, I'll tell the committee I was taken sick. Hey, Ad, how'd we ever get here? Can we get any breakfast in this dump?" He had 2 bottles of beer, spoke graciously to the young lady in the kimono and red slippers, and felt himself altogether a fine fellow. With Ad and such of the 11 as were still alive, and a scattering of shrinking young ladies, he drove out to a dance hall on the lake Easter Sunday afternoon, and they returned to Monarch for lobster and jocundity. "But this ends it. Tomorrow morning I'll get busy and see Eversley and fix things up," Elmer vowed. Part 4. In that era, long-distance telephoning was an uncommon event. But Eversley, deacon and lawyer, was a bustler. When the new preacher had not appeared by 6 on Saturday afternoon, Eversley telephoned to Babylon, waited while Dean Prosper was fetched to the Babylon Central, and spoke with considerable irritation about the absence of the ecclesiastical hired hand. "I'll send you Brother Hudkins, a very fine preacher, living here now, retired. He'll take the midnight train," said Dean Prosper. To Mr. Hudkins, the dean said, "And look around and see if you can find anything of Brother Gantry. I'm worried about him. The poor boy was simply in agony over a most unfortunate private matter, apparently." Now, Mr. Hudkins had for several years conducted a mission on South Clark Street in Chicago, and he knew a good many unholy things. He had seen Elmer Gantry in classes at Mizpah. When he had finished Easter morning services in Monarch, he not only went to the police and to the hospitals, but began a round of the hotels, restaurants, and bars. Thus it came to pass that while Elmer was merely washing lobster down with California claret, stopping now and then to kiss the blonde beside him, and by request to repeat his toast that evening, he was being observed from the cafe door by the Reverend Mr. Hudkins in the enjoyable role of avenging angel. Part 5. When Elmer telephoned Eversley Monday morning to explain his sickness, the deacon snapped, "All right, got somebody else." "But, say, Dean Prosper thought you and the committee might like to talk over a semi-permanent arrangement." Nope. Returned to Babylon, Elmer went at once to the offices of the dean. One look at his expression was enough.
The dean concluded 2 minutes of the most fluent description with, "The faculty committee met this morning, and you are fired from Mitzvah. Of course, if you remained an ordained Baptist minister, I could get your home association to cancel your credentials, but it would grieve them to know what sort of a lying monster they had sponsored. Also, I don't want Mitzvah mixed up in any such a scandal. But if I ever hear of you in any Baptist pulpit, I'll expose you. Now, I don't want to suppose you're bright enough to become a saloon keeper, but you ought to make a pretty good bartender. I'll leave your punishment to your midnight thoughts." Elmer whined, You ought not to talk to me like that. Doesn't it say in the Bible you ought to forgive 70 times 7? This is 80 times 7. Get out. So the Reverend Mr. Gantry surprisingly ceased to be, for practical purposes, a reverend at all. He thought of fleeing to his mother, but he was ashamed. Of fleeing to Lulu, but he could not dare. He heard that Eddie Fizzlinger had been yanked to Schönheim to marry Lulu and Floyd Naylor, a lonely, grim affair by lamplight. "They might have asked me anyway," grumbled Elmer as he packed. He went back to Monarch and friendliness of Ad Locust. He confessed that he had been a minister and was forgiven. By Friday that week, Elmer had become a traveling salesman for the Pequot Farm Implement Company. End of section 13. Section 14 of Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 14, Chapter 11, Parts 1 through 3. Part 1. Elmer Gantry was 28, and for 2 years he had been a traveling salesman for the Pequot Company. Harrows and rakes and corn planters, red plows and gilt-striped green wagons, cantaloupes and ordered lists, offices glassed off from dim warehouses, shirt-sleeved dealers on high stools at high desks, the bar at the corner, stifling small hotels and lunchrooms, waiting for trains half the night in foul boxes of junction stations, where the brown-slatted benches were an agony to his back. Trains, 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 trains and timetables, and joyous return to his headquarters in Denver. A drunk, a theater, and services in a big church. He wore a checked suit, a brown derby, striped socks, the huge ring of gold serpents, and an opal which he had bought long ago, flower-decked ties, and what he called fancy vests, garments of yellow with red spots, of green with white stripes, of silk or daring chamois. He had a series of little loves, but none of them important enough to continue. He was not unsuccessful. He was a good talker, a magnificent handshaker. His word could often be depended on, and he remembered most of the price lists and all of the new smutty stories. In the office at Denver, he was popular with the boys. He had one infallible stunt, a burlesque sermon. It was known that he had studied to be a preacher, but had courageously decided that it was no occupation for a real two-fisted guy, and that he had told the profs where they got off. A promising and commendable fellow, conceivably sales manager some day. Whatever his dissipations, Elmer continued enough exercise to keep his belly down and his shoulders up. He had been shocked by Deacon Bains' taunt that he was growing soft, and every morning in his hotel room he unhumorously did calisthenics for 15 minutes. Evenings he bowled or boxed in YMCA gymnasiums, or in towns large enough solemnly swam up and down tanks like a white porpoise. He felt lusty and as strong as in Terwilliger days. Yet Elmer was not altogether happy. He appreciated being free of faculty rules, free of the guilt which in seminary days had followed his sprees at Monarch, free of the incomprehensible debates of Harry Zenz and Frank Shallard. Yet he missed leading the old hymns and the sound of his own voice, the sense of his own power as he held an audience by his sermon. Always on Sunday evenings, except when he had an engagement with a waitress or a chambermaid, he went to the evangelical church nearest his hotel. He enjoyed criticizing the sermon professionally. Golly, I could put it all over that poor boob. The straight gospel is all right, but if he had only snuck in a couple of literary allusions and lambasted the saloon keepers more, he'd have had 'em all head up. He sang as powerfully that, despite a certain tobacco and whiskey odor, the parsons always shook hands with extra warmth, and said they were glad to see you with us this evening, brother. When he encountered really successful churches, his devotion to the business became a definite longing to return to preaching. He ached to step up, push the minister out of his pulpit, and take charge, instead of sitting back there unnoticed and unadmired, as though he were an ordinary layman. These chumps would be astonished if they knew what I am, he reflected. After such an experience, it was vexatious on Monday morning to talk with a droning implement dealer about discounts on manure spreaders. It was sickening to wait for the train time in a cuspidor-filled hotel lobby when he might have been in a church office superior with books, giving orders to pretty secretaries and being expansive and helpful to consulting sinners. He was only partly solaced by being able to walk openly into a bar and shout, "Straight rye, Bill!" On Sunday evening in a western Kansas town, he ambled to a shabby little church and read on the placard outside, "This morning, the meaning of redemption. This evening is dancing of the devil. First Baptist Church, pastor, the Reverend Edward Fizzlinger, B.A., M.D. "Oh, God!" protested Elmer. "Eddie Fizzlinger? About the kind of burg he would land in. A lot he knows about the meaning of redemption, or any other dogma, that human woodchuck. Or about dancing. If he had ever been with me in Denver and shaking a hoof at Billy Portaferro's place, he'd have something to hand out. Fizzlinger. Must be the same guy. I'll sit down front and put his show on the fritz." Eddie Fizzlinger's church was an octagonal affair, with a pulpit in one angle, an arrangement which produced a fascinating, rather dizzy effect, reminiscent of the doctrine of predestination. The interior was of bright yellow, hung with many placards. "Get right with God," and "Where will you spend eternity?" and "The wisdom of this world is foolishness with God." The Sunday school register behind the pulpit communicated the tidings that the attendance today had been 41, as against the only 39 last week, and the collection 89 cents, as against only 77. The usher, a bricklayer in a clean collar, was impressed by Elmer's checkered suit and starched red-speckled shirt, and took him to the front row. Eddie flushed most satisfactorily when he saw Elmer from the pulpit, started to bow, checked it, looked in the general direction of heaven, and tried to smile condescendingly. He was nervous at the beginning of his sermon, but apparently he determined that his attack on sin, which hitherto had been an academic routine,
with no relation to any of his appallingly virtuous flock, might be made real. With his squirrel-toothed and touching earnestness, he looked down at Elmer and as good as told him to go to hell and be done with it. But he thought better of it and concluded that God might be able to give Elmer Gantry another chance if Elmer stopped drinking, smoking, blaspheming, and wearing checked suits. If he did not refer to Elmer by name, he certainly did by poisonous glances. Elmer was angry, then impressively innocent, and then bored. He examined the church and counted the audience 27, excluding Eddie and his wife. There was no question but that the young woman looking adoringly up from the front pew was Eddie's consort. She had the pitifully starved and home-tailored look of a preacher's wife. By the end of the sermon, Elmer was being sorry for Eddie. He sang the closing hymn, "He's the Lily of the Valley," with a fine, unctuous grace, coming down powerfully on the jubilant hallelujah, and waited to shake hands with Eddie forgivingly. "Well, well, well," they both said. "And what are you doing in these parts?" And Eddie, "Wait until everybody's gone. Must have a good old-fashioned chin with you, old fellow." As he walked with the Fizzlingers to the parsonage a block away and sat with them in the living room, Elmer wanted to be a preacher again, to take the job away from Eddie and do it expertly. Yet he was repulsed by the depressing stinginess of Eddie's life. His own hotel bedrooms were drab enough, but they were free of nosy parishioners, and they were as luxurious as this parlor with its rain-blotched ceiling, bare pine floor, sloping chairs, and perpetual odor of diapers. There were already in the 2 years of Eddie's marriage 2 babies, looking as though they were next door to having been conceived without sin, and there was a perfectly blank-faced sister-in-law who cared for the children during services. Elmer wanted to smoke, and for all his training in the eternal mysteries, he could not decide whether it would be more interesting to annoy Eddie by smoking or to win him by refraining. He smoked, and wished he hadn't. Eddie noticed it, and his reedy wife noticed it, and the sister-in-law gaped at it, and they labored at pretending they hadn't. Elmer felt large and sophisticated and prosperous in their presence, like a city broker visiting a farmer cousin and wondering which of his tales of gilded towers would be simple enough for belief. Eddie gave him the news of Mizpah. Frank Shallard had a small church in a town called Catawba, the other end of the state of Winnemac, from the seminary. There had been some difficulty over his ordination, for he had been shaky about even so clear and proven a fact as the virgin birth. But his father and Dean Trosper had vouched for him, and Frank had been ordained. Harry Zins had a large church in West Virginia mining town. Wallace Umstead, the physical instructor, was doing fine. In the YMCA, Professor Bruno Zeklin was dead, poor fellow. "Whatever became of Horace Carp?" asked Elmer. "Well, that is the strangest thing of all. Horace has gone into the Episcopal Church, like he always said he would." "Well, well, is that a fact?" "Yes, sir. His father died just after he graduated, and he up and turned Episcopalian and took a year in general, and now they say he's doing pretty good, and he's a high church as all get out." "Well, you seem to have a good thing of it here, Eddie. Nice church." "Well, it isn't so big, but they're awful fine people, and everything's doing fine. I haven't increased the membership so much, but what I'm trying to do is strengthen the present membership in the faith, and then, when I feel each of them is a center of inspiration, I'll be ready to start an evangelistic campaign, and you'll see
That old church boom, yes, sir, just double overnight. If they only weren't so slow about paying my salary and the mortgage. Fine, solid people, really saved, but they are just the least little bit tight with the money. If you could see the way my cook stove's broken and the sink needs painting, said Mrs. Fizzlinger, her chief utterance of the evening. Elmer felt choked and imprisoned. He escaped. At the door, Eddie held both his hands and begged, "Oh, Elmer, I'll never give up till I've brought you back. I'm going to pray. I've seen you under conviction. I know what you can do." Oh, fresh air, a defiant drink of rye, loud laughter. Taking the train, Elmer enjoyed it after this stuffiness. Already Eddie had lost such a devout fire as he had once shown in the YMCA. Already he was old, settled down, without conceivable adventure, awaiting for death. Yet Elmer had said. Startled, he recalled that he was still a Baptist minister. For all of Trosper's opposition, he could preach. He felt with superstitious discomfort Eddie's incantation, "I'll never give up till I've brought you back." And just to take Eddie's church and show what he could do with it, by God, he'd bring those hicks to time and make 'em pay up. He flitted across the state to see his mother. His disgrace at Mitzvah had, she said, nearly killed her. With tremulous hope, she now heard him promise that maybe, when he had seen the world and settled down, he might go back into the ministry. In a religious mood, which fortunately did not prevent his securing some telling credit information by oiling a bookkeeper with several drinks, he came to Salterville, Nebraska, an ugly, enterprising, industrial town of 20,000. And in that religious mood, he noted the placards of a woman evangelist, one Sharon Falconer, a prophetess of whom he had heard. The clerk in the hotel, the farmers about the implement warehouse, said that Miss Falconer was holding union meetings in a tent, with the support of most of the Protestant churches in town. They asserted that she was beautiful and eloquent, and that she took a number of assistants with her, that she was the biggest thing that ever hit this burg, that she was comparable to Moody, to Gypsy Smith, to Sam Jones, to J. Wilbur Chapman, to this new baseball evangelist, Billy Sunday. Well, that's nonsense. No woman can preach the gospel, declared Elmer, as an expert. But he went that evening to Miss Falconer's meeting. The tent was enormous. It would seat 3,000 people, and another 1,000 could be packed in standing room. It was nearly filled when Elmer arrived and elbowed his majestic way forward. At the front of the tent was an extraordinary structure, altogether different from the platform, pulpit, American flag arrangement of the stock evangelist. It was a pyramidal structure of white wood with gilded edges, affording 3 platforms, one for the choir, one higher up for a row of seated local clergy, and at the top a small platform with a pulpit shaped like a shell and painted like a rainbow. Swarming all over it were lilies, roses, and vines. Great snakes! Regular circus layout. Just what you'd expect from a fool woman evangelist, decided Elmer. The top platform was still unoccupied. Presumably, it was to set off the charms of Miss Sharon Falconer. The mixed choir, with their gowns and mortarboards, chanted, "Shall we gather at the river?" A young man, slight, too good-looking, too arched of lip, wearing a priest's waistcoat and collar turned around, read from Acts at a stand on the second platform. He was an Oxonian, and it was almost the first time that Elmer had heard an Englishman read. "Pho, Willie boy, that's what he is. This outfit won't get very far. Too much skirts, no punch, no good old-fashioned gospel to draw the customers," scoffed Elmer. A pause. Everyone waited, a little uneasy. Their eyes went to the top platform. Elmer gasped. Coming from some refuge behind the platform, coming slowly, her beautiful arms outstretched to them, appeared a saint. She was young. Sharon Falconer, surely not 30, stately, slender, and tall, and in her long, slim face, her black eyes, her splendor of black hair, was rapture or boiling passion. The sleeves of her straight white robe, with its ruby velvet girdle, were slashed and fell away from her arms as she drew everyone to her. "God!" prayed Elmer Gantry, and that instant his planless life took on plan and resolute purpose. He was going to have Sharon Falconer. Her voice was warm, a little husky, deliberately alive. "Oh, my dear people, I am not going to preach tonight. We are all so weary of nagging sermons about being nice and good. I am not going to tell you that you're sinners, for which of us is not a sinner? I am not going to explain the Scriptures. We are all bored by tired old men explaining the Bible through their noses. No, we are going to find the golden Scriptures written in our own hearts. We are going to sing together, laugh together, rejoice together. Like a gathering of April brooks, rejoice that in us is living the veritable Spirit of the everlasting and redeeming Christ Jesus." Elmer never knew what the words were, or the sense, if indeed anyone knew. It was all caressing music to him, and at the end, when she ran down curving flower-wreathed stairs to the lowest platform and held out her arms, pleading with them to find peace and salvation, he was roused to go forward with the converts, to kneel in the writhing row under the blessing of her extended hands. But he was lost in no mystical ecstasy. He was the critic, moved by the play, but aware that he must get his copy in the newspaper. "This is the outfit I've been looking for. Here's where I could go over great. I could beat that English preacher both ways from the ace. And Sharon? Oh, the darling." She was coming along the row of converts and near-converts, laying her shining hands on their heads. His shoulders quivered with consciousness of her nearness. When she reached him and invited him, in that thrilling voice, "Brother, won't you find happiness in Jesus?" He did not bow lower like the others. He did not sob, but looked straight up at her jauntily, seeking to hold her eyes while he crowed, "It's the happiness just to have had your wondrous message, Sister Falconer." She glanced at him sharply. She turned blank and instantly passed on. He felt slapped. "I'll show her yet." He stood aside as the crowd wavered out. He got into talk with the crisp young Englishman who had read the Scripture lesson, Cecil Ilston, Sharon's first assistant. "Mighty pleased to be here tonight, brother," mumbled Elmer. "I happen to be a Baptist preacher myself. Bountiful meeting. And you read the lesson most inspiringly." Cecil Ilston rapidly took in Elmer's checked suit, his fancy vest, and, "Oh, really? Splendid. So good of you, I'm sure. If you'll excuse me." Nor
did it increase Elmer's affection to have Isleston leave him for one of the humblest of the adherents, an old woman in a broken and flapping straw hat. Elmer disposed of Cecil Isleston. To hell with him. There's a fellow we'll get rid of. A man like me he gives the icy mitt. And then he goes the other extreme and slops all over some old dame that's probably saved already, that you, by golly, couldn't unsave with a carload of gin. That'll do you, my young friend. And you don't like my check suit either? Well, I certainly do buy my clothes just to please you, all right. He waited, hoping for a chance at Sharon Falconer, and others were waiting. She waved her hand at all of them, waved her flaunting smile, rubbed her eyes, and begged, "Will you forgive me? I'm blind, tired. I must rest." She vanished into the mysteries behind the gaudy gold and white pyramid. Even in her staggering weariness, her voice was not drab. It was filled with that twilight passion which had captured Elmer more than her beauty. Never did see a lady just like her, he reflected as he plowed back to his hotel. Face kind of thin. Usually I like 'em plumper. And yet, golly, I could fall for her as I never have for anybody in my life. So this darn Englishman didn't like my clothes. Looked as if he thought they were too sporty. Well, he can stick 'em in his ear. Anybody got any objection to my clothes? The slumbering universe did not answer, and he was almost content. And at 8 next morning, Sauterville had an excellent clothing shop, conducted by Messrs. Erbsen and Goldfarb, and at 8 Elmer was there, purchasing a chaste, double-breasted brown suit and 3 rich but sober ties. By hounding Mr. Goldfarb, he had the alterations done by 9:30, and at 10 he was grandly snooping about the revival tent. He should have gone on to the next town this morning. Sharon did not appear till 11 to lecture the personal workers, but meanwhile Elmer had thrust himself into acquaintanceship with Art Nichols, a gaunt Yankee, once a barber, who played the cornet and French horn in the 3-piece orchestra which Sharon carried with her. "Yes, pretty good game, this is," droned Nichols. "Better'n barbering and better'n one-night stands. Oh, I'm a real trooper, too. Play characters in tent shows. I was out 3 seasons with Tom Shows. This is easier. No street parades, and I guess probably we do a lot of good, saving souls and so on. Only these religious folks do seem to scrap amongst themselves more than the professionals." "Where do you go from here?" "We close in 5 days. Then we grab the collection and pull out of here and make a jump to Lincoln, Nebraska. Open there in 3 days. Regular troopers jump, too. Don't even get a Pullman. Leave here on the day coach at 11 p.m. and get into Lincoln at 1. "Sunday night you leave, eh? That's funny. I'll be on that train, going to Lincoln myself." "Well, you can come hear us there. I always do Jerusalem the Golden on the Coronet first meeting. Knocks 'em cold. They say it's all this gab that gets 'em going and drags in the sinners. But don't you believe it. It's the music. Say, I can get more damn sinners weeping on a E-flat cornet
than 9 gospel artists all shooting off their faces at once. I'll bet you can, Art. Say, Art, of course I'm a preacher myself, just in business temporarily, making arrangements for a new appointment. Art looked like one who was about to not lend money, but I don't believe all this bull about never having a good time. And of course, Paul said to take a little wine for your stomach's sake, and this town is dry. But I'm going to a wet one between now and Saturday, and if I were to have a pint of rye in my jeans, eh? Well, I'm awful fond of my stomach. Like to do something for its sake. What kind of a fellow is this Englishman? Seems to be Miss Falconer's right-hand man. Oh, he's a pretty bright fella, but he don't seem to get along with us boys. She likes him? What does he call himself? Cecil Aylston, his name is. Oh, Sharon liked him first rate for a while, but wouldn't wonder if she was tired of his highbrow stuff now, and the way he never gets chummy. Well, I got to go speak to Miss Falconer a second. Glad to have met you, Art. See you on the train Sunday evening. They had been talking at one of the dozen entrances of the gospel tent. Elmer had been watching Sharon Falconer as she came briskly into the tent. She was no high priestess now in Grecian robe, but a businesswoman, in straw hat, gray suit, white shirt-waist, linen cuffs, and collar. Only her blue bow and the jeweled cross on her watch fob distinguished her from the women in offices. But Elmer, collecting every detail of her as a miner scoops up nuggets, knew now that she was not flat-breasted, as in the loose robe she might have been. She spoke to the personal workers, the young women who volunteered to hold cottage prayer meetings, and to go from house to house stirring up spiritual prospects. My dear friends, I'm very glad you're all praying, but there comes a time when you've got to add a little shoe leather. While you're longing for the kingdom, the devil does his longing nights and daytimes. He hustles around seeing people talking to him. Are you ashamed to go right in and ask folks to come to Christ? To come to our meetings anyway? I'm not at all pleased. Not at all, my dear young friends. My charts show that in the Southeast District only 1 house in 3 has been visited. This won't do. You've got to get over the idea that the services of the Lord is a nice game, like putting Easter lilies on the altar. Here there's only 5 days left, and you haven't yet waked up and got busy. And let's not have any silly nonsense about hesitating to hit people up for money pledges, and hitting them hard. We can't pay rent for this lot, and pay for lights and transportation and the wages of all this big crew I carry on hot air. Now you pretty girl there with the red hair, my, I wish I had such hair. What have you done, sure enough done, in this past week? In 10 minutes, she had them all crying, all aching to dash out and bring in souls and dollars. She was leaving the tent when Elmer pounced on her, swaggering, his hand out. Sister Falconer, I want to congratulate you on your wonderful meetings. I'm a Baptist preacher, the Reverend Elmer Gantry. Yes? Sharply. Where is your church? Why,
Just at the present, I haven't exactly got a church." She inspected his ruddiness, his glossiness, the odor of tobacco. Her brilliant eyes had played all over him, and she demanded, "What's the trouble this time? Booze or women?" "Why, that's absolutely untrue. I'm surprised you should speak like that, Sister Falconer. I'm in perfectly good standing. It's just I'm taking a little time off to engage in business in order to understand the workings of the lay mind before going on with my ministry." "That's splendid. Well, you have my blessing, brother. Now, if you will excuse me, I must go and meet the committee." She tossed him an unsmiling smile and raced away. He felt soggy, lumbering, unspeakably stupid, but he swore, "Damn you, I'll catch you when you aren't all wrapped up in business and your own darn fool self-importance, and then I'll make you wake up, my girl." He had to do 9 days' work to visit 9 towns in 5 days, but he was back in Sautersville on Sunday evening, and he was on the 11 o'clock train for Lincoln in the new brown suit. His fancy for Sharon Falconer had grown into a trembling passion, the first authentic passion of his life. It was too late in the evening for a great farewell, but at least 100 of the brethren and sisters were at the station singing "God be with you till we meet again," and shaking hands with Sharon Falconer. Elmer saw his cornet-wielding Yankee friend, Art Nichols, with the rest of the evangelistic crew. The aide Cecil Aylston, the fat and sentimental tenor soloist, the girl pianist, the violinist, and the girls evangelist, and the director of personal work. That important assistant, the press agent, was in Lincoln making ready for the coming of the Lord. They looked like a sleepy theatrical troupe as they sat on their suitcases waiting for the train to come in, and, like troopers, they were dismayingly different from their stage roles. The anemically pretty pianist, who for public uses dressed in seraphic silver robes, was now merely a small-town girl in wrinkled blue serge. The director of personal work, which had been nun-like in linen, was bold in black-trimmed red and more attentive to the amorous looks of the German violinist than to the farewell hymns. The Reverend Cecil Aylston gave orders to the hotel baggagemen regarding their trunks, more like a quartermaster sergeant than like an Oxonian mystic. Sharon herself was imperial in white, and the magnet for all of them. A fat Presbyterian pastor with whiskers buzzed about her, holding her arm with more than pious zeal. She smiled on him, to Elmer's rage. She smiled equally on the long, thin disciples of Christ preacher. She shook hands fervently, and she was tender to each shout of "Praise God, sister." But her eyes were weary, and Elmer saw that when she turned from her worshippers, her mouth drooped. Young she seemed then, tired and defenseless. "Poor kid," thought Elmer. The train flared and shrieked its way in, and the troop bustled with suitcases. "Goodbye, God bless you, God speed the work," shouted everyone. Everyone save the congregational minister, who stood sulkily at the edge of the crowd, explaining to a parishioner, "And so she goes away with enough cash for herself, after 6 weeks' work, to have run our whole church for 2 years. Elmer ranged up beside his musical friend, Art Nichols, and as they humped up the steps of a day coach, he muttered, "Art, Art, got your stomach medicine here?" "Great." "Say, look, fix it so you sit with Sharon. Then pretty soon go out for a smoke." "She didn't like smoking." "You don't need to tell her what for. Go out so I can sit down and talk to her for a while. Important business about a dandy new town for her evangelistic labors. Here, stick this in your pocket, and I'll dig up some more for you at Lincoln. Now, hustle and get in with her." "Well, I'll try." So in the dark, malodorous car, hot with a late spring, filled with women whose corsets creaked to their doleful breathing, with farmers who snored in shirt sleeves, Elmer stood behind the seat in which a blur marked the shoulders of Art Nichols, and a radiance showed the white presence of Sharon Falconer. To Elmer, she seemed to kindle the universe. She was so precious, every inch of her. He had not known that a human being could be precious like this, and magical. To be near her was ecstasy enough. Almost enough. She was silent. He heard only Art Nichols twanging, "What do you think about us using some of these nigger songs? Hand them a joke." And her drowsy, "Oh, let's not talk about it tonight." And presently from Art, "Guess I'll skip out on the platform and get a breath of air." And the sacred haunt beside her was free to the exalted Elmer. He slipped in, very nervous. She was slumped low in the seat, but she sat up, peered at him in the dimness, and said with a grave courtesy which shut him out more than any rudeness, "I'm so sorry, but this place is taken." "Yes, I know, Sister Falconer, but the car's crowded, and I'll just sit down and rest myself while Brother Nichols is away. That is, if you'll let me. Don't know if you remember me. I met you at the tent in Sautersville. Reverend Gantry." "Oh," indifferently. Then quickly, "Oh, yes, you're the Presbyterian preacher who was fired for drinking." "That's absolutely." He saw that she was watching him, and he realized that she was not being her saintly self, nor her efficient self, but a quite new, private, mocking self. Delightedly, he went on, "Absolutely incorrect. I'm the Christian Scientist that was fired for kissing the choir leader on Saturday." "Oh, that really was careless of you." "So you're really human?" "Me? Oh, good heavens, yes, too human." "And you get tired of it?" "Of what?" "Of being the great Miss Falconer, of not being able to go into a drugstore to buy a toothbrush without having the clerk holler, 'Praise God, we have some dandy two-bit brushes, hallelujah.'" Sharon giggled. Tired. And his voice was lulling away of never daring to be tired, which same is what you are tonight, and of never having anybody to lean on. "I suppose, my dear Reverend Brother, that this is a generous offer to let me lean on you?" "No, I wouldn't have the nerve. I'm scared to death of you. You haven't only got your beauty. No, please let me tell you how a fellow preacher looks at you, and your wonderful platform present, but I kind of guess you've got brains." "No, I haven't.
not a brain, all emotion, and friendly. But people think of all the souls you've brought to repentance. That makes up for everything, doesn't it? Oh, yes, I suppose it. Oh, of course it does. It's the only thing that counts. Only, tell me, what really did happen to you? Why did you get out of the church? Gravely, I was a senior in Mizpah Theological Seminary, but I had a church of my own. I fell for a girl. I won't say she lured me on. After all, a man ought to face up to the consequences of his own foolishness. But she certainly did. Oh, it amused her to see a young preacher go mad over her. And she was so lovely. Quite a lot like you, only not so beautiful, not near. And she let on like she was mad about church work. That's what fooled me. Well, make a long story short, we were engaged to be married, and I thought of nothing but her and our life together, doing the work of the Lord, when one evening I walked in, and there she was in the arms of another fella. It broke me up so that I tried, but I simply couldn't go on preaching. So I quit for a while, and I've done well in business, but now I'm ready to go back to the one job I've ever cared about. That's why I wanted to talk to you there at the tent. I needed your woman's sympathy as well as your expertise, and you turned me down. Oh, I am so very sorry. Her hand caressed his arm. Cecil Ayleston came up and looked at them with a lack of sanctity. When they reached Lincoln, he was holding her hand and saying, "You poor, dear, tired child. And will you have breakfast with me? Where are you staying in Lincoln?" "Now see here, Brother Gantry." "Elmer." "Oh, don't be ridiculous, just because I'm so fagged out that it's nice to play at being a human being. Don't try to take advantage." "Sister Falconer, will you quit being a chump? I admire your genius, your wonderful work for God, but it's because you're too big to just be a professional gospel shouter every minute that I most admire you. You know mighty good and well that you like to be simple and even slangy for a while. And you're too sleepy just now to know whether you like me or not. That's why I want us to meet at breakfast when the sleepiness is out of the wonderful eyes." It all sounds pretty honest, except that last stuff. You've certainly used that before. Do you know, I like you. You're so completely brazen, so completely unscrupulous, and so beatifically ignorant. I've been with sanctimonious folks too much lately, and it's interesting to see that you honestly think you can captivate me. You funny thing. I'm staying at the Antlers Hotel in Lincoln. No use, by the way, you're trying to get a room near my suite, because I have practically the whole floor engaged. And I'll meet you at breakfast. There at 9:30. Part 3. Though he did not sleep well, he was up early and at his toilet. He shaved, he touched up his bluff handsomeness with lilac water and talcum, and he did his nails sitting in athletic underwear, awaiting his new suit sent down for pressing. The new purpose in a life recently so dispirited gave vitality to his bold eyes and spring to his thick muscles as they strode through
the golden marble lobby of the Antlers Hotel and awaited Sharon at the restaurant door. She came down fresh in white crash, bordered with blue. As they met, they laughed, admitting comradeship in folly. He took her arm gaily, led her through a flutter of waitresses excited over the coming of the celebrated Lady of God, and ordered competently. "I've got a great idea," said he. "I've got to beat it this afternoon, but I'll be back in Lincoln on Friday. And how'd it be if you billed me to address your meeting as a saved businessman, and I talked for half an hour or so on Friday evening about the good, hard, practical dollars and cents value of Christ in commerce? Are you a good talker?" "A knockout." "Well, it might be a good idea. Yes, we'll do it. By the way, what is your business? Hold-ups?" "I'm the crack salesman of the Pequot Farm Implement Company, Sharon, and if you don't believe it—" "Oh, I do." She shouldn't have. "I'm sure you tell the truth often. Of course, we won't need to mention the fact that you're a preacher unless somebody insists on asking. How would this be as a topic? Getting the goods with a Gideon Bible." "Say, that would be elegant. How I was in some hick town, horrible weather, slush and rain and everything, dark skies, seemed like sun never would shine again, feet all soaked from tramping through the streets, no sales, plumb discouraged, sat in my room, forgotten to buy one of the worldly magazines I'd been accustomed to read, idly picked up a Gideon Bible and read the parable of the talents. Found that same day you were in town, went and got converted, saw now it wasn't just for money, but for the kingdom of Christ to heighten my influence as a Christian businessman, that I had to increase sales. That bucked up my self-confidence so that I increased sales to beat the band, and now I owe everything to your inspired powers. So it's a privilege to be able to testify. And about how it isn't the weak, skinny failure that's the fella to get saved, but it takes a really strong man to not be ashamed to surrender all for Jesus." "Why, I think that's fine, Brother Elmer. I really do, and dwell a lot on being in your hotel room there. You took off your shoes and threw yourself down on the bed, feeling completely beaten, but you were so restless you got up and poked around the room and picked up the Gideon Bible. I'll feature it big, and you'll make it strong, Elmer? You won't let me down? Because I really will headline it in my announcements. I've persuaded you to come clear from Omaha. No, that's not far. Clear from Denver for it. And if you do throw yourself into it and tear loose, it'll add greatly to the glory of God and the success of the meeting in winning souls. You will?" "Dear, I'll slam it into him so hard you'll want me in every town you go to. You bet." Be that as it may, Elmer, here comes Cecil Aylstrom. You know, my assistant. He looks so cross. He is a dear, but he's so terribly highbrow and refined and everything. And he's always trying to nag me into being refined.
but you'll love him." "I will not. Anyway, I'll struggle against it." And they laughed. The Reverend Cecil Aylstrom, of the flaxen hair and the superior British complexion, glided to their table, looked at Elmer with a blankness more infuriating than a scowl, and sat down, observing, "I don't want to interlude, Miss Falconer, but you know the committee of clergy are awaiting you in the parlor." "Oh, dear," sighed Sharon, "are they as terrible as usual here? Can't you go up and get the kneeling and praying done while I finish my scrambled eggs? Have you told them they've got to double the amount of the pledges before this week is over, or the souls at Lincoln can go right on being damned?" Cecil was indicating Elmer with an alarmed jerk of his head. "Oh, don't worry about Elmer. He's one of us, going to speak for us Friday. Used to be a terribly famous preacher, but he's found a wider field in business. Reverend Aylstrom, Reverend Gantry. Now run along, Cecil, and keep 'em pious and busy. Any nice-looking young preachers in the committee, or are they all old stiffs?" Aylstrom answered with a tight-lipped glare, and flowed away. "Dear Cecil, he is so useful to me. He's actually made me take to reading poetry and everything. If he just wouldn't be polite at breakfast time, I wouldn't mind facing the wild beasts of Ephesus, but I can't stand starch with my eggs. Now I must go up and join him." "You'll have lunch with me?" "I will not, my dear young man. This endeth my being silly for this week. From this moment on I'll be one of the anointed, and if you want me to like you, God help you, if you come around looking pussy-catty while I'm manhandling these stiff-necked brethren in Christ. I'll see you Friday. I'll have dinner with you here before the meeting, and I can depend on you? Good." End of section 14, chapter 11, parts 1 through 3.